Go ahead to start. It's so nice to see physical faces attached to bodies as opposed to Zoom meetings. We are knowingly starting a little bit later, and that's obviously because of lots of travel issues, etc. today, but also I think people are so excited physically meeting another face out there that actually get them drawn in to come and sit down on their own again in a space. That chair is a little bit difficult, but hopefully they'll start to come in as we can continue. My name is Richard Satchar. It's a pleasure to welcome you here today to the third annual Financial Services CyberTech Forum. I'm a director of FinTech Global. For those of you that may not know us, we provide news research to financial institutions and tech companies across all FinTech sectors, and we run events across all FinTech sectors, cybertech, wealth tech, insurtech, regtech, and in many of those sectors we run, well, before the pandemic, we ran amongst the largest events in the world for those subsectors, and with very many of the most senior decision makers in those industries, and we're now trying to make that happen again. We first started looking at CyberTech about 3 years ago and had our first event a couple of years ago due to extraordinary demand from the financial institutions in our global network. It's obviously a huge problem for financial institutions, a critical issue that's getting bigger each year. And if there is one prediction I can make with this cast iron guarantee, that is that cybercrime will continue. It'll become more sophisticated and it'll become a bigger problem for financial institutions. But hopefully that will lead and is leading to greater innovation and investment to deal with the issue. Obviously, the challenges of cybersecurity have become so much bigger as a result of the restrictions of the pandemic. It's being compounded by people working from home and all customers, whether B2B or B2C, having to engage digitally without any other option. And obviously that pandemic has challenged business events and us fulfilling our role of connecting buyers, sellers and experts. So we've had to move from a physical event to a virtual event, and we're now forcing our way back via a hybrid event. So we're absolutely delighted to be here in person and to play our part in getting the industry back to business by facilitating buyer-seller expert connections. And it's fantastic to see those of you who've joined today. I know how challenging that is. There's all these restrictions imposed upon us. We've registered 500 people for today's event, so not as large as normal, but we've made sure they are people who are actively working in the cyber security industry, either as financial institutions. We have about 300 of those that are registered. We're hoping that up to 200 will actually make it during today. They're doing their best. But we appreciate that many couldn't come, so hello to you around the world watching the live stream. We're going to overcome those hurdles today. There's COVID caution, there are fuel shortages, corporates still imposing restrictions, taxis are impossible today, Uber's on strike, we've had some last minute dropouts, but we're all here. I think you all deserve a medal or a reward of some sort, but hopefully that reward today will be making business connections and in many cases reconnections. So the important stuff, not me, our sponsors. I'd really like to thank fantastic sponsors and exhibitors who've supported us today. I'd like to mention all of them. That's Nick, IronNet, Cloudflare, Arcos Labs, RedScan, Accrol Business, Viper, Cynamics, Amatus, and Indusface. So we're very privileged to have such leading solution providers in the financial services cybersecurity industry support us today. I think they need to be commended for leading the industry back to business by supporting today's event. We have physical and virtual booths, so please do visit our sponsors and exhibitors. You'll be surprised as to how far the industry has developed in those 2 years. It's not been sleeping whilst the world has been at home. And for those of you online, we do have virtual booths, so we do recommend that you do take the time during the networking breaks to go and visit those virtual booths. Again, you will be surprised as to how much this industry has developed. Don't forget the event app. What we're trying to do is to make this a meaningful experience, not just for the people here, but for those of you online as well. So in order to do that, we've adopted a new app, the Brella app, which allows us to basically integrate you both. So whether you're here or online, you can use it to get all the information you need on the sessions, speaker biogs, join in Q&As, and you can engage with each other physically and virtually. And I've been told there's quite a lot of pending meeting requests. So when you do download the app, you can download it from the App Store or Google Play. It's the Umbrella app. Please use code W5AF4Z. Lovely, catchy code there, W5AF4Z. And quite a number of you will have meeting requests, so please do make the most of those and go and look at who you should be speaking to. Just to set a bit of background, because I don't want to speak for too long, CyberTech funding actually has set a new record in 2020, that's last year, amid, obviously, escalating cyber threats. It's interesting to see that the amount of capital invested in cyber-tech solution providers, these are third-party providers, I'm not talking about the huge tech companies, and purely in the financial services industry, reached $6.2 billion last year. That's a 32% increase on the previous year in terms of capital. 354 deals was an increase of over half from the year before. And it's good to see that actually, if you do a segmentation analysis, I've just got it quite a high level here, that deals below 50 million have maintained their number despite the restrictions, i.e. the mid-size and smaller deals are still happening in this industry. So innovation is still happening, whether or not you can see it directly. And if you look at the biggest deals of last year, actually, I think half of them happened in the last quarter. That trend is continuing this year, and we'll very soon release some research showing you what's happening. And if you want to see that, please do keep up to date on the FinTech Global site, where we do provide the research, as we say, in cyber-tech and financial services and across all other FinTech areas. So we'll be able to share that with you very soon. I'm pleased to say that we will be continuing our drive back to normality with more hybrid events. We expect greater in-person participation as we progress, as people see the brave people here and know that business is happening and realize that they can't miss out and start attending themselves. Very soon, we have the Global RegTech Summit, which, as I say, has been the largest RegTech event in the world for several years, followed in November by the Global WealthTech Summit, which again has been the largest wealth tech-focused event for many years. And that brings us on to the interesting stuff, the action-packed agenda we have for you today with the people that you actually want to listen to and engage with. So I couldn't think of a better way to start than to introduce the first panel, which will be discussing the information security leader's perspective. It's my pleasure to hand over to Carsten Maple, who is the professor at Warwick University in cyber systems engineering and also director of the Cyber Security Research Institute at Warwick, as I understand as well. So, Carsten, my pleasure to welcome you. Please do introduce yourself and your panelists and take us through the first session of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. So yes, thank you very much, Richard, for that warm introduction. I'm really pleased to chair this opening keynote panel today with two great panelists that we've got here. So we're going to talk about the information security leader's perspective, and the good thing is that we've got two different perspectives from great leaders in the space. But first of all, before I start and introduce myself and the panelists, I just want to go straight away to tell you about that Umbrella app that Richard mentioned. So hopefully at home or even here, you've got access to that. And to ask any questions of the panel, because I've got a couple of questions as a moderator always does, but it would be great to hear the pertinent questions from the audience. What I'd like you to do is go to the Umbrella app, and in the Umbrella app there is a toolbar at the bottom. If you go to the bottom toolbar, there are 3 dots. Click the dots, and then there is a Q&A section that you can ask your questions, because I'm sure your questions will be much more interesting than the ones I have. So, without further ado, as I say, I'm from the University of Warwick. there we are one of 19 academic centres of excellence in cybersecurity research in the UK. So these are certified by the National Cybersecurity Centre and EPSRC, which is the funding council for engineering and physical sciences research in the UK. And that was designed to really have a gold standard of research in the UK. So it's a pleasure for me to lead the work there at Warwick, but there are some fantastic researchers there, and it's great to see in this audience people who are current leaders who are graduates of courses at the University of Warwick. So onto my panel here. On my left we've got Pete Cooper. Pete is the Deputy Director for Cyber Defence at Government Security Group in Cabinet Office. And I'll ask him to say a little bit more and give his perspective in a moment. And next to Pete is Jamie Gerber, who is the Chief Financial Officer at IONET Cybersecurity, one of the platinum sponsors, as you'll notice here as well, and a leader in the field. So we just heard about the growth in spending and deals that have been done. So I think Richard said about $6 billion was spent last year in 2020. It's interesting that the cost of cyber attacks has been estimated to rise to $6 trillion per year by the end of 2021. So that just shows you what proportion of spending there is to the potential cost. So some might argue that even though that $6 billion is significant, it may not be enough. I should attribute that to CPR magazine, actually, that quote. But yes, I'll go straight onto the panel now and ask Pete to introduce his role and to explain from his perspective the major current and emerging challenges that the finance sector are facing in terms of cybersecurity. Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Carson, and thanks to everybody who's come today. It still feels slightly strange to be looking people in the face in an event like this, and it's great. So thank you for being resilient in getting here. So, I mean, the financial sector is facing many of the same challenges that a lot of the other sectors are facing, in that, as Carson's already sort of alluded to, the attacks are increasing. The complexity of our technology is to a certain extent increasing as well. So the attack surface that we're presenting is significant. And when we look at that through the lens of all of the other challenges we've seen sort of post-pandemic, brackets still in pandemic, and actually the financial pressures that organisations are under and the multiple competing priorities they're trying to juggle, it's a really noisy space that we're in at the moment. Added to that pressure with from a regulatory perspective, trying to steer through what that looks like for maintaining all of the multiple regulations that the financial sector have to juggle themselves through as well. It's pretty much a bit of a perfect storm at the moment. And that's why there is a lot of things to be worked through, and it's a good long-term challenge that we are facing. And it's actually great that Jamie, for example, is up here with a CFO perspective, because ultimately this is about collaboration across the whole of the organisation. So this is around, like, do you as an organisation see this challenge through the same lens from the CEO, through the CFO, through the cybersecurity team, and understand what it is your long-term objectives to see through them. So my background is, so I was previously in the military, then in the private sector, and then into government. And at the moment, I'm looking after the cybersecurity for basically the whole of the government sector. So departments are responsible for their own individual cybersecurity, but my team in the Cabinet Office look after basically all of the standards, all of the long-term strategy, all of the assurance, the red teaming, serious and/or cross-government incidents and vulnerabilities and everything else like that. And all of that is about collaboration. All of that is trying to understand what the challenge is objectively through as much of a single lens as possible, so that we can cohere all of those different centres of gravity and act through a common goal to get to the objective, which is to be more resilient and more secure. And those are exactly the same challenges that the financial sector are working through at the moment. I mean, going back to the slide we've just seen about the investment in fintech, it's amazing. It's fantastic to see all of that technology there. But we've got to remember that all of those technologies have got to be as secure as possible, right from the inception of them all the way through to use inside the organization and out the other side. Because ultimately, it's that attack surface that we present is critical, and it's those collaborations we build between suppliers and customers to maintain the trust that we've got to secure throughout the life cycle of what we have as our organizations. And it's those challenges that we've got to work together all the way through. And there is no, I'm really sorry, there is no single answer on any of that. But it's going to be a long-term solution. And I'll pause there and hand over to Jamie.
Well, fantastic, Peter. Thank you. And glad to indeed as well see everybody here finally back together. I think just to amplify on a couple of the points that we've already started talking about, and in particular the real nature of the threats today. You all will know that the threats are coming through trusted sources. They are turning off your reporting in your firewalls and turning off the reporting in your endpoints. So your ability to actually even see the intrusions happening have been, you've been blinded to them. And the intruders are using the kind of tools that are readily available today to go hide in the noise, right? So the task has not gotten any easier. And as I look out here across the chief information security officers and hopefully a few fellow CFOs and board members, I know that the task that you all have to overcome is actually pretty well understood. We can't just keep adding people, though, and that's I think really perhaps the crux of the solve the problem, find the right kind of mix of resources and process to actually address the problem. So we'll, I'm sure, be talking about that at greater length today. But fundamentally, I think the way we need to challenge ourselves is to acknowledge that our model today is built on defending in isolation. Each of our agencies and companies are essentially told, set up to defend yourselves, and we'll all sort of help out a little bit. But defend in isolation is a losing proposition. And that's something that I think we should all challenge ourselves to think about differently. One of the other elements is to really, and actually I'll be talking about it as well a little later today, but certainly we should explore it here, is to think about cyber defense as a team sport, right? This is, how do we break through, use technology effectively to work together against the attackers, because the attackers are working together against all of you and against us. So I think that really perhaps the crux of how we need to start thinking about how we in our organizations approach cyber defense, that we have to break through that defend in isolation model and figure out better how to defend in teams. It is a team sport. We need to equip ourselves that way.
Thank you. Pete, you'd like to?
Yeah, and I'll come straight in, to just second that hugely. And just to reflect on, so we're in the middle of writing the new government cybersecurity strategy. So how does government defend itself? And one of the key tenets we've got in that is we need to move to a position where we defend as one. So how do we move away from potential stovepipe thinking or stovepipe defense? Because our adversaries can attack down those stovepipes and get multiple value out of multiple attacks if they attack in stovepipes if we don't talk to each other. Now that's something that I've seen the financial sector tackle really well through things like the FS-ISAC, Cyber Defense Alliance, and all the collaborations with the law enforcement agencies. So actually, all of that experience I've seen from the financial sector, we've tried applying in a lot of the government aspects of how we're doing this. So what can we form as those collaborations to stop defending in stovepipes and start defending as one? So you've got a great legacy that can be building on to deliver that collaboration all the way through. And it's not just a case of sort of learning in one direction. So we're learning from the financial sector as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, Pete. And when you were both speaking about team sport and sharing information, it reminded me of a conference quite a long time ago, where one of the speakers was someone senior within the Serious and Organised Crime Agency when it existed. And what was pointed out is we've got organised crime, but we're fighting it with disorganised information. And that information sharing, you said the FSISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis Centre, you know, those kind of approaches are really important, the Cyber Defence Alliance. But one thing when I reflect back over time and seeing that there was probably from my perspective a golden period where a lot of information was exchanged, and that was down to a lot of people all of a sudden recognizing in senior positions in finance, hey, we need to share information. Of course, that may have changed over time as personnel changed. Do you think we've got enough processes in place, you've mentioned the fora, that we don't rely just on people who think it's a good idea, but there are processes, and it's really taken up perhaps throughout the boards and organizations that this is a really good idea? So if I ask you, Pete, first, and then perhaps Jamie.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So collaboration, it's a bit like I don't know if anyone remembers the Game of Thrones meme. One does not simply collaborate. It's really easy to say, but it's much harder to do. And you can have somebody who's really well connected and got a great sort of set of sort of friends and colleagues and old contacts that are spread out throughout the sector. And you can rely on that person to really understand and go and speak to his friend and go, actually, have you seen this and what can you help with? And actually, have you got these IOCs or are you suffering from this attack as well? But that's individual to individual. So that's not embedded within the organization. And it's really quite difficult to go from that sort of collaboration to a proper organization to organization collaboration. Because the second you start talking about that, then the next people that really need to be getting involved are the lawyers. How are we going to share information? How do we maintain privacy appropriately across the organization? And it's really nice to see that there are some great leaps forward with how we can share information quickly around cybersecurity issues and maintain all of those things, but it just takes more effort to go through. But for me, the maturity aspect of it is that somebody, that key person that you've set up all these collaborations with, if they move on to another job, the collaboration between the organizations still keeps growing, still keeps thriving. So if you look across your organizations and go, if that person leaves tomorrow, we lose a lot of our contacts into those other organizations, then actually you've got more work to do on the collaboration side of it. Because it needs to be naturally done organization to organization.
So yeah, just picking up on the theme and again, the FSISACs and the similar organizations that have really pioneered ways to share and ways to help each other, truly to be commended. I mean, of all the industries that we have an opportunity to serve, the financial services industry have really been leaders here. But I would also have you think about the very premise of what we were just talking about is that the way the current sharing model works is dependent on people knowing each other, one, and two, being willing to share. So there's actually a very conscious decision that has to be made by any individual to decide to share anything. Right? And if they don't share, if they don't decide there's relevance to share, or they have to clear whatever they're going to share through their legal counsel, it is way too late, way too slow. So again, I think as you think about the methods and procedures that you're going to use, and I challenge the FSISAC as well, to ask how do we use effective anonymization techniques? How do we use some other techniques to effectively allow sharing to be fast, pervasive, and precise? And without those three things, then what is happening is inadequate information is being shared, and it's being shared in too vague a way so that it's very hard to be actionable. So when you think about collective defense, and I think maybe that's a construct that we should all think about, how does that work in our organization? How will we work together in a yet higher order construct here that can be fast, pervasive, and precise? That, I believe, is going to be where we need to go. And we've got a great foundation to build on with what the FS-ISAC and others have established. But I think that's the next step that we really have to take.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Jamie. And I will point those at home and those in the audience just something, because you mentioned about anonymization and this technology kind of approaches or organizational approaches. The Royal Society back in 2019 conducted a piece of work around privacy-enhancing technologies. I gave some modest contribution to that. But there's now a working group to look at this to take it on further. So there's, I think, 9 of us on this Royal Society working group that will be publishing something next year. But it looks at techniques for this kind of thing. So those of you may have heard about secure multi-party computation or private set intersection. And really the way that when I talk about some of these sometimes is rather than privacy enhancing technologies, which tends to be about how can you get some information from an individual, they should really be considered partnership enhancing technologies. How can we share information so we can get a global estimate of the size of threats without revealing the posture? And that's one of the questions that we got here about why do people not share? And I think you've both covered that already very, very well. So thank you very much. Yes, Pete?
I mean, just to add, I think that, and it's also, when you're thinking about collaboration, it's easy to look across at your peers and organizations that are very much similar to you, and it's easy to collaborate with them. But there's so much value in collaboration, what I would say more on the edge. So that when you've got diversity across some of that collaboration, then actually that's when you really see some benefit. So if you look across, for example, the research community or the hacker community, if you look at things like vulnerability disclosure programs or bug bounty programs, those are really collaborations as well. And there is so much value on them, even though they might not be what you would call traditional for some sectors. Actually, there's massive value on this because this is about trying to see your cybersecurity challenge through as many different lenses as possible to come up with that really great understanding of what it is you're facing. And those diverse communities can help you do that. But again, it's the collaboration, you just have to work on it like any other sort of collaboration as you go through, but there's value out in that diversity that's really worth going for.
Thanks, Pete. So there's been some statistics about the growth of cybercrime, and of course, 63% of data breaches last year were claimed to be financially motivated. So there's a business case. That's from government technology, I should state. So there's a business case for people to try and compromise our systems. We hear from the University of Maryland that there's every 39 seconds there's a new attack somewhere on the web, and that over 4,000 ransomware attacks take place around the world daily from the FBI. So there's a lot of activity, and we've talked about it, and we're doing our best to defend. Do you think at the moment we're closing the gap, we're winning against our adversaries, or do you think that gap is widening? So we'll start with Jamie.
So unfortunately, I think we're still too slow in our response. And let me take up one of the key themes there. I mean, the statistics from the FBI, for instance. When the FBI is involved, a breach has already occurred and damage has already been done. So I think as we think about collaboration, I think we also need to think about how we as participants here, companies, agencies that are wishing to be defended, can help our national defenders to do their job more effectively. So, we talked about defend in isolation as sort of being one of the issues here. Well, for our national defenders, FBI and other agencies, their task is unfortunately today mostly just a cleanup task. And we have to find ways to interact and work with them to help them do their jobs better, more proactively, and to really prevent damage in using their own missions before it's occurred. So I would just sort of equally add that how we enable our national defense teams to do their job better is an equal part of getting out ahead of the attackers that are coming at us.
Thank you, Jamie. Pete, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, it's always quite difficult following Jamie as he hits on some really good issues, and it's always nice to get the CFO talking first. Yeah, I mean, we are in a way, if you look at it through some lenses, you would say we're not winning yet with the scale and size of the attacks that are coming out and what they're going against and the size and the criticality of it. And the monetization that we're seeing a lot of the threat actors being able to do at the moment is you sort of look at their value model and it's really easy to see and it's really clear. And for a lot of organizations on the defensive side, that's still really hard to see. And there was a stat that I saw last week where it talked about how many organizations in the US, for example, still don't even have a security team. So we've still got a long way to go. So if we think about how far that journey is again, we're not going to be able to scale quickly potentially into organizations like that and I'm sure we're going to come on to the people and skills and that sort of challenge later. But we've got to go right back to the infrastructure that we're using, the hardware and the software that we're using, and how do we make it easier for people just to do the right thing without even thinking about it. So that comes right back into the fintech world, which is the products that we're making and building for the sector have to be absolutely secure, with the understanding that at some point, a high-end adversary is going to look at that system or look at that software and try to find a way to subvert it. And we've got to have that mindset in all of our thinking as we develop it and build it and through its entire life when it's on-prem or being used. Because if we look at what we're seeing now through the supply chain attacks with how we're seeing adversaries able to really go through some quite sort of nuanced moves to go through different supply chains to get into different organizations, we've got to make that as hard as possible for them as they go through. And that's not just at the technological level, that's also at the collaboration level between customer and supplier. And that's also at the collaboration level between the security teams who are able to quickly talk about it and have a good dialogue around, right, how are we going to work this together if something goes wrong? Have we actually war gamed this together and sat down on a tabletop exercise and go, right, if somebody compromises you, how are we going to sort this out all the way through? And that can sometimes be a really hard conversation between customer and supplier. But that to me is a sign of a really mature relationship because that's the reality of what we're facing at the moment.
Super, thanks Pete. And just to iterate, one of the things that's difficult that you're both alluding to and Jamie said specifically is that there are people that have already been compromised. I think some recent study found that the average time that people had been breached before they noticed it was 11 months. Back in 2010, I authored the UK Security Breach Investigations Report, supported by Police Central E-Crime Unit and Serious Organised Crime Agency. And for those breaches that I analysed, it was 18 months where, on average, that an organisation had been compromised but not recognised. And many have put it around that kind of figure over the past 11 years. So actually, as you said, when the FBI is involved, it's a bit late, or it's at least reported, so it's certainly a significant challenge. I'd like to come on to something you just mentioned there, Pete, about skills. I think it's a really interesting and important area for the financial sector in this current climate. So I'd like to ask you both, I'll start with you, Pete, and then go on to Jamie, if I may. But do you think the cyber workforce in finance is sufficiently skilled to adapt to the changes that we're seeing?
I'm sort of going to flip it back, but just sort of to throw it out there as a question is define a cybersecurity skill. Because that's part of the challenge that we're facing at the moment. And I think the best description that I've heard somebody give at the moment is that if you look at the cybersecurity career path, that there is no one cybersecurity career path. And it's a little bit like the London Underground. There's multiple entry points, there's multiple paths underground, and then there's multiple exit points. So therefore, if you try to really tightly define it, then you might have challenges. And if we think about the skills of like eyes on screen and SOC and those real deep technical levels, we need that type of skill that can really get in and understand and monitor and build that secure software and the hardware and the infrastructure. But then if we start going up the organizational stack, it's have you got the right people that understand the policy, the policy and the strategy as well, and can link that technology with the CEO, the CFO, and actually be those translators. Because a lot of the time at the moment is we've got to be able to translate between the technology. There is no way that you're going to expect the CEO to be really well versed in all of the deep technology that's involved potentially in their organization. So somehow you need to translate those challenges up through the organization, and that's a skill in itself. Because you can have the best technology in the world, but unless it's wrapped in the right policy and strategy, it will gather dust on a shelf and you won't make the most of it. And we haven't got the money or time not to make the most of our amazing technology that we're growing and building. So it's how do we get those different skills together? And that means not just bringing people up from within the schools or universities, but it's also bringing those in horizontally with career changes and actually letting them know that you don't have to be a deep technical expert and be able to build your own network to really contribute something amazing into the cybersecurity industry or to the financial sector or to any other sector. Is actually you have a load of skills which are transferable and we can teach you the rest. And if we start doing that, then I think that we've got a chance of actually trying to get ahead of that skills piece slightly quicker.
Thank you, Pete. Jamie?
So I like the notion that you raised about process being as important to answering the skills question as just a simple inventory of the skills, right? So we like to think about the task of more people and, better positioned players, as it were. So those are the requests that most frequently come at the CFOs of the organization is, well, I just need a better position player, I need some more players. And there aren't enough of any of the above, as we already know. So that's why not only training up and continuing to build that cadre of skills is important, but also making sure that the process in which they're functioning in your organization, and again across organizations, is equally important. So we know about the importance of really excellent and regular training of everybody in our companies on good cybersecurity protocols, right? That reduces the amount of workload that your direct security teams have to perform. So that's a good example of process. One of the other really important parts about process is this gets to this new model of collaboration that I think we should all be thinking seriously about, is the mid-size and smaller organizations have no prayer in the world of having enough skilled people within their own team. So, right, that's why the MSSPs are out there and others, so the collaborative SOCs. Those are some good models, but they aren't, as I think I would argue, sufficient. This is where a new model of collaboration, I think, can help move us even that further step forward so that the teams and skills that we do have actually get applied effectively.
Super, thank you, Jamie. So, I couldn't agree more about it being not just technical as well. And one thing that's important, Pete, where you mentioned about people who might transition into cyber, the NCSC, National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK, has certified a number of degrees as being of a high standard, and many of those are these transitioning degrees, and it's great for me to know that at least one person in the audience here in London I know has been on such a course at the University of Warwick, where we have a cybersecurity management degree where we take people from other areas, give them those skills, and clearly it works because they're finding senior positions in industry. So I think that's important for us to recognize the wider context. I think we've got time for probably just one more question. And it comes from the audience, as a few of these have already. Given the increase in cyber attacks, what do we think that the regulatory bodies are doing to ensure cyber resilience, and the challenges that these regulatory bodies might face, or the challenges of regulation in this space? So if I start with you, Jamie, and then come to Pete.
Sure. I think that we can all take a lot of comfort in the fact that our respective governments are thinking very deeply and hard about how to set up some frameworks and set up really point some different directions that we can all follow. So within the United States, there are a number of really significant executive orders that have been coming out of the administration recently that are really pointing to what the private sector needs to be doing, is expected to be doing, can be doing to be a more effective partner in what's called private-public partnership there. But look, that's an overused term. What it really means is how do the public sector agencies work more effectively with each of you, with members of the financial services sector and other critical infrastructure sectors to better defend together. And so I think you look to those executive orders, you look to the frameworks that are being published to really tell us all how can we really kind of line up and be more shoulder to shoulder in going after this problem.
Yeah, regulation's a really interesting question. So if personal perspective is regulation is something that is used to try and lift the cybersecurity and resilience of an entire sector at scale, to try and get as many people to really hit that sort of regulation and whatever is being mandated. That this is what we think we need to get you to that standard where we can start reducing that sort of systemic and organizational risk. But the challenge to that is that I don't know of any adversary who will sit there and go, I'm not going to attack them because they're ISO 27001 compliant. So regulation will only get you so far. And one of the dangers of regulation, and I saw it the first time I sort of started doing bits in the financial sector, which is it can drive a culture of compliance. And that's one of the dangers if you get that regulatory balance wrong. So I was speaking to a large international bank, to their cybersecurity team, and they said, look, we want you to come and help us and that sort of stuff, but before you do that, can you just sort out our compliance backlog? And it's like, oh God, okay. And it was a real, right, once we sort out that compliance backlog, the board might not talk about cybersecurity for 6 months. That's not helping. All right, so when you think about the regulation, it's got to be that collaborative piece, as Jamie's just said, but you've also got to make sure it's not driving a compliance culture. You've got to have a really strong cybersecurity culture throughout your organization. So it's not just people thinking about, I don't want to click that link. You've got everybody from the board all the way through to all of your organization, the CISO team, the cybersecurity team, the devs, everybody having that cybersecurity culture of we need to reduce our attack surface, find and fix our vulnerabilities, and keep evolving to stay ahead of the threat. That culture, combined with regulations, is where you want to be. But if you're trying to think your organization is secure because you're just meeting the regulations, that probably isn't enough.
Thanks, Pete, and that's a great point to end on. I think just reiterating that point about the collaboration that's required, that's come across a number of times, and I'm pleased that in the UK, I think there's a very good regulatory landscape in general. The conversation tends to be there, but we need to work more on that collaboration across our own organisation, creating a culture that works, create the processes that work to support that, but also to help us work across the sector and, as Pete said, beyond the sector and learn from others and work with government and regulation. So Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you so much, Peter. That's been absolutely fantastic. I hope you've all enjoyed it, and we'll now move to a break. Thank you.
Right, head off. I think you've got, it's not quite time for a break, but before we do that, no worries. Thank you very much, Pete, Carson, and Jamie, for a fantastic way of starting today. Some quite shocking statistics in terms of the number of breaches per day, the number of ransomware attacks, the 11 to 18 months before organizations even recognize they've been compromised, and some great insights on how to start dealing with those challenges in financial services. So thank you very much indeed, gentlemen. It's now my pleasure to introduce the first keynote panel of the day. I'll be introducing Simon Maple. Simon, are you here, ready to go? Perfect. Simon is Field CTO of SNCC, one of the leading cyber security companies in the industry. An extraordinary background in the industry, including credentials as a Java 1 rock star, which obviously is very rare. So Simon, I'm delighted to welcome you to the stage to talk about the state of application security in financial services. There we go.
Awesome, thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. It's actually quite nice to be here in front of people rather than my laptop screen. Last time I was in this building, I was actually abseiling off the side of it. So this is actually weirdly a far more comfortable position for me to be in today. But yeah, I'm going to get a little bit more specific in terms of security today and talk about application security. And over across the next 25 minutes or so, we're going to take a look at a number of different statistics from an earlier piece of research that we did, I think in May time. So if I can get my slides to switch. I've been hacked already. There we go. So, yeah, a little bit about myself as well. I was one of the authors who created this cloud-native application security survey. My background is very much in the engineering side. So I came through about 20 years or so of professional development, joining SNCC and more on the security side. So I'm very, very passionate about developers owning security, developers performing secure development as part of their job. And the cloud-native application security really took a look at some of the different pain points, the different processes that are happening day to day in many different organizations. We asked about 30 questions or so. As I mentioned, we launched it earlier this year and shared it across many social networks. We analyzed the data, and today I'm going to show you the general data as well as where financial services is either maybe sometimes a little bit better, sometimes a little bit worse, sometimes a little bit behind or ahead in various questions. So let's jump straight in, and we're going to talk about cloud-native adoption first. So this survey was really about when we think about how that transition that transformation occurs from more of the pre-cloud era into using clouds and containers and serverless functions and things like that, and how our posture changes and how we need to adapt. We wanted to first of all understand how much companies are investing in cloud and container technologies. So we asked a few questions. First of all, what percentage of your production environments are using these kind of technologies? And it actually quite surprised us how far adopted different production environments are. You can see here containers, almost 60% of production environments here using containers. Almost 80% are either using containers or serverless or a combination thereof. And half of production environments being deployed, being configured using IAC technologies. So there is a real maturity already around the adoption of these cloud-native technologies. I looked at the financial services part of the data, and approximately 10% of our respondents were from the financial services industry. And when we looked at that, surprisingly, this was actually very, very similar to the footprint of how financial services production environments look. One of the interesting things is around 10% in terms of where these are deployed. There was a 10% increase in on-prem, as you might expect, but everything else was largely quite similar. The next question we kind of asked was, well, why are people doing these transformations and moving into these more cloud-native environments? And we didn't expect necessarily security to be, up there as the leading reason why people would move across into a different architecture, but it was still there at a third, which is pretty significant. Some of the main reasons, and in fact, from the financial services point of view, the deployment velocity was about 12% higher than this figure, the more general figure. So people want to go there because it's faster, because it's easier to manage and easier to make your redeployments. That doesn't necessarily mean people don't care about security when they're moving across to cloud-native environments. So we can see here that 99% of companies recognized security still, obviously, as a key important piece to their posture. So let's now jump across to the incidents and concerns. So what are people actually experiencing, and where are they most concerned in terms of their new cloud-native deployments? First of all, the question we asked were, since moving across to a cloud-native environment, are you more concerned about your security posture, or are you less concerned? Do you not know, or has it not changed? And interestingly, around 4 times as many respondents said that they were increased concern. They had increased concern over their deployments than decreased. And in fact, that actually jumps up to 6 times when we just look at those from the FinServ aspect. So everyone had increased concerns, or largely increased concerns. When we think about what areas those increased concerns are, you can see that people really cared very much about things like misconfigurations, insecure APIs, known unpatched vulnerabilities as well. And I think as we go forward, and as our industry changes and developers do more and more, outside of what I was doing 20 years ago, writing some code and pulling in some third-party libraries, developers are now involved more in the container construction, more in infrastructure as code, creating Kubernetes configs, doing Terraform scripting. There are many, many more places in which developers can affect the security posture of our deployed applications, and as a result, it's harder to control. So there's a couple of things here, and this is where I'm kind of passionate about security being involved in developers from the start, because as developers are making changes to Terraform scripts or Docker containers, how are those changes being checked? And with the DevOps way of working, where we're pushing to production regularly, this isn't something we can do periodically. This is something that we need to infuse in that development process. Something that's easy to say, a lot harder to do, but these results as well, you can see we've split into high adopters and low adopters of cloud-native environments. And you can see, interestingly, high adopters and low adopters sometimes have different levels of concerns about different areas, including data leaks by insiders and malware as the two big ones there. Okay, so let's now switch across to where people are having incidents and whether that is actually similar to the concerns that people are having. Again, we can see that misconfigurations and known unpatched vulnerabilities are the 2 leading incidents that people had. And in fact, over half of respondents had either one of those 2, or potentially both. And this is a really interesting piece, because it's extremely important to actually make sure that where we're having our incidents is also where we're actually having our concern as well, and making sure that those are the areas that we're addressing. So with misconfiguration and known unpatched vulnerabilities being one of the big areas of headline makers where we're seeing people, breaches in third-party libraries, or S3 buckets being just laying around publicly available. These are the kind of things where a one-line piece of configuration, which very often is omitted by development teams or security teams, it's those tests and those checks that very often help us with these concerns. So when we look at fintech and financial services as well, we can see increased number of incidents across misconfigurations as well. And interestingly, one of the other questions that we asked about was around the tooling that people were using. And interestingly, IAC, infrastructure as code testing, which is very much where misconfigurations can arise from, that was an area that the financial services teams and groups seem to be investing a little bit less in, interestingly. So it's interesting that we see misconfigurations being a little bit higher on incidents there as well. So let's take a step back now and think about how when these digital transformations occur, our problem set changes. Now, if we look on the left-hand side, we have a pre-cloud deployment where I, as a developer, I would write some code in my IDE of choice. I would type away, import some third-party libraries. But then when I go to deploy that, I would typically pass it over to an operations team or a platform team. And they would create the stack underneath that application, which would support the application and allow it to run. If I wanted to open another port, or if I wanted to change the database schema slightly, I would be putting tickets in and getting different teams to do that on my behalf. On the right-hand side here, we can see what happens in the current cloud environment, whereby what the developer can touch, what the developer can configure, is greatly increased. If a developer wants to open a port or do something with their Docker container, they can just make a change and check their Docker container file back in. If a developer wants to make a change to a configuration file, Kubernetes config, Terraform script, CloudFormation, they make the changes and they check that in. So much more of that is now in Git repositories. It is part of the development workflow, and it's part of the AppSec issue. On the left-hand side, what we really needed was IT security solutions, where on the right-hand side, because we're going through developer flows, we need an AppSec solution to handle those cases. And when we look at incidents and when we look at threats in both of these, the threats are actually quite similar. If there's a port open on the left-hand side, it doesn't matter how it got opened, or if there's a port open on the right-hand side, it doesn't matter how it got opened, the attacker doesn't care. They care that the port is open, that they have access to a certain file system or whatever it is. The way we need to think about changing this is how we defend this and how we implement in our own processes the way in which the security testing, the security execution here is done. And what turns into the dev-owned scope versus other teams, you can see on the left-hand side, the dev tended just to be more caring about their own first-party code and third-party libraries, where on the right-hand side now, because of the additional scope that they have to work with to develop, that scope increases much, much more. Okay, so let's now talk about automation, which is a key piece of DevOps in general, which we need to include security in to help us build securely. So the first question we asked is, are you automated or are you manual in terms of your deployment flows? And the vast majority of people were automated to some degree, and around a third of people were entirely automated. And this is security testing as well as actually pushing applications to production. So what we did then was say, okay, for those of you who are entirely automated versus not at all, what are the benefits that you see from that? So we asked when people do their security testing. And it's quite significant here how you can see that anything pre-production or pre-deployment here has a significant increase in terms of the amount of security testing you do. And in fact, one of the areas that the financial services we noticed was reduced slightly in is source code repositories. So being able to test, connecting security tooling into your source code repositories and testing on pull request changes and testing as the team push code into those repositories. An interesting thing here on the left-hand side is the local development. And local development testing in your IDE of choice, where development teams would write code or a command line interface at a terminal, those are areas that are very, very hard to automate, and I would say almost impossible to get a developer to actually do that. However, when we see people who are entirely automated throughout the rest of the pipeline, we see almost developers doubling the chances of them actually using security testing in their development environments. So, a lot of what this is being able to push security into the mindsets of development teams, making it a part of their workflow through to production. The more you introduce security testing throughout that pipeline, the more likely a developer is to test something before they actually enter it into that pipeline. I remember when I started at IBM as a developer many years ago, and it was just at the time where unit tests were becoming cool and funky, and the idea of writing a unit test that you then pushed into a process and it broke later on, and you didn't want to be the person who broke that build. So as you add testing throughout the environment, you as a developer want to make sure that what you're doing early, where it's cheapest to fix, will actually pass through that. So security testing is no different. So when we think about how often people do security testing, automation, I think this one's a fairly obvious one, but it's great to see the numbers here supporting that. Automation is key in terms of if we want to add security testing into our DevOps pipelines, we need to make sure that security testing is automated throughout that workflow. And this is, of course, in our anything from kicking off API testing or perhaps introducing testing into our Git repositories, into our CI environments and so forth. On the converse side, monthly or less frequently in terms of our security testing. Yeah, if you're not automated, it's likely going to take that long, and that just plain doesn't fit into a DevOps workflow. So shift left is not enough. What do we mean by this? Shift left is not enough. We talk about shift left in terms of doing things earlier and security testing, pulling that earlier into the developer workflows. One of the core areas of shift left is really thinking about it from a timing point of view. When we do security testing, because if we do it earlier, it's cheaper for us. It's easier for the development teams to do that earlier. But it's not enough, because what we need to do, shift left doesn't empower. Shift left is just a timing thing. What we need to do is empower developers to not just take responsibility for running the tests, but give them the information they need and that responsibility, that authorization, that authority to actually make changes and go ahead and fix. So we care about like almost shifting down, giving the development teams the tooling, the culture information, the how they work with security teams to be able to make the right choices. And security teams enable developers to, through that workflow, to be able to develop securely. So this takes us to this next piece, which is who is responsible for security for your cloud native applications. And this was an interesting one because there's obviously going to be a shared responsibility here for security across different teams, but it's interesting to see who thinks they are the responsible for it. And you can see on the left-hand side here of these graphs, the purple bubbles, these are the responses from the development organization, the people who state to themselves as developers or in that organization. On the right-hand side, these are responses from security. So you can see here that developers thinks that whether it's DevOps or DevSecOps or development teams, a very, very large group there, developers 37%. So developers are saying, 37% of them are saying that they own the security of their cloud-native applications, which is a great sign. If you look from the security responses, that drops down to 10%. Okay, so it's a very, very interesting way of actually seeing developers who are kind of comfortable saying, look, what I code, I need to make sure I'm comfortable with. Not all developers will say that, and not all developers want to get too deep into security. Many, many developers just want to know enough of how can I securely code this application. From the security side, we see the IT security teams here, again, very, very much greater on the security responses for ownership versus the IT security team. In FinServ, in financial services, we see that exacerbated even more. So we say typically around 10% increase in numbers for the IT security teams and the application security teams, and the development teams actually reduces by around 10% or so. So it seems like in financial services, there is still more of a push of responsibility to the security teams, and that developer-first motion isn't necessarily getting as much traction in other markets. So in the previous session, there was a little bit of discussion about that kind of like the culture and a bit more about that collaboration. And this is another thing which I really care about a lot, particularly as a developer background. I care about when I want to talk to when I want to collaborate with another team, a security team, how can I best do that? Do I know the channels to do that? Do I know the right way that they can reach out to me? And one of the ways which we've seen work extremely well to bridge this gap and increase this collaboration is with security champions programs. And when we see development teams and security teams talk to each other, we very much see sometimes a kind of like them and us style, where when security team are talking to the development team, it's almost very much, you know, how are you doing this? Why are you not doing this? Here's a problem. And it's never necessarily a great dynamic. Development teams can get very defensive, and it sometimes can't work very well. But when we have security champions programs, a security champion is an individual in the development team. They're an engineer, but part of their job, 10, sometimes 20% of their job, is to enrich the development organization with different security processes and own those processes. And what we then see is very much a developer-to-developer discussion, where it's a developer trying to own and push process change and do different plans. So security champions is a really, for me, interesting way which can kind of bridge the gap between security teams and developer teams. And in terms of the caring, if we jump back to a previous question in terms of where are your concerns, interestingly, developers have just as much concern about security and about the changing security of their applications as the security teams themselves. So this isn't something which, you know, when we think about care, this isn't something developers don't want to necessarily do, but developers have huge amounts of different areas of work. And if the fastest way, the route of least resistance, if that isn't necessarily the best path, the right way of doing things, sometimes workarounds and, you know, developers will circumvent the right process. It's not something we can necessarily change, but we want to make security much more the right thing to do, the easy thing to do as well. So how does all of this actually help us at the end of the day? Now, when we look at the time to fix critical issues, we looked at this from an automation point of view. And we said, okay, for those people who are entirely automated, how fast can they actually make an effect? And when we think about measuring security and measuring our effectiveness, this is a great way of being able to measure that. When a security issue comes in, how fast can you resolve that? How fast can you actually eliminate that? And we see that people who have entirely automated pipelines are very, very fast. I think it's around 72% or a little bit higher in 1 day or less or a week. Okay, people who are not automated at all, you can see the numbers go far, far further to the right. In fact, don't know, even almost a third of people don't know how long it takes them to fix security issues. So automation at its core really enables us to not just identify where issues are, but allow us to react much, much quicker and make change much, much quicker. Also, one other thing about being entirely automated here is being able to identify issues. So being able to fix issues is great when you know an issue exists, but how long will these kind of vulnerabilities exist before we can even identify they're there? From the financial services point of view, it's actually quite a lot better in terms of the swing. 1 day or less actually increased by 5%, and the longer than a month decreased by 8%. So in terms of being able to react to critical security issues, we found financial services actually better positioned to do those kind of things. And that's everything I have. So thank you very, very much for listening. I'm also going to be on the panel straight after this, after the break. If you're interested in learning more about developer security and developer security platforms around AppSec, we have a booth just outside on the left-hand side. There's a whole ton of great folks who can work with you to see how Sneak can help you with that application security platform. Okay, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Simon, thank you for an outstanding presentation, highlighting the stark contrast between those that are automated and those are not. Please do take up Simon's offer to go and connect with him at the booth to find out more and to obviously get some more insights on how you can deal with the challenges you're facing in this area. And also, if you're actually online, please go to the virtual booth to get the same sort of information and engage in that way. Those of you who are here have now earned your coffees, so please do take a break. We're running 15 minutes behind schedule, but that's planned to make up for what's happened this morning. So hopefully see you back here in 25 minutes. Actually, you have a choice. You can either come back here and we'll be talking, or we have some more fantastic panel discussions talking about the latest cyber technology, followed by talks about cyber strategies. But we also have demos next door, which will also be streamed, so you also have a choice online for some of the latest solution provider offerings. So please have your coffees, make a choice, and we'll see you very soon. Thank you. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else that's joined us here in person and online. We're trying to get back on to time to help the people that are online. I know people here are quite happy to carry on networking, drinking coffee, and reconnecting, but we'll get back onto schedule, and that means we will now go on to the next schedule here. We have, of course, got the demos next door, so if you're online, you can actually, I think, flick between the two, but if you're here, you're here. And you made a good choice as well. This session will start off, we've got two fantastic panel discussions and a great keynote presentation. But we'll start off with a discussion based on the topic of deploying new technologies to create an active defense against cybercrime. So we have a fantastic distinguished panel. I'd like to welcome the chair, Dr. Ingolf Becker, who is a lecturer in security and crime science at UCL. Dr. Ingolf, if you would like to join us, please. Please do introduce yourself and welcome your panelists and ask them to introduce themselves and take it away for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you all for joining me. I am Ingolf Becker. I'm a lecturer in the Jill Dunde Institute of Security and Crime Science as well, where we research on anything security related and crime related, from counterterrorism to organized crime to cybercrime. And I have the pleasure of chairing this panel today with, well, these three people. Nick Ross from Sanderson House. Would you like to join me? You have all the long introductions and CVs on the website, so I'm not going to introduce you with too many names. And then Nick Ross. We have next, that was you, sorry, in Sahin. Is our second speaker from Federated Hermes International. And lastly, Simon Maple, who you've met already and who has got even more to share. Thank you. Yes, so I'm going to run this as quite an open session. So if you have questions, please use the app. So I'm sure you've been told this a few times already, the Brella app. At the bottom toolbar, there are 3 dots where you can then go to the Q&A session. And with a bit of luck, if the technology works and nobody puts, well, the wrong questions in here, they will appear on my device. So please do ask away our distinguished panel. Right. I'm going to sit down too. So this panel discussion is on deploying new technologies to create an active defense against a cybercrime. And of course, your organizations have lots of experience with these technologies and solutions to cybercrime. So let's start really with the first question. What do you think is the key area that, well, the key areas even that need to be addressed in order to develop a robust defense, active defense against cybercrime in your organizations? I'll start with you, Simon. So,
yeah, great question. And I'm going to, every time I get asked a question here, I'm probably just going to jump into the developer aspect to it, just because I'm the developer in the room. Sounds like a bit like the elephant in the room, right, doesn't it? But the developer in the room, yeah, from my point of view, what I see as one of the biggest challenges in terms of organizations being able to adapt to this is going to be the security team isn't ever going to be like a huge team. It's never going to expand so that it, at the same scale or rate as developer organizations, ops organizations, DevOps organizations. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we face is a cultural one. And I think organizations that are going to be best placed to improve their security posture, improve their security health, are going to be those that best adapt to the changes that are happening in the way we develop and the way we deploy our software. So I think those organizations that can instill security into DevOps teams, into developer teams, particularly from an AppSec point of view, of course, I think those are going to be best positioned in terms of when they're deploying new technologies and things like that. So for me, it's the developer angle and introducing security earlier.
Well, that does sound a lot like, well, behavior change and cultural change rather than technologies.
Yeah, and I think, you know, certainly it's the hardest thing to fix. And as technologies do change, like in my presentation earlier with cloud native technologies, as technologies do come in, they either do three things. They either mitigate risk, they introduce new areas of risk, or they just shift risk very, very slightly from one problem to another problem. And I think in terms of understanding where risk moves from one place to another, I think it's understanding in the organization culturally how we as different teams can affect that. So, moving to a containers technology is a good example. It completely changes the way the organization inside develops and delivers software. And unless security can also change with that organization, you have developers, you have DevOps teams and others that aren't on the right page when delivering software in the same way.
So that was the, developer angle.
My developer angle, yeah.
Ines, what do you think?
Well, I'm going to second the culture aspect. I also find that it is probably the key challenge in securing things. Apologies if I will use a couple sort of martial arts analogies, but sort of in martial arts, the fight is not against the opponent, it's the internal struggle. And I find in security, it's pretty much the same thing. It's often not the fight against the hackers, but against the internal friction to get the right resources, to get the right support, so that you can enable all those smart and brilliant individuals who work in IT, who work in information security, so that you can use all those brilliant technologies, the cutting edge stuff, until you get the support and the buy-in and the commitment throughout the organization. Well, you can't really do much with it. So that for me is always the biggest emphasis. So I can sort of get the buy-in from the organization at all levels, not just the senior management level, but also the frontline engineers who work alongside the InfoSec people. So that if we have the right tools, if we have the right resources, if we have the right funds to actually invest into security, well, the whole thing needs to come together with people, process, and technology.
So why do you think that is such a struggle? You struggle to
good
get it by, and is the technology not there yet? Is it that you have to prove that it is worth the money, or?
Well, I think the elephant in the room is, we talk about this all the time, it's security versus user convenience. And I'm a security professional. 10 minutes ago, I was trying to reset my password for an app, and it was frustrating. It's still there, and you have to understand that people are still, bogged down by this in the organization. And there's also, I think it's getting less and less. I think as an industry, we're getting better at actually improving the user convenience elements through some developments in technology. I mean, I'm a big fan of mobile application management, for example, and BYOD, but a tangent. I think the historical baggage of people having suffered through clunky technology and clunky IT, it's just a cultural thing, and culture doesn't change overnight.
Yeah, thank you. Right, and Nick?
I think, certainly I would echo a number of the comments that have been made. I mean, I think certainly, culture is always going to sit at the center of any change, evolution within a business. Saunderson House are a financial services organisation, and my role is around the whole technology enablement piece, including security and other areas, sit under my responsibility, my team's elements of delivery. And actually, I think when you're looking at this from a cultural perspective, when you're looking at this from an organisational point of view, it is looking at it as an enabler. And trying to identify where those business benefits associated with security come into play. And I think if you're able to do that, then it makes it ultimately a better understood position from a business perspective. And certainly that's where I've focused my attention with the boards and other committees that I've had to engage in this, to help them understand where the risks sit, as we were speaking about before, as an overall firm, and ultimately where we should be focusing our priorities. And to me, that's very much so around a multifaceted approach. The reality is, as we all know, it's never a question of if there's going to be a security breach. It's a question of when there is going to be a security breach, and making sure that you can demonstrate when it's appropriate to do so, that you've taken a sensible, appropriate, prioritised approach associated with the activities that you have undertaken with your team, with your resources, with your budget allocation, to focus in the areas which present highest levels of risk to you and your organisation and your firm. So I think there are a few factors there, and we could talk about it for the next half an hour or so, I'm sure. But just in summary, there's a few considerations there that I would certainly factor into that.
So it's not so much about deploying new technologies per se, it is actually the technologies that work and actually fit into the organization. Absolutely, and every organisation is going to be different. And I think it is about, as technologists, and there'll be, I'm sure, a number in the room physically and virtually today, we all get excited by the new toys. Let's not lose sight of that. But I think it's incredibly important to make sure that the business skew is put across that the latest sales pitch that we've received, the latest tool that's gone out there, is not necessarily in the business's best interest when you're looking at it from an overall risk perspective and priority point of view. And it is just being able to take that step back sometimes and making sure that you're able to apply that correctly. And that it fits into what the organization actually wants to achieve. I mean, I've researched a couple of organizations and worked with them, and there we found that often new technologies just get abandoned because they are not suitable for what is actually needed. So it's going to be interesting. How do you think AI fits into that, AI and machine learning?
To me? Yeah, absolutely. Let's kick off. AI and machine learning, I think it's got fantastic potential, and I think there's already a number of use cases, and I'm not going to mention products and vendors, but there are a number that I'm sure we're all aware of that have got some really good early stages evolution of that. And ultimately, part and parcel of the challenge with security can be around quantums of information and being proactive, not reactive, when we've got that information being provided to our SOCs and everything that sits around that. And I think if you look at that from an AI and machine learning perspective, ultimately it can only start to reduce the risk associated with those key areas that it's working in. But it needs to go through that continual evolutionary journey. And like I said, I think we're relatively early doors in terms of actually being able to take full advantage of what I'm sure will become a very, very powerful and almost standardized tool set in the future.
Ennis?
Well, obviously AI is a powerful emerging technology, and it's going to be a great tool for the defensive side of security as well as the offensive side of security. Recently, I was listening to a podcast with Lex Friedman, who's an AI scientist, and Jocko Willing, who's a retired Navy SEAL, and they were talking about the use of AI within military operations. And they were talking about giving the autonomy to AI when it comes to pulling the trigger. And in Western countries, because there's less risk appetite towards collateral damage, countries are still hesitant towards sort of doing that, and there's always a human operator who makes the decision. Whereas in some other countries where there's higher appetite towards collateral damage, they're using the technology to its full potential, or I should say at least they're more willing to push the envelope. So from a defensive perspective, I suspect we will have less appetite for false positives, because if the wrong email is blocked, if the wrong TCP stream is disconnected, if the wrong server is disconnected from the network, there's going to be a lot of noise in the business. Yeah. Whereas from an offensive perspective, depending on how stealthy you want to be, if you don't really care about stealth, you can just push the envelope and really try to take advantage of the technology to its fullest potential, regardless of the collateral damage. So in that regard, I fear if the hackers are going to have the edge on us.
Yes, I mean, for after analysis after the fact, machine learning and AI and data science tools will probably be very powerful. But yeah, in active deployment in defenses, what is your developer view of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we're still a few years out to see it, really come in any force here. But I absolutely love it. I think it's a really good way of looking at things. One of the big issues, in fact, let's take it a step back. One of the core things that we want to do within our organizations is year on year, month on month, quarter on quarter, make our security posture better. Okay, one of our core goals that we want to measure ourselves on is how can I improve from this month to next month. And I think one of the biggest things around that is, well, we obviously need to make changes to our applications or our infrastructure or how we're deploying. And there is so much noise and so little signal in so much of the information that we have that's given to us, whether developers or other parts of the organization, it's very hard to understand, okay, what is the piece, if I have 10 hours this week to focus on security, what should I focus that time on? And I think it's really, really important, particularly with AI and ML ways of looking through the data and identifying, trying to bubble up to the top. What is the core thing I need to work on right now? Where is my highest risks? And I think from my developer point of view, I think you were alluding to it, the developer frustrations that come when if you was to give a developer, in the old days where we kind of say, here's an audit before you go to production, and it's like pages and pages of issues that developers need to sift through, and it just plain doesn't work. And so what we need to do is really eliminate as much of that noise as we possibly can. And in fact, at Sneak, we created a SaaS tool recently, which it has an ML core. And the way it learns and identifies rules, which we still, as humans, look at, identify and say, yes, this is correct, or no, it's not, or do a number of cycles to actually create this rule set, that's what eliminates the false positives. And it's a new way of doing SaaS. And I think the approach, both in our overall identification of risk and threat across our organization, as well as the tools we use, it's going to come in multiple ways, but it's a really exciting thing to be added into security posture.
Mm-hmm. Actually, a question from online, or from the room, I don't actually know. Do you think that the technology is ready, is already strong enough to adopt for this new hybrid working environment that we're in? I mean, moving away from perimeter defenses, which is of course very 90s in a sense, or 2000s. But do you think the hybrid environment gives you new challenges here?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely does. Equally, you see a lot of people who as a result of having dispersed offices or moving from place to place, they also think about security a little bit more because they need to identify, think a little bit more about what they're doing. It absolutely brings additional risk for sure. I absolutely think so.
Do you want to add anything, Hennis?
Yeah, I agree with Simon. It is a challenge. I feel like part of the challenge is managing the change, because if you have a greenfield implementation where you said, okay, this is the new lay of the land, this is how my organization is going to adopt hybrid working, you could set everything up from the ground up. Well, this is not rocket science. It's doable. The technologies are out there, but I think the challenge is, well, most organizations are trying to manage a big change in terms of culture, operating environment, technologies, and all of these things trying to come together. There's a lot of friction, there's a lot of challenge, and lots of issues to be navigated.
Yeah, I think culturally is a really important point, because when you are all located in the same office, and the security team and dev team, albeit, I don't know, on different floors or whatever, you can walk over to a developer team or sit down as part of their code review or do some threat modeling with the team or something. It just makes it so much harder when that's separated, because you just lose that water cooler moment or just chatting with different people. So I think the culture of having people in the same place and having those conversations that aren't necessarily as forced, I think that's one of the core things that's missing.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's been research on security champions and how they coped in the pandemic, because their role was usually very much on the ground.
Yes, yeah, no, that's true, and I think it also depends on the programs themselves, because very often you still have those meetups or chats with those different groups, and I think those programs that effectively have people that are running them well and still bring people together, it can still continue, but I think the growth of the champions programs probably maybe stutters a little bit.
I mean, we work in a domain where when there is a breach, I mean, as an academic, my work is public anyway, so it gets published and it is there to be public. And as a software developer, you have software that is, of course, if you lose the source code, that wouldn't be great, but it wouldn't be quite the same impact as if a financial institution has a big data breach that could bring an organization down. So your view is probably quite different, Nick.
I think it comes back down to the individual organisation. You're right, different sectors, different organisations will have different perspectives on this overall piece. For us as a firm, we'd taken a fundamental philosophy that meant security was baked in from the ground up. And actually, when the pandemic came along and we shuttered our offices down, as a lot of organisations did, and all of our staff went to work from home, from an overall security risk from a cyber perspective, it didn't actually increase our risk profile. So our offices are actually delivered in the same way as a remote user will be delivered today. So we were fortunate from that perspective, forward planning. I'd like to say it was all done with forward planning, but of course there's an element of consideration in terms of the technology strategy that we took alongside that. But like I said, we definitely always baked security in by design. A key part of that for us, and again it's unique for each individual organisation, is the consideration of virtual desktop infrastructures, which is what we utilise. And that is a significant enabler to that flexibility from a security perspective and making sure that our data never actually physically leaves our data centres. So we haven't got that consideration around the cloud, the public cloud as it were, the considerations around the local movement of data, as some organisations obviously did have and I'm sure still do during this process. But I think ultimately, I think if we look at the remote working and hybrid model that I suspect the high majority of certainly office-based businesses are going to have moving forward, there's got to be lessons that can be taken from those organisations who have been working in that way for a long time. And if we look at the international businesses, the businesses that significantly outsource to remote locations, whether they be around Europe, Australasia, wherever it may be, they've been working in that way for a long time. And the cultural considerations, whether they be around security, whether they be around working practice, etc., are things that I think we're all going to be able to take opportunities to learn from and potentially downscale to the size and shape of organisation that we are. So I don't think it's necessarily something which is new, but maybe some of the existing lessons that have been taken from other organisations can be applied to us in a different way.
I mean, I think the panel is quite, or the four of us are quite, come from very diverse organizations that manage it very differently. I mean, your developers in your organization, they don't use remote desktops or VPNs, do they?
No, I mean, we obviously have, we have customer data, we have our source, which obviously means a lot to us in equal amount. But yeah, I mean, we'll have different VPNs and things to access various things like that. But yeah, it's I think it's a different approach or a different problem slightly.
And how machine learning fits into various of these aspects is very interesting, as the intrusion detection models can really do work, I think. Another question online is teaching staff how to be more aware of cyber attacks just as important as implementing the latest tech? And I think we have already kind of touched upon that a few times, that unless you really get your technology integrated in a business so that an ordinary user can use it and is aware of its benefits and its costs, then you will struggle. So, I mean, okay, there might be technology which is entirely in the back end, but
yeah, I mean, maybe I'll comment on that if that's okay. I mean, I think for me, the education and culture of the organisation is critical, but it's almost the last line of defence. So if you think about it from a threat vector perspective, we've all got lots of layers of protection in place, whether we think about them as individual technologies or whether we think about them overall. So that ultimately, an external party coming into the organisation is hopefully technically stopped before they can actually reach the end user or the data or whatever else it may be. And the same thing in terms of some of the internal processes. But ultimately, people, even with machine learning and AI at this point in time, people are always going to be the last line of defense. Somebody will see something if it looks wrong, and you'd hope that as part and parcel of the education process you take them through, they will either take the appropriate step to stop that, or ultimately they will report it to somebody so that they can look into that in further detail. And a good example of that is email. You follow the route of email through, it should go through many different layers before it reaches the end user to actually open up an attachment which could contain ransomware, potentially, and release it into the environment. So education, absolutely, I'm a massive advocate of it, and I think it's an imperative part of security. But ultimately, it's supporting and acting as that last line of defence.
interesting because I tend to see the human element of security as the first line of defense, and technology almost picking up the slack. And when it comes to user education, we focus a lot on phishing and email-based threat vectors. I think about a project manager who bypasses the security review, an engineer who bypasses the change management process. I feel like the education is probably going to be a bit more impactful when it comes to stuff like that. I mean, phishing, there's only so much training you can do, and then there's only a level of awareness people will have during the day when they're busy, ton of stuff happening. Even if you have the daily security awareness training, if you're busy, your wife's on the phone, something going on, you can just click on an email. It could happen, right? From an awareness point of view, I would like to focus efforts on corporate level awareness, as in what are the processes that you should follow, what's the sensitivity of the data that you are working with. Are you aware that it's your data, not InfoSec's data? Are you aware of your responsibilities when it comes to working with data, working within a governance structure? And then technology is sort of in the background, just picking up slack when people make errors. Change management. Well, you haven't actually received approval from so-and-so. It's almost like supportive, at least from my perspective.
I think it's a mixture of the two, because they're both the first and the last defense.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, despite being at a panel and not wanting to agree with two people that are disagreeing, both of you, maybe I should just disagree with both of you then, just to make it a bit interesting. I think there are different types of education that some of which can be first line, some of which we can be last line. So to take the developer stance again, me as a developer, I don't care about deep security. Right, so I don't want to know the ins and outs of security. What I do want to know about is secure development. And the two, security and secure development, should be treated as different things. So me as a developer, I want to deliver some code, or I want to deliver my feature. I want to do it in a secure way, but I don't want to know about everything there is to know about security. Now, we very often as organizations give out huge amounts of security education that no one wants to do. It's quite dull, and you end up just clicking through and then filling out your best guess answers and hitting finish. That's great as a general security, and it works well for people who are security curious, people who want to know those kind of things. But when a developer is, let's say a developer switches to containers or server, or let's say containers, there is an insecure default there, maybe. How is a developer going to find that insecure default? Is it because they're going to think back to their training, or is it because they have something that tells them that insecure default exists, and then using secure development practices goes ahead and fixes it? So I think we need a general level of security education as our first line of defense, so that we are aware as to potential risks and things like that. But then I think we need this last line of defense whereby things get flagged to us, and whether we use tooling or other things, code reviews, those kind of things to flag those, and then education at the time to say, here is a specific issue that you've got, here is some education on it so you can read up and learn a little bit about it, and this is how you can fix it. And I think that's how you get the kind of like, the last line of defense against, this is about to go out and we need to fix it, or you're writing something insecure here.
I mean, your employees are probably the most important asset of the organization, so they deserve to be treated that way, and they can make the difference.
And your role is going to determine things differently as well, and your interests. There are going to be those people who have got an absolute interest in this from a personal perspective, from a corporate point of view, whatever else it may be, and they're going to be absolute advocates of it, and they're definitely going to be the people who are going to be maybe thinking about that from a first line perspective. But you've also got those who are less interested, and actually are just going to want to have that core foundation. And I think, again, from an educational perspective, it's making it personally relatable. And actually, I think when we've gone through our education programs, that's been one of the key things that's made more people engage with it. If I do this at home, actually it's going to improve my overall personal security and considerations. The fact that it's got a knock-on impact from a corporate perspective, I think is almost for some people by the by, which is an interesting dynamic.
Just coming in. What is your view on awareness versus training? What do you consider the benefits of awareness, or is awareness just a buzzword that leads to more substantial development and substantial teaching? Anyone strong views on it?
I'm happy to comment on anything at the end of the day, so I'm here. I think you've got to have a fundamental understanding and awareness of why security is important. And then ultimately, I think the training elements associated with that maybe become more specific, maybe pick up on specific areas that are relevant, again, to your role, to your individual, to your firm, to your regulatory needs, et cetera. But ultimately, if you don't understand what you're learning about from a core awareness perspective, you've got no context. And I think that's why awareness is supported by training. And of course, training builds a degree of awareness as well. So you can't have, it's almost a chicken and egg question to a degree.
I've done research with a colleague on software developers in a much more agile way of delivering security training to them. And we found that actually most employees of an organization, even not just the developers, were very much aware of what the potential risks were, and but didn't actually understand how their role fitted into that protecting thing. So it's kind of enabling the individuals very much to deliver to something. So it's not just, I personally don't like the term awareness because it just seems to shout at people, here, be aware of something, but it doesn't actually allow you to do something and do something effective.
Yeah, and that was kind of what I was going to pick up on. Awareness is great, but it's like if you leave the room and say, "Oh, can you watch that pan of boiling water?" The awareness there is just to watch that pan of boiling water boil dry, right? That's awareness. But the training, the actual actionable thing that you want to improve on, that's ultimately what you need the training for. So the awareness, I agree, the training follows the awareness. So it's like having awareness into where issues exist, into almost like dashboards of what you need to, where your risk and where your pain points are. The training backs that up, and the right level of, I think it was mentioned here earlier, in terms of when you educate, it needs to be education that the person who is learning from can actually relate to. So if it's a developer or a DevOps person or a platform person or a security person, it needs to be training dedicated to that person so they can relate to it and they can understand what they need to understand. Otherwise, trainings are just can be very, very ineffective.
I feel we're leaving the topic of the panel discussion a little bit. We've not talked about technologies very much. Do you think a technology plays a role in this training, or?
I personally do. I mean, I think understanding where your risk can come from. Let's take an example of something like a serverless technology versus a container or cloud technology. If you look at something that's serverless, you have different risk areas to that. So if something's serverless, your operating system is handled by a vendor potentially. Your network security is handled by a vendor. A lot more is taken care of. So you need to understand when using a technology where your risks for that technology are going to exist and what is effectively a shared responsibility between you and a vendor. So if you take Lambdas, for example, what does the developer or what does you as the person pushing that into production need to care about? And I think technology absolutely plays a part in that, not just from what you're putting out, but from the other side, how you're going to remediate, how you're going to, if there is a security issue, what do you need to do? So with containers, they're very easy to spin up and just pull things down, create new containers, spin things up. It affects the training as well in terms of what we need to do when issues exist. So technology is a big part of that.
That's more the technology in the implementation side, but not so much in the training and in the education and in the actually active defense of it. Mm-hmm. Like technologies that give just-in-time training, I guess. Actually, I'm not familiar with many vendors on that topic at all.
Awareness training, just maybe to comment on it before we move on to the technology element, but I feel like awareness and training, the difference is knowledge versus skills. And with skills, I don't necessarily mean the skills of knowing how to do a pen test, whatever, but the skills of having the instinct to default to a security way of doing things. And you made a great point, which made me think, well, we don't really utilize technology to enforce behaviors and to build skill. So I'm just thinking about some of the email products that I use. You use the word attachment, you haven't attached the file. pop-up that says, well, please remember to do that. I wonder if there are things that could be explored in this sort of space to sort of reinforce certain things that could sort of push people towards building those instincts or behaviors or skills. Very interesting point.
Just a reminder that you have put 500 people in the to address list. Do you want to move them to the BCC field? Would probably solve a lot of problems, yeah.
Technology and training, I think, go hand in hand, quite honestly. And I think actually, and we've done a lot of work in this area over the last few years. I think it can fundamentally change your engagement and your culture if you get it right, and again, make it appropriate. But the technology tools that have enabled for that to occur, I think, are evolving rapidly. And there's quite a number of vendors out there who offer some really good products now. And by that, if we go back in time, and maybe some of your organisations are still doing this, you'd end up going through your standard annual, maybe refresher, computer-based training tool with a series of 10 questions that within a few days everybody would know the answers to, and they'd be sharing amongst themselves, and you wouldn't really be learning anything from that. And then come a few weeks later, a lot of people have forgotten it. Now those types of almost, dare I say it, sheep dip approach to tick a box and maybe meet with a regulatory requirement or whatever else may be required, I don't think are conducive to modern technology and modern ways of thinking. There are a number of tools out there now which really make it much more engaging, much more personable, much more regular, much more tailored. And actually, when you build up a profile associated, and this is where technology I think is very powerful from a training perspective, build up a profile associated with the user's education, where their strengths and their weaknesses are, and you can focus your training associated with where that individual needs their roles to align with a specific skill set, and they're showing a weaker area, and the tool does it by itself. Brilliant. And there are tools out there now that are starting to do that. So I think that's where technology becomes a true training enabler.
I'm not aware of those technologies or of those vendors, so if you're one of them, I would like to know about it. More from an academic interest, but it sounds like very revolutionary. Thank you for all the questions, online and in person. I am scrolling through them and trying to find those that suit the conversation best. But on this topic, actually, have you been overwhelmed by any of the new technologies, or that you've been approached with, or that have been pitched at you? And is there some things that where you actually, how do you approach sometimes these very elaborate, very complex technologies that people want to sell you?
I think for me, it's a question of business case and understanding, and it comes back down to that original assessment. Understanding as a business, where do your risks sit? There's always going to be somebody out there who's going to have a new idea, a new fandangled technology, which is absolutely superb, and I'm sure we could always make a business case for it. But ultimately, you need to understand again where your risk sits, and then it's about shopping for what you need. Yes, of course, keep an eye out in terms of what's going on and what the evolving technologies and the evolving threat landscape looks like. This space is almost like an arms race. I think somebody described it to me once upon a time, and it's a fair point, it is. So of course, it's always good to keep a watching brief on that, but ultimately just keep an eye on what you truly need as a business and where your risks are exposed, and focus your attentions there, not on what the new fandangled tool may be and the salesman has tried to sell you.
Enes?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's difficult because there are lots of new technologies, and some of them could be quite revolutionary, all of a sudden become the industry standard. EDR, I mean, 10 years ago, EDR wasn't really a thing. Now it is, it's like antivirus. Everyone's got EDR. But how do you pick up on a new technology that's going to become the new norm early enough and start the adoption? How do you get the buy-in? How do you explain it to the people who are going to actually fund the rollout of that technology in your organization, to say, look, this is not just the latest and greatest, but this is actually going to be the thing? Yeah, maybe I'm too focused on the bean counters, but I feel like that solves a lot of issues. If you can get the buy-in from those individuals, if you can get them on the case, then the rest becomes a relatively simpler challenge.
I mean, security, you only see the value to it when things go wrong. So if your technologies work correctly and nothing goes wrong, then you have to, a difficult case in some cases to, well, justify that investment. So is it just hype? How much hype do you think is there? I mean, in the software development thing, there's so many new things coming along all the time.
Yeah.
How do you decide?
Well, yeah, it's a great question, and I think that the speed at which I really like the business case is there's got to be a business case for a tool, and I think the speed at which you adopt security technology needs to match the speed at which you're adopting technology as an organization. So if you're adopting different technologies, in your production environments, etc., then you need to be able to almost match that either with existing tools that you have or identify gaps that you have with the new technologies in terms of, okay, how can I, like a lot of people adding infrastructure as code technology, big gap for misconfigurations. Is that a gap that we're handling now? If not, we need to create a business case and we need to identify how we can mitigate that risk. So one of the things that we see a lot is many of our customers very, very keen on consolidation. So getting the right tools, but if you can get 4 tools from a single vendor, it doesn't just make it easier from a kind of like a vendor list point of view, but from an adoption point of view of the actual users of that tool, the fact that they've got similar UIs, the fact that they've got similar experiences, that can help a lot as well. Plus, obviously, you have that any trust that you build up, it grows across products. So I think from the technology point of view, consolidation is very important, but also, yeah, very much that finding the use case, the business case needs to be there.
Now, what do you see as the new rising threats that are coming and into your organizations? I mean, ransomware is not a rising threat really anymore. It's rising, but it has been there for a long time. Do you see anything new on the horizon that worries you?
I think we can see growth in certain areas. Nothing that's revolutionary. I mean, I think that there have been a number of supply chain risks, not just in libraries that we've seen in third-party packages, as an example, but beyond that, supply chain issues go way beyond open source libraries, and we've seen a number, including one of Microsoft's most well-used IDE, luckily it was a security researcher that found it, but as a potential problem in the actual software that developers are writing code in. I think supply chain issues are definitely a growing threat. Other than that, I think areas which, as I mentioned previously, are doing a shift from one group to another. I harp back on misconfigurations. It's a massive risk that isn't an overly complex problem to at least get awareness of. I think misconfigurations, as well as supply chain, are two very fast increasing issues that we need to challenge.
Do you have anything to add? What do you think?
Second, Simon, on supply chain risk management. I think it is going to be a hot topic for especially financial services industry, where we are having more and more reliance on certain big tech companies for their cloud environments, and Microsoft. The hack that they suffered with their Exchange environment, and the SolarWinds hack earlier this year, again, to just demonstrate the extent of this problem and the difficulty in tackling the problem. It's not so much about emerging attack vectors on specific technology, but just the fact that you rely on these third parties, and operational due diligence processes can mitigate risk to a certain extent, but when there are good products, good vendors that is the industry sort of leader, and there's going to be more and more organizations going towards them, they become attractive targets. So
yeah, especially if the diversity disappears and people use the same monoculture in all organizations, then yeah, I know a lot of people that argue for more diversity in back-end infrastructure, in software and cloud providers, in email providers.
Two very quick things from me. I think And I'm not necessarily saying reflective of us as a firm, but just as an overall threat vector for all of us. One is around internal threat. Ultimately, attackers will always go for the softer link, the softer shell, if you like, and that is clearly a factor that needs to be considered. And I think the other thing that we need to be mindful of is we're all putting a lot of data into the cloud, a lot of systems and reliance upon a small number of dedicated suppliers, which is great, and there's a lot of benefits associated with that. But also, if there's a compromise associated with that may mean that a lot of us have an issue in one hit, as opposed to smaller, discrete pillows of activity. So I think that's something else we just need to be mindful of. Not that anything's happened, but who knows what the future holds.
Well, thank you, Nick, Ennis, Simon. That concludes our panel discussion on developing new technologies to create an active defense against cybercrime. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for another very thoughtful presentation, and thank you for sharing such fantastic expertise and sharing your views and insights. Clearly underlies the fact that deploying technology requires getting the training and the culture right as much as it does developing and adopting the right technology itself. It's my pleasure now to introduce the next keynote presentation, which is based on the topic of new strategies for cyber investment, a CFO perspective. It's my pleasure to welcome back Jamie Gerber from IronNet Technologies. Jamie, welcome.
Great. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, again. So this talk today is for the Chief Information Security Officers, CFOs, and board members who may recently or certainly in the near future be making perhaps one of the most consequential decisions in your career. And that is not only about the question of the tools that you've deployed for your teams, but how they're using them. So while I'm currently CFO at IronNet and have the CFO's perspective and have a daily visibility into the kinds of threats that are affecting each of your organizations, I've also had the privilege of serving as the CFO of the U.S. national pensions insurer, the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation. And while that isn't quite as large with our $50 billion of assets under management as, say, the Bank of England, closed captioning shows recognition of Jamie of greatness, that we nevertheless took our responsibilities very seriously for stewardship and risk management. And lastly, I've had the privilege of serving for the last 5 years retired General Keith Alexander, founder of IronNet, who was the longest serving director of the National Security Agency, the first commander of U.S. Cyber Command, and importantly, the very first commander who was charged with not only defending the U.S. Department of Defense and its various assets, but also of the entire nation. So think about that challenge and that charge. I'd like to bring those three perspectives together for you today. So if I could have next slide, please. Great. So if I accomplish nothing else today, what I want you to do is think differently about how you're approaching this most important concept in cyber defense. The first point I'd like you to consider is why haven't we applied some well-established wisdom of the ages in cyberspace? We do need technology, that's for sure, but is it the right technology to do the job? We'll talk about that in a few minutes. We also need formations, not just good skills in our teams, good position players, yes, we do need those, but it's really about how we meld them together in teams to form a greater whole. Consider in particular that our current model, which is built on for a range of understandable reasons, on a defend in isolation strategy. We talked about this in a panel earlier today, And think about the way your organizations address this question of how are you asked to defend. You are asked to defend yourselves first, and maybe you have a few friends. That is a model that needs to change. It also only works if you're large enough to field and pay for an entire team all by yourselves. So perhaps I can look for a show of hands around the room in terms of the number of organizations that feel that you have enough resources today to field an entire team all by yourself. All right, well, no hands please, because I think we all know the answer to that question. Well, consider as well our national cyber defenders. Remember Keith Alexander's perspective and how well you are equipping them to help you. They are the offense for all of us, and we need to consider all the ways that we can help them to operate better. To put this in perspective, let's use an air traffic control analogy to compare how we work together in cyberspace today and how actionable, keep that thought in mind, our exchanges most often comparatively are. So, air traffic control, British Airways 529 Heavy, pilot of a de Havilland has radioed takeoff from within 20 miles of your position 90 minutes ago. Be advised to look out for that possible traffic. Compare that with how the interaction actually occurs today. Air traffic control, British Airways 529 Heavy, please be advised of de Havilland traffic at 2 o'clock, 5 miles your position, descending westbound through 12,000 feet. Now the first provides notice to others only if the pilot decides to let others know. Helpful, but not very timely, and not really specific enough to be usefully actionable. The latter is built on a regular, automated radar set of updates of air movements, regardless of whether any of those movements are of immediate interest to others or not. But they do become immediately actionable and immediately relevant when you happen to be in the proximity. So you can't be waiting to inform others until you've decided it's worth them hearing about it. In fact, this in air traffic control is available to even the very smallest planes that have a Mode C transponder on them, and that information is delivered directly into the cockpit. So, why is it that that air traffic control works this way, but we don't defend in cyberspace this way? Let me also let you consider another analogy, and this one perhaps a little closer to home. Let's take a typical mid-sized bank with an information systems and cyber team of, say, 10 people. Data is getting more dispersed and is growing exponentially each year across more and more applications. Digitally based services are increasing your attack surfaces, and they continue to proliferate even as your CFO, resemble that remark, says no more headcount. More importantly, the sophistication of the attack tools and teams coming against you and the ways that they can disrupt or compromise your banks and their operations get more devious and dangerous by the year. Your team is working as hard as they can to keep up using current defend in isolation approaches and just simply are not keeping up. And then there's the 10-person team at the bank just down the road. Same situation, same overwhelmed group, same suboptimal outcomes. And so on for the rest of the 90 like-sized banks across the country. Now, consider if all of those teams had the technology to enable them to work together, benefiting from the awareness of when they're working on events in common, automatically maintaining that picture, and as each works through problems, immediately enabling the others to quickly action like events. That is 900 people working together, bringing their specialties to bear, while at the same time working in a data-protected way to better enable the national cyber defenders to do their jobs. Does that sound like team play? A better way? Well, yes. Cyber defense is a team sport, and companies need to think and act that way, and most importantly, to equip their teams to play it that way. Cross-indexed hunt, detection and response, These are all things that are important in real time. Next slide, please. All right. So so the first thing to be doing after applying a little bit of ancient wisdom is to listen to the experts. So the insurers are out there. I've cited Marsh as one of their examples, their Cyber Catalyst program, but there are many others in the insurance industry that are out there setting up standards of ways to go about solving this problem differently. Likewise, take a look at executive orders. I shared a panel this morning with one of the leaders here in the UK in setting up some frameworks that are going to make a difference in how companies and agencies go about their cyber defense. So take a look at some of these themes here. Continuous verification of the operational picture, multi-source information, comprehensive security monitoring, coordinated system security automation, ability to engage across cross-index cyber hunt detection and response. These are all things that I think are important elements to a cybersecurity stack and a set of methodologies that meld them all together for an advanced cyber defense of today. Next slide, please. All right, so you as a Chief Information Security Officer get it, but does your CFO get it? Well, first of all, you need to know that we are on the same side, equally charged in our duties with assessing and investing our company's resources, not only in properly countering and mitigating risks to our success, but also to maximizing our investment in achieving our company or agency's mission. We are on the same side. Let me also introduce you to how we're thinking about the investment requests as you come to us. We'll often think about them in three buckets. This is built around maximizing a key differentiating factor essential to advancing our mission. On the left side, that would be a differentiating cost. And for most of you, depending on your company or agency's mission, even your most strategic cyber investments and realignments will not fall in this category. On the other extreme, over on the right-hand side, we're assessing whether the request is necessary, but is essentially a commoditized spend. Antivirus, firewall, endpoint, and even, I will argue, Suricata-based systems focused on known behavioral indicators fall into this category, which is to say, most of your cyber spend today. It's in the middle category that really gets my interest as a CFO. Use it judiciously, but where applicable, you must be bold in articulating it and indeed using it. For spending in this category, I suggest that the types of strategic and realigned spending that we're talking about today should fall here. This requires consideration of two important elements to determine what the right amount of spend should be. Does that amount directly support an essential operating outcome, an enabling, though not differentiating business objective? And more importantly, for the proposed amount of spend, does it meet the thresholds of performance? Now, this is the one where the rub really occurs and where your expertise is most essential in making sure to connect those dots for you with your ask and you with your CFO. It is in this latter area, indeed, where the breakdowns occur the most, where a threshold of performance is being articulated, but is not sufficient to be up for the job. So that's a hard question that you need to make sure that as a requester you've asked, because I, as the CFO, am going to be asking that question. I'll explore the elements of what would constitute sufficiency for this strategic set of cyber investments in just a moment. So let me make sure to focus on this being an importantly different category and that you think about using it at the right times. Expect to be challenged on both of these points. And when it is you, the Chief Information Security Officer, talking to your CFO, expect to challenge us. You are the experts, and we really want to hear from you, especially when you are well-informed and come to us with conviction. Next slide, please. Okay, so what you need to tell me about the problem you're solving and how well you're proposing to address it. The left side is a fairly decent description of the problems that have directly led to the serious compromise of tens of thousands of companies and agencies in the United States alone in the last 12 months. I'm sure that is the case in the UK as well. Global tensions combined with ready availability of some of the best attack tools, the presence of well-organized teams, and regular success are the norm today. So really, without taking a different view on how you're setting up your teams to defend your companies, too many of us will remain in the there but for the grace of God go I kind of posture. I know that neither you nor your CFOs like to be telling your boards that, and you know those are the questions they're asking you. How well positioned are we against these kinds of attacks? How well do we understand them, and what have we done about it? The questions to ask your technology and your teams are listed out on the right side, and they are equally hard. Are they strengthening one of your point solutions or strengthening your stack as a whole? Are they able to detect beyond just the known hashes and known behavioral indicators that you'll find in your Suricata rule set? Even if enhanced by artificial intelligence and machine learning, if you're starting with only the known bads, even behavioral ones from Suricata, you'll miss the camouflaged ones. Remember, that's a left side topic. Anyone here have SolarWinds in their operational stacks? Who found that in May of last year and protected your companies accordingly? When, and even if you interact with others, is that information specific and timely enough with what you're working on right now to be of use? Remember the air traffic control analogy and think about the application of that within your cyber defensive environment. And go beyond how you defend your defend in isolation perspective. This is how you're defending and working with others and helping your national defenders to do their job better is going to make a difference. Is your stack and your investment accomplishing that end? Next slide, please. All right, so let me suggest one such set of new perspectives that you can access today. Consider the cyber radar picture on the right. In the lower left, each dot represents all of the higher priority events going on in your enterprise, with the blue ones not fully evaluated. Interesting, company-centric, but a fairly classical picture. Consider, though, those of your events which are richly enough and anonymously correlated with the relevant events that are going on in other companies, other banks down the street, as it were, in your and possibly a related industry sector. Consider the ones already triaged by someone else, Tier 3 analysts who have taken a look at an event just like one that you're working on and have provided the information of what they had concluded. Those are events on which you can act right away, effectively done, effectively sorted. Consider as well the blue events that you have in common with someone else in your industry, or even in yours or a related one. They are already interesting to you because of their commonality. But also, the time that your team puts into these means that someone else does not need to spend the time resolving the same problem. This is how SOC teams can really change the way they operate in terms of efficiency and just not resolving the problem that someone else down the road has already addressed. Is this sounding more like the essential elements of playing cyber defense as a team sport? I hope you see it that way. Next slide, please. So let me conclude with a recap. I started by challenging each of you to consider two questions. Are you still largely defending your company in isolation, or have you realigned both your technologies and your teams to play cyber defense as a team sport? Whether you're the CFO considering, and so those are really the questions that need to be addressed. Are you investing in detection capabilities that are able to see and detect what's going on in your physical and cloud-based systems beyond those threats that have been known and already characterized? Are your automation approaches bringing the process and cross-correlation smarts of others across your systems, in addition to just applying automation to established processes and the smarts within the point solution parts of your data? Is the way in your industry, you and your industry, going about working together fast and precise enough to work in real time as an effective whole? Or are you mostly just providing basic situational awareness and still, for the most part, defending in isolation? Ask the hard questions. Play cyber defense as a team sport and equip your teams accordingly. So I think I've got a quick moment, if you'll go to the last slide, and we'll take a few questions, if anybody has them, from the floor or from cyberspace. Okay. From the virtual systems, questions: are firms more likely to spend less on cybersecurity until they're the victim of a significant attack? Well, unfortunately, this is the model, indeed, of how many companies have had to deal with their cyber events. They will have lived in that right-hand side set of investments, bringing only to their CFOs what they think the CFOs will be willing to invest in, and not investing in sufficient technology and sufficient methodologies to actually counter those left-hand side threats that I listed out on that one slide. So unfortunately, what that does mean is that, that a cyber compromise is, in fact, inevitable. It is only going to be in really reaching out and confronting those very difficult attack vectors that are out there right now that is going to prevent people from being in the headlines. And with that, I think I am out of time, but thank you very much for your time today.
Jamie, thank you. That's fantastic, and we really appreciate you giving us what was a fascinating and invaluable perspective. Obviously, determining the right spend is something that most organisations struggle with. So thank you very much indeed for your valuable guidance there, which I'm sure will be much appreciated. We now move on to the next session, the next panel discussion, which will be about keeping ahead of fraud and financial crime. So I'd like to welcome my guests to the stage, and in particular our chair, Dr. Gauri Sinha. Dr. Sinha, are you here? Yes, welcome. Okay, I'd like to hand over to you. Please do introduce yourself. And so, you're a lecturer at the University of London with some fantastic academic and practical experience, which I'd love you to tell us about. And then please do introduce your co-panelists. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Gauri Sinha, and I am a lecturer at Royal Holloway, University of London. I teach financial crime. I've also had various practice experiences in financial crime, well, in anti-financial crime, not in financial crime, obviously. My last role was at PwC. So I worked with PwC twice, and I've also worked with the World Bank. I've also worked with the government twice as well. So I'll keep it short, but yeah, I think that gives you a sense of who I am. And Andy, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning. Good morning still. My name is Andy MacDonald. I'm the global head of screening, filtering and risk rating at Deutsche Bank. I spent most of the last 20 years actually in consulting. I was a partner at Deloitte for a number of years, working out in Singapore, Southeast Asia, also in Canada. Been working in financial crime since around 1999, which starting to sound like quite a long time ago. Anyway, I'm very happy to be here, and hopefully we'll have an interesting discussion.
Andy, that's an impressive background. It's kind of hard to follow. So I'm Kevin Goschalk, the CEO and founder of a company called Arcos Labs. We're headquartered in San Francisco. I'm originally from Australia, you might know. I think my best credential to being here, I was born an Australian, so we're all convicts by birth. So who better to talk about fraud than Aussies? So we're in the business of helping protect account security. So that's the big use case, stopping bad actors from compromising accounts, convincing people to give them their credentials, all that fun stuff. And really the way we do it is just make it more expensive than the amount of return on investment they get back from that attack. And if you do that, they will go get another job or they will go attack a different bank. So, and we're fine with either or really. So.
Great. So let's start the discussion. So speaking of fraud, Kevin, I'm not picking on you, but I wondered if we can start with you and just speak about post-COVID trends. And I do think fraud is a big one, and hence my reason of starting with you. So do you feel COVID-19 has changed the battle? Are there any new risks, specifically when we talk about fraud?
Yes, there's quite a lot of new things. So I think one thing that I've always enjoyed about working in the security space is the creativity of the adversaries. And they will take advantage of anything they can possibly take advantage of. And through COVID, we've seen a lot more people moving to using cards, buying things online. And that's like a pretty dramatic shift in consumer behavior. It's also required a shift from merchants to, instead of just having retail stores, you've got to be able to sell things better online. You've got to improve your online store experience. Suddenly, companies are opening up fraud avenues that they weren't really used to or familiar with. And they're getting a lot more digital transactions than they were previously. And bad actors figured out ways of taking advantage of this. There's a lot more people that weren't really buying stuff online that are now using their cards in places where may not be actually what they think they're using their card on. There's a lot more phishing campaigns, people taking advantage of folks expecting, government payouts to help them, through this process and kind of through the world we're currently in. So they're kind of waiting for someone to be like, here's the email, click the link, enter your bank details, and we'll send you the government funds that we promised you. And now their entire account's compromised and all their money's gone, all their life savings. So unfortunately, yes, there's been a lot of people taking advantage of, I think, people around the world that are in worse circumstances and situations. And there's been a lot of really evolved, they always are evolving, obviously, but we've just seen a continued double down and investment from bad actors figuring out new ways. Like phishing used to be just emails that you would click on. We're all very familiar with phishing. I know a lot of people here are talking about it. But now there's really advanced forms of like vishing, which is where they call you and they try and convince you to give them your one-time PIN as they're trying to log into your account. Now there's automated versions of that, so you can actually start scaling vishing campaigns. So you can buy software that will actually call somebody automatically, and it sounds like an automated robocall from a bank, and they're saying you got to respond to this, type in your PIN, so we can continue this fraud check or whatever it is, and then they just obviously compromise their accounts. So we're seeing all kinds of fun stuff happening in the fraud landscape right now. And consumer behavior has driven new ways to abuse people, unfortunately.
Yeah, and transactions have become more global, as you said. Right. We can now buy things from anywhere, enter our bank details. And then, this is obviously post-COVID, it has even heightened this. So I'll come back to fraud. But financial crime risks, Andy, in terms of the broader financial crime risks and not just fraud, are we seeing any new trends in the industry post-COVID or during COVID?
Yeah, I think I haven't seen a huge amount that I would put the blame on COVID for around financial crime, but I think that this sort of time frame has coincided with increasing sort of macro and micro political changes, and most recently, obviously, Afghanistan and the speed with which Afghanistan went back to the Taliban after 20 odd years, and the speed with which financial institutions have to react to that. Financial institutions going from cautiously trying to, assist development in Afghanistan, cautiously trying to broker trade, obviously within regulations and laws, and suddenly that's more or less shut down, and so you then have to reverse, that position, as it were, and change your controls in a sort of overnight. But similarly, in the last few years, we've seen the Paradise Papers and things like that. So that was a whole different sort of set of challenges for institutions to deal with, where suddenly they're being named, their clients are being named. Suddenly it's on the front pages that you have clients in these sort of jurisdictions that may or may not be breaking the law, but either way, it doesn't look great. So those sort of changes have come in, and we're now seeing sort of Belarus. Obviously, in recent years, Russia has changed somewhat in terms of expectations of treatment, and just the speed with which countries, particularly the US, but not just the US, are putting sanctions on individuals, organizations, countries. The complexity of those rules, I think, is ever increasing.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do have a thought. It is true that there has been quite a lot of spotlight on high-risk countries and political tension, etc. But we have had a response from law, haven't we, in terms of the Fifth Money Laundering Directive. We've had a response in terms of the implementation, when I talk specifically in the UK perspective, of the implementation of the Fifth Money Laundering Directive. And it has brought about certain amendments, particularly with regard to high-risk third countries, beneficial ownership, and all the issues that you just touched on. So are we then saying that the law is not effective enough, or I don't know how to put it,
Yeah.
effective enough or good enough? Sorry.
No, sorry, I don't think it's a challenge of law, to my mind. What I think is an interesting trend the last few years, and I'd be interested to know if the audience has seen this, if it's just me, is that regulators are getting into another sort of level of detail around how controls are being implemented and executed. And so several years ago, let's say the Afghanistan situation had come up several years ago, the question would have been, how many clients do you have with connections to Afghanistan? What types of books of business is that? And they would have given you some time to collate that information. The expectation now is that you know the answer to that overnight, if not before the issue comes up. And the same with the sort of controls you implement. Back in my consulting days with when it came to transaction monitoring, the regulatory expectations were that you show them you had a set of scenarios that were effective, that you did some sort of testing, and then within reason, and this is generalizing, but within reason, the regulators would go, okay, that looks fine. Your numbers are similar to your peers. Now it's, no, we need you to take us through exactly why you think this is the right scenario, and then also why this is not the right scenario, and show us all the way through that. And I think just the level of detail regulators are going into on those controls, to me at least, seems to be much deeper than it used to be. So I'm not sure it's a legal thing more than a regulatory expectation side of things.
Yeah, from my experience, that is correct as well. I mean, I've worked with several clients where they're struggling to interpret what the expectations are, and in a way that does link to legal, because the regulator would then say, well, these are the amendments, this is what you need to do, but then how to do it and how to kind of integrate it into your current systems is another story. So let's now link fraud with financial crime. And one thing I hope the audience is interested to know, I'm really interested to know, is the response in terms of linking the two. So as I said, until last year when I was with Pricewaterhouse, we had several discussions on, or conversations around, are fraud and anti-money laundering, for instance, being dealt with in separate compartments? Is there any scope for integration? Is there any scope for a more harmonized, synchronized approach so you're able to fight the crime better? And there were various different opinions on this, and I remember having some conferences like this on this very topic. So I would really be interested to know both your opinions on this. Kevin, sorry.
No, whoever.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting trend that we've seen as well. A lot of the teams aren't talking to each other.
Yeah.
And when it comes to fraud, really it starts as a security problem. Then it kind of turns into an identity problem, and then it kind of becomes like a fraud problem. It doesn't really start as a fraud problem. And a lot of the teams in the fraud departments don't really think of it like that. They're really focused on, my problem is fraud, I'm trying to mitigate this, it's bad transactions, I gotta look at it from that perspective. And one of the things we always try and encourage is what's the root cause, right? The root cause is not the fraud, that's kind of a symptom of the root cause, which is bad actor compromise or accounts being leveraged for money muling or whatever it might be. But that's kind of a downstream piece of it, and maybe you can speak kind of to the financial crime side.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's a question that I've seen for 20 years, people saying we have to bring money laundering and fraud and whatever and sanctions into one place and run it. There's a lot of synergies. And whenever people try to do that, they then realize that there are, I think, fewer synergies than they think. And then somebody solves some problem, and then they decide to bring it together again, and then they split it up, and then bring it together, and then split it up. And it just seems to go through that cycle. This is my personal experience, not in my current institution. but in previous years. And I think there are fundamental differences in the sense, for example, with fraud, that you're hopefully trying to stop something happening before it happens.
Yeah.
And money laundering, of course, you're trying to do that, but you're also making sure that you can do your regulatory reporting and you can take action on historic activity. Because until you see the patterns of behavior, you don't necessarily know that there's money laundering happening. So I think there are some synergies, maybe on the technology side. Transaction monitoring, for example, would seem sensible that you are using similar systems and data to monitor for suspicious activity from a money laundering perspective, and to identify transactions from a sanctions perspective that you're using to identify similar activity from a fraud point of view. But trying to do all of that in one go, you sort of wonder whether maybe it's better to keep them separate, which is, I think, what a lot of people do. So I can see the arguments both ways. I don't think there's a one. It's a bit of a cop-out, but I don't think there's a one right answer. But the opinions on it do seem to have changed a lot over the years, and I'm sure will continue to do so.
Yeah, it's a debatable issue, isn't it? And also, fraud is a predicate offence for money laundering.
Right.
So, yeah, fundamentally they're of different nature. So yeah, that is an issue that still needs to be talked about in industry, I think. So, going from problems to solutions, I think we should speak about what needs to be done. So what financial institutions or what regulated entities in general need to do to develop a better response towards financial crime. And it's a very broad question. So when I read this question, I was like, oh, can we really answer this, in a panel discussion? But let's try.
It is a broad question, so I'll start with a broad answer. I think the regulations globally make some very good points, such as you have to assess your risk, and then you have to implement controls that are aligned to that risk. And I think it's remarkable how many institutions, small ones but also some large ones, don't get those steps right. The risk assessment is a fundamental basis, it should be a fundamental basis of your financial crime control framework. Where are your risks coming from geographically? Which books of business are affected by those risks? What types of customers? Whatever it might be, that assessment is fundamental. And that assessment should also work hand in hand with your risk appetite. So I know I have these risks. Am I comfortable with those risks? Am I okay to be building out my wealth management business in these countries that are high risk? If I am okay with that, it's not necessarily, the answer doesn't have to be no, but if I am okay, what does that mean in terms of additional controls over that sort of business? And I think that the first line, as it were, of the regulations globally tends to say you should do that.
Yeah.
And people seem to gloss over that and then get to the other bits, or do it, sort of halfway and just think it's all right. And then don't change it over time, and don't look at upcoming threats, don't look at activity in the past and say, how does that feed into my current perception of risk and how it impacts my firm. So I think that's a fundamental starting point. And if you get that right and your risk appetite, it should be relatively straightforward to then look at, well, which of my controls don't match that, right? If I look at my transaction monitoring controls and I look at what weaknesses I have in that from a geographic perspective, are those weaknesses in high-risk countries? And if they are, does that match with my risk appetite? Because I said my risk appetite was, I want to build my wealth management business in this high-risk country, and my risk appetite is it has to be well controlled. But I'm saying over here, internal audit are telling me I don't have very good transaction monitoring. So how are those two tied together? And those are the questions regulators are asking as well. It's like, show me you've made this decision to enhance the control, to hire more people, to get rid of people, whatever it might be. Show me why that is in accordance with your policies, but also your risk appetite, which is signed off by your board or whatever your equivalent body is. So ultimately the board is then asked by the regulators, well, you told your bank that your risk appetite was this, and they did something different, and nobody thought that was a problem. I think that's a fundamental question. So I think that starting point is still missed by a lot of institutions.
Yeah, I think that's a great kind of overview on how to think about the situation. We obviously, from the criminals' perspective, we've seen them obviously target the places with the lowest security controls, but also the ability to kind of maximize that return on investment. So, even though they might be based in, say, India, they're not really attacking firms in India, is what we've seen. They're attacking countries that it's more lucrative, it's easy to get through, the government regulations may be more lax, so there's a lower KYC process they need to go through. So they're always going after a path of least resistance. Where can they find the most amount of money for the lowest effort, cost ratio? So it's kind of interesting to think about it from like a geographical standpoint, because your threats aren't really going to be necessarily from that same location, right? So if you're planning to open a new bank in a country where regulation is very light and like your onboarding process is a lot lighter, you're just going to get more fraud there, whether or not they're coming from that country, because it's going to be a more lucrative target for global adversaries coming after you. So that risk-reward ratio is also how the fraudsters think about it, interestingly enough. So it's always fun. It's always a fun part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big differences between money laundering type financial crime and fraud is that a lot of the fraud is committed on your customers, not by your customers. But most of your money launderers are your customers. Yeah. And so there's a difference in terms of who you're trying to stop.
Yep.
Yeah, I think speaking of global regulations, it doesn't help. The complexity of regs don't help either. So, again, going back to the money laundering regs, they have chosen to gold plate what is there in the UK. So we have different or enhanced kind of regs here. And then I've seen like clients struggle with that because, well, if they have, for example, an overseas customer, then which regs are you following? If you are following the UK regs strictly, then you are gold plating it. You're doing more than you should in a way.
It's more friction too, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that does create more complexities. So let's also, bearing in mind the time, should we move on to the big one, AI and ML, so artificial intelligence and machine learning? And I say it's a big one because it's still one of those things that's been debated. We don't know whether it'll work or not work. So do you believe that AI, ML, and big data technologies improve identification processes?
Do people still ask if it works? Don't we know by now? I feel like we know that it works by now.
Well, yeah, my experiences have been mixed.
So if you have a billion rows of data, you're going to have a human sort through all that by hand to find the anomalies? I don't think that's... I don't think people do that, surely, nowadays.
But I think that there is a difference, I suppose, between rules-based sort of analysis and AI. I mean, transaction monitoring is something I've been involved in for, again, 20-odd years. And even quite early on, Searchbase was one of the first firms in that space from a financial crime point of view. And one of their big technologies was, I can't remember, I think the terminology was comfort blanket, but you'll excuse me because it was 20-odd years ago or 15 years ago. And that was an AI.
AI and 15 years ago.
Well,
still talking about it.
No, well, for sure. But the thing was that the idea was you put in your rules to identify suspicious activity, and then the comfort blanket would be there that would also would use machine learning or whatever the neural networks to identify other activity. Right? That was the hypothesis. And of course, it's older technology, but still. But it's interesting that a lot of those systems have migrated since then to stop using AI and to move to more rules-based for two reasons, I think. Firstly, it was more, you had less of the black box issue, right? Particularly with earlier AI, where it tells me this is suspicious, but I'm not entirely sure why. Whereas if it's a rule that tells me, it can tell me exactly that this client has done 4.8 times as much activity in the last month as they've done every month for the last 10 years. And the other reason is it's easier to explain to regulators. And I've been in a discussion with a regulator in a country I won't name, who my client was a financial institution at the time, and the financial institution was saying, look, we want to hire a load of big data experts and for a lot of money and put them in a room, and then they can build the right sort of systems to identify suspicious activity. And the regulator said it's a brilliant idea, but you're not turning off your transaction monitoring system. You need to do both. You can't just do one. Now, I think now we are getting to the stage where some of those challenges are going away, but it's taken a long time to get there.
But I think what you said is correct. I think the answer is closer to both, not just one. I don't think you use AI and replace like all your rules. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of very obvious rules, like someone's making a transaction in a country that's too far from where they just left, or there's just physical limitations to certain kinds of events. That's like, yeah, that should just be a rule. You don't need AI to tell you that can't be done. It's like, we know that can't be done, so that should trigger a rule. Right. We've had a ton of success with anomaly detection, which is obviously a variant of AI where you're looking for unusual out-of-band activity. It's like the normal activity is this, and now suddenly we're seeing this, and then it goes back to this. I was like, okay, what happened there? Figure out the delta between that and what the regular traffic trend is during that time. So it's pattern matching, I would kind of simplify AI as, which does work, I think, quite effectively in certain scenarios. But yes, you still want to keep rules in place. And you still also need people to check what the AI is doing. You got to have feedback loops. If you're letting the AI come to conclusions and then block and deny and not really have a way of saying, was that actually correct? Like, how are you confirming that was correct? So I think AI has to be quite heavily supervised in many ways. But feedback loops are very important. One of the benefits from, like fraud, you get like chargeback reports from like a customer. It's like, I didn't make that transaction. That's a feedback loop you can use to say, actually, all of these transactions, these ones are getting charged as claimed as chargebacks. These ones are not. The AI said that these were malicious, so it was wrong in that case. Or maybe the AI is saying these ones are malicious, and then none of them had chargeback complaints. So that's all useful information to kind of train the system.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's more than just looking at data. There's a number of pieces to it.
And isn't it a challenge to implement when it comes to legacy systems? And that's one of the main things I have noticed, that yeah, it's all good in theory that all this should be there, but what about the implementation bit? And I know from a project I did with the government is that the regulator is really concerned about encouraging it at the same time, but also quite concerned about transparency and trust issues, and that it's going to open up a whole box of like problems, So yeah, I agree with the theory, but I think there's still a lot that needs to be unpacked and a lot that needs to be understood about AI before we can actually say that, yeah, that's the way to go, or human in the loop is the answer, or anything like that. So in terms of coming back to the threats in your specific sector, so we've talked about like threats post-COVID-19, we've talked about AI, we've talked about fraud, money laundering, whether it can be integrated or not. Are there any specific new threats that affect your particular sector?
I think it's a bit of a cliche, but the only certainty is there is no certainty, right?
Yeah.
And you look at all the political events that I talked about before, and we don't know what the next thing coming over the hill is. I think I prefer to look at it as, how do you ensure that you're prepared when those events come in a timely manner? And it comes back nowadays, in my mind, to data, because the data is all there within the institution. Yeah. But unless you are, I always feel jealous of people who work for startup banks, because you don't have 500 KYC systems and 300 core banking systems to integrate. I'm sure there's someone here from Startup Bank who'll go, yes, we do, but anyway. If you could start with a blank sheet of paper and say, we want one client system, one client database, we want one core banking system, we want them to be speaking to each other and to do all this stuff, that would make life much easier. Reporting on that is much easier. Whereas every large institution I've ever consulted at has never really had any of that together in one place. And what I'd like to see institutions doing is being able to model events that might happen in the future. So let's take Afghanistan as it's a recent example right now. Maybe most people didn't expect Afghanistan to be in the state it's in quite as quickly, but it was clearly with the US and other forces leaving, it was clearly going to fall to the Taliban at some point. Yeah. So what would be nice as a financial institution is if you could model that, if you could say, okay, well, tell me early on what would the impact be on our business, on our books of business. What relationships do we have with Afghanistan? What clients do we have with links to there? Whatever it might be, as a heads up. I remember years ago when Greece was in its big financial crisis, there was talk about Greece potentially politically failing. Yeah. Maybe that would lead to it leaving the EU. All these things could have happened. And one of the questions was, well, if that were to happen, or were to have happened, then does Greece go from a low-risk country to a medium or even maybe a high-risk country from a financial crime perspective? Let's say it does. What does that mean for my book of business? That's the sort of question that I think businesses up to the board level need to be able to answer, hypothetically. Right? If we see these things coming over the hill, who are the people I need to speak to? On the day that happens, who are the desk heads I need to call, and what information do I have ready to tell them? Right? These are the 50 clients you've got to exit, these are or whatever it might be. And I think that's an interesting way of being prepared, but requires the data, requires the analysis to be available.
I guess that'd be kind of interesting, like in the context of like COVID, that's a pretty catastrophic situation for the world, right? So having all your employees have to work from home, that's a very different security risk profile than people coming in to work at the bank, right? Like, I think we've seen a lot of companies struggle to figure out like how do we move everything online, especially from an IT security standpoint. And then of course the consumer change. you know, I think the other example would be like, what would be like a world war? What would that be like? How would you model that? And you know, what are all the downstream impacts from something like that? So yeah, that's a good way to think about it. I'm sure someone has a book somewhere with like all these scenarios, and it's like, this is what we do, this is where we go. Probably no one in this room, but I'm sure someone's thinking about it.
I mean, how far are we going to look ahead, though? You know, are we going to prepare for a pandemic when a pandemic is not a usual occurrence?
It's not really happened before like this.
No.
So, yeah, and not during a world where travel is like a normal thing, and now travel is really tricky.
Where KYC is a big thing.
Yeah,
I mean, not in a world where KYC is a big thing. So, yeah.
Although people have been warning about it for years, right? I mean, the pandemic, maybe not as it actually worked out, but there are movies that said this sort of thing can happen, right? I mean, some of them are good movies, some of them aren't, but there are movies that said this might happen. There are a lot of epidemiologists who said, you know, these sorts of things can happen. And I think the problem is, I mean, I lived in Asia when you know, there was swine flu and all these other things came up, and we were all told, you know, it's going to be, you know, a zombie movie basically, and it never happened. Now, fortunately, we're still not quite in a zombie movie, but it's obviously much worse than swine flu, nearly, swine flu and so on. But these things have been warned about, and I suppose the question is, which ones do you pay attention to and which you don't? I mean, that's an impossible question. But the better your data is, and the better your analytical tools, the easier it is to at least be ready to model that activity in the future.
Yeah, and I would say also more than data analysis, because what you're suggesting, Andy, is a very strategic approach, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's someone who can really look into the future and say, well, this, and this could happen. And then do we have the processes or the data to be ready for it?
Yeah, I mean, another way of looking at it is, you know, banks have to perform, I forget the word, but have to perform tests to demonstrate that, you know, that if a book of business collapses, the whole the whole economy won't come down with it, right? If everyone defaults on their mortgage, does the economy go down? Yeah. Well, you know, there are other things you should, from a financial crime perspective, let's model on an annual basis. Let's do dry runs of modeling. If tomorrow a certain country gets taken over by a far right-wing government or by a terrorist state or whatever, let's model that and say, well, what's the downstream effects of that, and how would we be ready to react to that from a regulatory perspective, from our client's perspective? So there are ways of doing that are considered, I think, in other areas, which maybe we can think about more in financial crime.
Yeah. Speaking of that, like resources is a big one, right? Because we are always talking about the cost of compliance. We are, and all the clients I've worked with, all the financial institutions are talking about the rising costs of compliance. Is this something that is still a worry for firms? Kevin, what do you think in your experience?
It's a good question. I think you know, we've seen a lot of companies that we work with move to different market segments and things like that, and the regulation requirements, like I mentioned earlier, are quite different. Yeah. So like the overhead to support in one market might be like an entire team of people, just because of and you need to have 5, 6 vendors, you're going to have all these different components that go into it, and that increases your cost of delivery of the same service, which you might be offering in a different market, which doesn't have that same barrier. I think it's a potentially a competitive advantage to certain companies that maybe are incumbent in the market, that entering that market makes it more difficult because you're more familiar with the regulations, you've kind of built your company around it. So it's kind of interesting. I think it does make it harder to compete for some companies that are trying to, you know, become more global and things like that. Yeah, it's resources is always what it comes down to. Is like, is the investment going to be worth the reward from that for moving into a new region or opening a new branch, or what it might be?
Yeah, the cost-benefit analysis. Yeah.
Simple, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, the idea that sort of financial institutions have spent so much money over the last few years, many years in some cases, in building up increased resources, increased technology, and getting better at fighting financial crime, and the idea that that's sort of ending. And I think if you look at most financial institutions, large or small, and you chart their growth in terms of staffing, it looks something like this, but it doesn't look like this yet. I don't think it's leveled off yet, and I think that's because the regulatory expectations are still increasing. You look at how many institutions are still under cease and desist orders, still under, you know, in the UK, a skilled person, for example, monitorships with other regulators. Like those regulatory actions are still sitting over a number of large financial institutions, many large financial institutions, and a lot of smaller ones. So they're clearly not, they haven't got everything right yet. And then those regulatory actions are then happening anew for other institutions or indeed the same ones again. So I think it's a long way to go. I fell accidentally into anti-financial crime back in the late 90s and never left it but people then would go, well, what are you going to do when that work dries up? So I don't think it's going anywhere, and I don't think it's fixed yet.
I think the other interesting thing is all the neobanks, the challenger banks that are able to kind of get away and move much faster. They have lower regulatory tape. I think it's kind of fascinating. Like Chase, one of the biggest banks in the US, launched a neobank in the UK. They didn't launch like the full same kind of thing that they do in the US. They actually launched something more equivalent to like a startup bank.
Yeah.
And what's the reason for that? Probably because it's faster to launch it. Probably a good place to get started, get your brand, get built. I'm sure they have a whole bunch of reasons, but it's kind of fascinating to kind of see that delta.
Absolutely. No, there's a long way to go. Our careers are not going anywhere, that's for sure. Shall we go to questions? Because we have about 10 minutes left for questions. I'm going to start. I've got some questions. Oh my God, I've got many questions. Many questions on the online side of things. But can we go to the room first? And does anyone have any questions?
Everyone's got used to using Skype and
people are like
being anonymous.
We don't know.
Microsoft wish it was Skype.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I also asked the question online, but what are your experiences with working with law enforcement and collaborating with them on the fraud side?
I haven't worked much in the fraud space, to be honest. More money laundering and so on. And I mean, the interesting thing with you were talking earlier that you can tune your fraud systems by finding out if someone actually did commit fraud and then feed it back. One of the big problems we've got, I think, in money laundering is you don't know if someone's a money launderer, right? You report to law enforcement or to the regulators that you send your SAR in, and then it's sort of you don't know. I mean, that could have been fundamental in causing the arrest of 5,000 people in Guatemala who were involved in something, but you never necessarily know that, or you almost never know the answer to that, and that's one of the challenges. And I think, I mean, I've worked with law enforcement in a number of countries. I think we're all sort of working on the same side, but the inability, and it's not deliberate, but the inability to have that feedback loop, I think, does make it challenging. We don't know if what we're telling them is helpful or not, except sort of through hints. We certainly don't know, yes, that's exactly what we want to tell you and tell us next time because we arrested someone because of it.
Yeah, I think on the fraud side, interestingly enough, if they're good at what they do, you can't really easily trace it back to them. So it's actually quite difficult to actually catch the person, and almost not always really worth the effort. So people typically tend to focus their effort on like, how do we shore up our defenses from these kind of attacks actually occurring versus trying to go after the individual. There are certainly a lot of examples of that where they do work with law enforcement, but I think it's quite difficult to do so. It does require an incredible amount of data, and it would require them to be basically unable to kind of stop the kind of fraud that's occurring, right? So something about their business or their product or their service that they're offering is just fundamentally easy to defraud, and someone's, kind of taking them to court on it. And yeah, honestly, I haven't seen a lot of success with law enforcement in the fraud space, unfortunately.
Yeah. I have a few questions here, but just a little bit of housekeeping. If you do want to ask a question online, you need to go to your Brella app, bottom toolbar, look at the 3 dots, and then the Q&A. All right, so this is, I think, one for you, Kevin. What are the main regulatory challenges in combating fraud?
Yep, it's a good question. So privacy is actually kind of interesting. Obviously, there's GDPR in Europe, and that actually makes it kind of tricky to combat bad actors. There are carve-outs for cybersecurity, but collecting certain information, sharing that data with providers that you might be partnering with for fraud mitigation is actually really hard. Sharing personally identifiable data. That is actually very valuable for fraud detection, maybe no surprise, but having additional signals like who they are, where do they live, where are they coming from, pairing that with device information, what phones do they own, what's their behavior as a consumer, what are their transactions they typically make, where are they buying things from? Like that data is, of course, very very personal and private. You don't want people to be aware of it. But that's something that we've seen be quite a difficult, thorny problem. The other component is, and maybe one of the benefits actually, over here from what we've seen in the US, is in the US, it's not normal to have a very strong KYC process. The KYC process is pretty light. Like you can buy stolen identities that will get you through KYC. Like it's actually not that difficult in the scheme of things. It costs you money, so there's a cost to do it, but you can get through it if you want to get through it. Yeah. So there's not like a hard gate to actually stop someone from creating a fraudulent account or a fraudulent identity. You just buy the data. Whereas over here, I think the checks and balances are a lot stronger, and there's continuous authentication, and there's other ways that are being regulated that are, I think, more beneficial. So it's really kind of, it changes depending on what markets you're in and those kind of things.
Yep, agreed, yep. This is a good one. In financial crime discussions, we mostly focus on banks. Where do you see key risks for other financial service organizations like an insurance company?
Well, I don't work for an insurance company. I did used to. I mean, insurance, for example, I think a lot of the things I've said already, depending on your geographic spread, are true, right? That you still need to be prepared to understand what's coming down the pipe. I can't speak to specifics of insurance or really outside of the banking industry, but the speed of change and the speed of regulatory expectations is I'm sure still there for insurance. I think, I mean, there are some industries which I have worked in which are getting up the curve, which is quite interesting. Like casinos is a good one, law firms, places like that where you know it's traditionally been banking and then to some extent insurance and obviously asset management that is concentrated on financial crime. But and casinos, particularly in certain countries, have been really able to do whatever they liked. I remember, I won't name the country, but I'm working with a casino there who were trying to explain to me why there was nothing unusual about bringing a satchel with $200,000 with you to the casino. Now, I don't mind, I quite like going to Vegas myself, but I've never bought a satchel with $200,000 in it. And if I did, I wouldn't consider it very normal. And what's interesting is as these sorts of new industries to fighting financial crime are moving in, you suddenly need a whole different set of processes, a whole different way of reacting to things that you know, people in the industry for 40 years thought were perfectly normal. So not sure that's particularly helpful to the person who asked the question. But
in the UK, though, the FCA has recently published a lot on insurance, financial crime, in case you're interested. Yes.
Hi. I'm Balaji. I'm head of security at Metal, which is a fintech venture by NatWest Group for small and medium-sized businesses. My question to this panel was, have you seen reduction in fraud as a consequence of the strong customer authentication legislation?
So from the fintechs we work with, there's definitely a correlation with more speed bumps to get in versus the amount of crime that occurs. So absolutely. There's also the same correlation with user growth as well, unfortunately. So you have more requirements to open accounts. Surprise, surprise. It's harder to get customers to do the same. Good and bad customers. So there's absolutely a correlation, because all of it for the bad actors is every extra step is more cost and effort, and more cost and effort ultimately erodes from their profitability, right? So yes, but also the downside for the good user side as well, unfortunately.
There are two questions on international high-risk kind of countries, so I'm going to combine the two. Do you think high-risk countries are developing, or developing countries? No, do you think fraud and financial crime is often perpetrated by international actors? What can we do against this dynamic? And I think the other person is asking about the role of high-risk countries.
Well, I mean, the obvious thing is to determine, well, obvious starting point is to determine which countries are high risk, right? Yes. I mean, the European Union high risk, so country list is all well and good. FATF list is also, you know, obviously valuable, and both of those are regulatory expectations. And it's interesting by the by to see Cayman and Malta added to the FATF list recently. Yeah. We'll see if they get added to the EU list, but either way, those are a good starting point. But what is high risk to your institution from a country point of view, and indeed from a financial crime risk point of view, is going to vary. If you're looking from a fraud point of view, depending on whether and actually, as Kevin said, it's not necessarily about where your is it where your customers are based, or is it where the people who are interacting with you and your customers are based? So India might be high risk from a cyber security perspective, but maybe it's not as high risk if your clients are there, and so on. And so you need to know what question it is you're trying to solve. And again, as I said before, it's the risk assessment, the risk rating sort of piece is the important thing. What are the different factors that you put into your risk rating? Are you considering different types of financial crime? Do you include them in one place? Do you want to have a risk rating for sanctions for a country and a separate risk rating for money laundering and a separate one for fraud? Maybe for some that's over-engineered, maybe for some it's not. So I think, I mean, you know, that for me is the starting point. Understand what high risk actually means to you, and don't just rely on the EU and FATF telling you.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about international threats, it's really, it goes back to, you know, if you're in a country where the local law enforcement aren't really going to care if you send a request to them to go catch a criminal in that country because they're defrauding a UK merchant or a US bank or whatever it might be, then for them, the actual risk is quite low because the police aren't going to come after them. So they're like, you know, I could go get a job at McDonald's, or I could do this, and even if I get caught, I'm probably not going to go to jail because the local enforcement, you know, as opposed to countries like the UK or the US, whereas if a request is made to go and catch a criminal, they're probably going to follow through on it. So it's kind of a higher risk for that person. It's like, maybe I should go work at McDonald's. So you'll actually see, and we've seen people outsource to other countries for like social economic reasons. It's cheaper to kind of outsource from one to a different, and it's fascinating kind of watching the, kind of how the cyber criminal ecosystem kind of works. Like one team builds the tools, another team puts the identities together, another team can buy like the money meal process, and you just buy what parts you need to make your attack successful. You don't actually have to run the whole operation yourself. It's a two-sided market, and as you buy more from their services, they invest in getting more of them, and then, you know, that drives the ecosystem. It's a large business, and it's a very profitable business.
Yes, so unfortunately we're out of time. I'm going to quickly ask one more question because that's a bit, you know, it's something we haven't touched yet. And there are a few questions on fraud, so people might catch hold of you, Kevin, a bit later.
Sure. We have a booth. Come by our booth. Yeah. We have Tim Tams there. So
very quickly, how much data sharing is there between organizations?
From a bank standpoint?
I mean, there is some data sharing. I think the interesting area, I'll be very quick on this one, that is coming, and people have been talking about for literally decades, but actually might be happening, is some of these organizations that are looking to be able to share KYC data in obviously a secure regulatory way. And I think if that works out, I mean, you know, Swift and others are looking at building these sorts of networks. If they can build that out, that could potentially be a real advantage, because our institution and all of your institutions, we're all doing KYC on the same individuals or the same entities, right? And with complex entities, that can take a lot of time and cost a lot of money. It does seem a bit of a waste of time if we're all doing it separately. So I think there's some real value there. So that could be an interesting way to go.
Yeah, from an ARCO standpoint, all of our customers share data across our network. So it's anonymized, of course. If we see a threat at one bank, we don't tell the other bank it was this bank, but we'll say, yeah, we've seen this user, they were fraudulent. These are why they were caught for it. And that's a huge advantage we bring that they can't themselves do. They only really see their isolation of threats against them. But like, attacks are all pretty similar, unfortunately. Like, you're not really unique. No matter who you think you are, and no matter how unique you might think, we've seen attacks the same across the whole industry. So that's a huge advantage when you share data.
Great. Well, I think it's a good sign to run out of time. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Kevin and Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Gauri, Andy, Kevin. That was a fantastic way to bring these morning sessions to a head. We could have gone on for a lot longer. I think we were flooded with questions on the platform. We're also flooded with meeting requests on the platform, so please do check in the right place on the app if you have meeting requests, or if you'd like to have meetings. Just to assure you that we've kept it down to 500 relevant people, so everyone that is part of this event online or in person is a buyer, a seller, and or an expert that it is worth you potentially meeting. So there are people you might want to keep away from, or time wasters or anything. We're very strict on that. I don't want to be rude, but we want to make sure that your connections and experience are very worthwhile. So please do make the most of that. I think we've been privileged with the speakers and panelists we've had in terms of their expertise. Well, that continues this afternoon. We have many more to join us, and we'll be delving deeper into the issues that matter, particularly those that have arisen recently as a result of the pandemic restrictions over the last 18 months. After lunch, we will be assessing cyber risks, costs and solution with a panel discussion here. Excuse me, the demos will continue, so I recommend that you clone yourself for lunchtime and come to both. And if you're online, stream both. So it's now time for lunch. Apparently it's very delicious. You online can't have it, but what you can do during that time is obviously go to the virtual booths, whilst the rest of you hopefully will make some more connections that are worthwhile. Thank you very much. We'll be back in about 50 minutes. I look forward to seeing you then. Amir? Ah, perfect. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's difficult to get people physically back in, so we're going to start so that we start at the same time as the people online would like us to, because it gets a little bit confusing when we slip from the schedule. So we've got another fantastic set of sessions this afternoon, so you made the right decision in coming back, and hopefully there will be many more insights to share and many more valuable things to learn. We will now be moving on to a panel discussion, assessing cyber risks, costs and solutions. And it's my pleasure to welcome as chair of this panel, Amir Al-Nimrat, if I pronounced that correctly, who's a senior lecturer at the University of East London, a reader in cybersecurity and founder and director of the Cybersecurity and Artificial Intelligence Centre. So who better than to kick us off for this afternoon? Amir, if you could introduce yourself, your panelists. I'm pleased to hand over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. I would like to introduce Ben Lindengren. He is the head of cyber resilience, PA UK. And as well, I would like to invite James Gerber, as well the Chief Financial Officer, IronNet. I would like as well to start with introducing my guest here, and I'm very pleased to have such an expert at my right hand to facilitate the discussions. But yes, Ben Lindengren is the head of Cybersecurity Resilience by UK. Ben has joined the Payment Council by UK predecessors in 2011 and has over 20 years technical and managerial information security experience gained whilst working in both consultancy and in-house roles. As a head of cyber resilience for Pay UK, Ben works to support a vibrant UK economy, enabling a global competitive payment industry through the provision of robust resilience, collaborative retail payment service, rules and standards for the benefit and meeting evolving needs of all users, moving more than 7 trillion every year through basic direct credit, direct debit, faster payment, check, and PIM. Yeah. Actually, Ben has really a huge number of experience. I did not go through all of them, but I'll give him the chance to add a little bit more if he like. We got as well James as the Chief Financial Officer, IronNet Cybersecurity, responsible for strategic financial planning and direction of company. James has been instrumental to IronNet global worth achieved through solid organizational performance of financial, technical operations and collaborative approaches. In his career of 30 years working in finance, strategy and information technology operation, Jamie has held various senior financial positions in investment, acquisition, and merge. Jamie has earned his BSc in mechanical and aerospace engineering from Princeton University. This beginning his career as an electronic and system engineer with General Electric. So, I think this is a very good fundamental to talk about risk and cyber risk from the engineering perspective as well. Thank you very much. The discussion about assessing risk and cost and solutions, and we have seen this morning actually some of the discussions, some of the questions raised from the audience in this room and as well from online related to this topic. But I would like actually to start with questions I was asked today from my master student. At 11 o'clock, I deliver an online lecture here for the next room. And we talk about the security and the cyber security. And one of them raised the question, why always security is a matter? We are hearing there is always advanced technologies, advanced solutions, and so on. But the security always is, we're hearing that is the incident is getting more and more, and as well more companies, more businesses fall victims into the cyber attacks. And why is that? And it was really a very good question. Maybe we start with this, for example, within my while we talk about the technology today, is do you think that, for example, that the fast technology evolution could be one of the cause, because a lot of applications, software tools, platforms, they are developed fast, very fast, and release straight away to the client, to the customers, then collecting feedback, release again, and so on. So that sometimes as well, because all this development based on the ease of use of the technology, and they are not taking the security into account or into consideration. So that we found out, for example, as I said, some of the companies, some of the businesses within the experience we have, that is actually many factors are playing a role in that. For example, some of the factors actually, the culture of that organization or the senior management, or sometimes actually is related to the appetite of the manager, how much he is really willing to take the risk, although in some cases without, not based on an evidence that, for example, they are subject into attacks, cyber attacks, or being attacked already. So without further delay, for the panel to talk about. Ben, would you like to add anything in this?
I think with regards to applications and the development and the speed that you mentioned there, I think sometimes for those companies that are developing it, particularly things like Internet of Things, there isn't actually a massive downside in releasing the product as it is, even if there are security vulnerabilities, because they've already got the money for the product beforehand. So, and there are very little impunitive costs that they can face as a result of it once it's gone out there. So it's not really in their best interests from a commercial perspective to really spend that money to actually get the products to be good products, because people are buying them, particularly when they've been they're from a global marketplace, so they've not necessarily even made in the country where you're buying them, so there's little from a consumer protection perspective. So it's all about the ease and speed to market. If they can get their product to market quickly, then they get the money in and then they can continue to further develop it. If they were to spend more time, more money to do a proper job, then they're actually not making as much money. So from a purely commercial perspective, I can understand why they don't do that. And the challenge is that governments have to look at the way that they can actually try and place minimum requirements upon these products, in the same way that you have kite marks, you have the CE market in Europe, to get a certain minimum level of standard. But I think from a coding perspective, that's quite difficult to do.
Okay, that's excellent. I mean, James, from that, to pick on one point that's been mentioned, Fat, about regulatory or the regulation, let's say, role on trying to put or enforce security by design when you start or by default. Is that, you think, is something that could contribute to the solution in general by reducing let's say the attack factors related to technologies?
Yeah, I think it's a way to think about the problem, but I think it's up to the application developers to figure out what the right way to build security into the solution is. I think when we take a look at the three major attack vectors that are really succeeding these days, they go after things that all of our systems have depended on for quite some time. One, trusted source, right? That's why compromising the application itself is a vulnerability, because we've built our systems to trust those applications. So you're right, the applications developers bear a responsibility, but they're the ones that know the architecture of their code. Second thing that we depend on every day is that our logs are going to tell us what's going on, that our firewall logs, that our endpoint logs are actually reporting into our system what's going on. Well, current attack tools turn them off. They just blind them. They just, the logs keep coming, but not reporting on the thing that's going on. And lastly, there's the hide in the noise problem. And again, this is where we've assumed that if you can spot it in the logs, then that's fine. But if the logs are off and you're using behaviors and hashes that are new, then you're going to need better and different tools. So that's the risk profile we're facing, and I think you're absolutely right. The applications are one of the vulnerabilities.
Okay, I mean, in this point as well, James, is what are the loss curve looks like, I mean, for organization currently in terms of the consequences of the cyber attacks? How they assess that, for example? As I said, I mean, maybe some of the factors that depends on the culture of that organization. How they assess that loss, for example, if they really do?
Well, remember if you're attacked and you lose, the loss is big. If you're not attacked, then things can look okay, right? But this is the task that the insurers have today, is to try to figure out how does this risk profile that's pretty bad, and there are just too many ways for companies to get compromised now. How do you really assess this, as what I put a little earlier, but for the grace of God go I problem? So if the premise is that it's just a matter of time before a criminal or nation state team comes after your company, then that's the profile that you have to, as a cyber defender, think about. And then how do you think about that solving that problem without just asking for more money than your company or organization can afford?
Brilliant. Ben, about cyber risk planning. I mean, most of the organizations, again, we came across that they're adopting that cyber risk management metrics, okay, or frameworks. And in many cases, for example, and I mentioned that here, especially for the fintech company or financial services sector, that in many cases, for example, some of the risk are buried in the low risk or low probability envelope, or sometimes they go within these metrics into the lower band, low risk band, but if you look about the consequences of this severity of this low probability risk, it would look, for example, really huge, especially as mentioned in the fintech or financial service sector or healthcare as well in some cases. What is the risk planning looks like? I mean, in industry, how they really adapt to look at all this complexity in terms of issues facing.
Well, I think the first thing is that cyber risk is just one part of your operational risk. It's part of your overall organization. So an organization should be focusing on their business and the risk facing their business. So looking at the data, but also looking at what their important business services are. I think too often an organization can be focused on cyber aspects and not really understanding what the impact to an organization would be if your important business services were compromised. And associated with that is how long you could afford to have those important business services out of action. It's not just about suggesting that a cyber attack will happen. You need to look at it holistically and look at the impact to your business. So that's where in the UK the regulators have released their operational resilience framework, which really looks at that. And the important thing is to understand your business, understand how long you can be without parts of your business. And then the best thing and the most important thing to do in many ways is actually to test that. You can't just assume you're resilient unless you actually do testing so you can look at how you would recover from an incident. Because too often we can make an assumption, and then when something actually does happen, you realize that because you haven't tested it, you've missed some fundamental elements. It takes you a lot longer to recover, and that's where your costs can be a lot substantially higher than you assumed, because you hadn't done the testing and you hadn't really understood your actual important business services in the first instance.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I mean, James, always the adoption security controls has always the main objective to maintain the confidentiality, the integrity, the availability of data and system. But do you think that is, for example, this adoption has to be looked at on regular basis because they are changing within the nature of the business, the new models of business, the way even running business, and the pandemic as well, one of the best examples in that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there are several points of view that can be helpful here, and I'll speak as a CFO first because I actually have had internal controls over financial reporting for some time, right? There's a risk framework. You know, we have a controls design that we're obligated to fulfill. And actually, there's a subset of that, which are the internal controls over the information systems on which, you know, my financial reporting depends. So there's actually a really good framework that's out there that in financial reporting has been around for a while. I think what's really helpful is to see this convergence of frameworks on the just the overall risks to a company's operations, something, you know, much broader than just financial reporting, that can use the same constructs. And so I think that convergence is a really helpful one. And taking Ben's point as well, taking that point of view that is bigger than your own organization, I think is also important. And that means looking at your supply chain and looking at how they're dealing with their risks and how well aligned their risk solutions are with yours. I think you know, some of the best companies right now are taking a very cooperative and collaborative view with their primary supply chain partners. And when their controls and your controls are well aligned, then you really are now starting to get into a much better protected picture than if you just looked at it as just from the perspective of your own enterprise.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, do you think as well, Ben, that's, I mean, any security controls should be driven by the, maybe faced by the financial service provider, then after that, after placing that, will be more adopted by the fintech technology, for example?
I think an organization's security controls should be driven by the business requirements, and it should be at a level that is required for the sensitivity of the data, the importance of the process. There isn't a one-size-fits-all, and I think that organizations need to look at that. Not all of the data that an organization has will be of the same value to that organization. So you need to ensure that your controls are supporting your business objectives, you know, because security is a cost to the business, so you need to make sure that you're putting in controls that give the right level to enable the business to actually do their day-to-day job. Because unless you're a cybersecurity firm looking at, you know, specific security elements, then cyber isn't actually likely to be your business's main responsibility. So you need to make sure that the controls that you have enable your organization to do what they need to do. And if they're overly onerous, then actually they may be the wrong controls to have. And in those circumstances, what you tend to find is that employees will try to get around it so that they can do their jobs.
I think, yes, I agree with that, is that the security context for yours is different from mine. And so that's why in every organization, they need to know what they are protecting, first of all, in order to have a better use of the resources available for them. So I think one of the costs associated now or within the cybersecurity protection, and one of the need funding from the organization, which is cyber insurance, and to ensure cyber assurance. What do you think about that? I mean, how can the cyber about the cyber insurance and cyber assurance? What is your thought about that, James?
Well, are you talking the what do I pay for my insurance question, or what do I pay for my cybersecurity resources within the company, because they're
Yeah, it is, I think it's a new cost for the companies now to have cyber insurance.
right.
And what's your thought about that? I mean,
Sure. So, look, just about everybody in this room that pays for cyber insurance knows what's going on with the premiums, right? And why are the premiums going up? Because we're all a little more vulnerable than we'd like to be, and we're a little more vulnerable than our insurers would like us to be, right? So the only way that those premiums are going to go down, we're not going to not be insured, but the only way they're going to go down is by each of us taking on these risks that are unfortunately showing themselves to be bigger than we're up to, and then figuring out how to apply the right kind of resources so that those vulnerabilities don't get exploited. Yeah. But a different point of view is going to be needed, because the way most of us are going about it today is not working.
Yeah, brilliant. I think a question was raised this morning about the data sharing. Maybe we raised the same question. What do you think between the big companies, for example, to collaborate in order to come over that, as you said, the bigger issues, which is bigger than the actual organization or individual organizations?
Well, I think that's one of the leading theories that's out there, is that when we stop taking an attitude of defending in isolation and try to figure out how to have properly anonymized but really pervasive sharing, so that when your organization has solved the problem that I'm working on, and we can be precise enough with each other that it's actually the same problem, not a similar looking one, then that's an efficiency that is immediately accessible. And I think that goes to this question of, we can't keep spending more money in the same model, right? That's not sustainable, and it's not really solving the problem. So we got to think about it differently. How can we operate in a really different way that lets us, as friendly organizations, actively and in almost real time help each other? Okay. And that can change the picture.
Okay. Ben, do you have any view on that?
I agree completely with James. I think information sharing is key, not just within industries, but across industries. But one of the most important things about information sharing is that actually you're in a position where you can use that information to the benefit of your organization. Because there's no point in information sharing, against vulnerability again for X system or Y system, if you're not actually sure whether you've got that system running in your own organization. So aligned with that, you do need to concentrate on those security fundamentals. I know a lot of people will say security basics, things like patching, vulnerability management, but for me, basics suggest that they're easy. And they're not, particularly in large organizations. Understanding all of the systems that you've got, your assets, that is a non-trivial task. So you shouldn't underestimate the work that's needed to do that. But to be able to use that information and actually gain the benefits from it, you do need to understand those things. So, I think it's working in parallel with that. It's looking to improve those aspects, which are the ones that are most frequently attacked by the bad guys, but also then give you in a position where you can share information. And I think it's the sharing part that's key as well. Organizations shouldn't just look to be a sink where they receive all of the information in. The only way that information sharing is truly effective is when it's a two-way flow of information as well.
Yeah, this brings us to the ransomware attacks, which is now is very common and popular. And the criminal the hackers become more aggressive towards ransomware. This is a profitable tools for them. So in that perspective, why we still, as an industry, although we have this brilliant framework in cyber risk assessment and managing, why we still really hit or hardly hit by this type of attacks?
Well, my glib answer would be because it works and it's easy to do. That's why ransomware is successful, and it's quite hard to target against because there are those fundamentals, and until we start building up that, and unfortunately, it's quite a low cost to entry for the attackers to do these things. They know that they can get away with it. They know that they can do it at scale. And you don't need to hit just a low number. You can send this quite wide and then get those elements. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast. And you're seeing it evolve as it is shown to be successful. Unfortunately, that then causes it to build up as well. So not only do you then get attackers encrypting the data and offering it for ransom, there's now the whole double extortion where they're then threatening to release it to your customers or just generally on the internet as well. So unfortunately, there's a lot of targets out there, and even when some organizations have got good security controls and aren't going to be immediately hit by this, there will always be those targets that unfortunately haven't got the controls, which means that it's still a very attractive proposition for an attacker.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it is I think because of that, if I don't want to agree, James, the skills, the decrease of the skill needed to carry on such attacks is unbelievable. I mean, they don't, some of the attacks, they don't need any IT background or computer security, computer skills. It's you find some of the kids or some of the criminals. Sometimes they hired the ransomware. And what do you think?
Yeah, I think there are perhaps really kind of two questions in here. You are immediately talking about the capabilities of current tools that are out there, and they're very advanced, right? You don't necessarily have to be all that skilled to use them. But it really doesn't end there, I think, as many of us know, is that the really serious attacks that many of us should worry about the most are actually perpetrated by entire teams coming against our companies and agencies. And I'd like it, I think we'd all like it to be differently, but really the geopolitical tensions out there that are bringing nation states into play here. They have a point to make, not just money to take. And so I think you're right. The tools themselves are very capable. But I think one other point that may be worth drawing out in terms of why is ransomware succeeding so much, and it may go a little bit to where we need to evolve the sharing methodologies that we use. Right at the moment, remember, we share when we decide to share. We don't share all the time. Mm-hmm. And so having frameworks that can essentially safely and anonymously share all the time can provide that ability with the proper speed for me to know this thing that's going on one of my devices actually was the same sort of thing. There was a ransomware attack in your company yesterday or 2 hours ago. And if it took time in your company to decide what the problem was, characterize the problem, put it out into the ISAC and have the ISAC share it around, I've been hit, and just about everybody else in this room's been hit by the time that gets around. So I think that's where finding these kind of new sharing constructs that can be much faster, much more pervasive and much more precise are the kinds of things that are going to really be necessary to let us keep up as defenders with the speed of the attackers.
Ben, what the organization should do more to protect their customer data, and at the same time they do what they have to do to progress with their business, and at the same time as well they need to satisfy or comply with the regulator rules and policies and procedures. How the organization they should go around these issues?
I think for organizations, again, it's about understanding what data they have and what data they need. And I think too often organizations will look at data, particularly historic data, and go, oh, there may be a need for that in the future, so we'll keep it. And if you no longer need the data, then don't store it, because if it's not on your systems, then it can't be exposed, it can't be used against you. So there are those elements, but also make sure that your data and the controls for it are associated with the actual value of the data as well. don't just take a blanket approach to data as if there's just one set of data in your organization and have the same level of control set, because that probably means that some of the data will be you'll have put insufficient controls in, and for other bits of the data, it'll actually be, you'll have to go through too many bells and whistles to get to that data, which will cause friction. So again, we sometimes talk as if cyber is the answer to all of these elements, but it's not actually. Many of this is related to your business processes. It's really understanding how you use the data, understanding who in your organization needs to use the data, and then who outside of your organization needs to use the data as well. So it's not just about the use of third-party systems, but who is that data shared with. The more that you understand these things, the more you then can actually make sure that you put appropriate controls in across the range, but it's about appropriate controls.
I mean, James, and on the top of Ben, what Ben said, I mean, do you think, for example, that there should be better use of data analytics in the organization to have a better estimation of assessment of current controls or security controls, and what might they will need in the future in line of the future or attacks, let's say, if they are heading to a new direction or a new change or opening a new branch or whatever the plan is. But do you think should be data analytics could be the tools or the help to come over this issue?
Well, to be certain, yes, right? The problem is you can analyze data in many different ways, and you can apply artificial intelligence and machine learning and all these things. But I think, one of the useful things about the financial services industry is that we've been analytically based from the beginning. We're trained from our very first day on the job to be analytically oriented around the thing that we manage, which is money, right? But doing the right analysis is, I think, the really fundamental answer here. It's not, oh, I've applied artificial intelligence, I've applied this new machine learning. That actually, just because you're applying the technique doesn't mean you're actually applying it in the right way against the right data. So, I think our sense is that analytics and automation is really fundamental, but you have to be very thoughtful about whether the analytics you're running are sufficiently flexible and sufficiently able to spot the thing that you actually need to, be looking for. Otherwise, you have a lot of fancy words and not a lot of useful results.
Okay, brilliant. I think we shall go for, I see a couple of questions from the audience, and I would like to go through them, if you don't mind. The first questions came from techniques to model and assess the severity of incidents have been around for decades. Why doesn't cybersecurity promote and embed this? In general. I'd like to.
Yeah, I'll jump in very quickly. But look, I think we're still looking for very robust but commonly accepted frameworks for risk assessment that we can all use. And the keynote panel this morning was really talking about the UK government promulgating some frameworks that can be broad enough and effectively enough used. So I think just getting some better, more robust frameworks that are commonly applied will take us a long way.
I think the only thing I'd add is that it depends, I think, on the sector somewhat. So within the financial sector in the UK, I think we're relatively well along with it. Working closely with the National Cybersecurity Centre. There's cyber incident response guidelines. But again, I'd go back to one of my earlier comments. Cyber is just part of operational risk. So when you've got well-established operational risk and you've got the incident processes for there, we shouldn't be looking at cyber as if it's some special element and it's unique and it's special. It's not. It's just part of your operational resilience. So use those instant response capabilities and the levels that you've got within your organization already, and then just look at it, look at the cyber incident in line with those.
Okay, thank you. I think there's someone is predicting we are heading towards a cyber catastrophe event in near future. And he asking, are current risk transfer techniques sufficient to mitigate such an event? Any thought on that?
I think if it is an actual catastrophe, then no, you can't really transfer the risk. The question is how likely it is. If it's of such a sufficient magnitude, then you're not going to be able to put in any meaningful controls, although those costs of those controls would be crippling to any business or any organization. I think what you need to do, and we've seen this with ransomware, you need to make sure that you've got backups, that you've got all of the processes, and again, going back to an earlier thing, test these. So within the operational resilience framework that the UK's financial regulators have come out, they have the concept of severe but plausible scenarios. So test your operational resilience for dealing with those elements. And again, a cyber catastrophe is only just one element. You know, you could have a major gas leak, an explosion that takes out your head office and everything. These things aren't just restricted to cyber, so your testing regime should look at that and look at how you would cope in one of those areas. But unless you test it and really walk through these things, then it would be very difficult to know whether an organization could recover from it.
Yeah, I mean, James, any thought on that?
Well, I think I would just come back to this earlier question of what can we do as organizations to be more successful against the attackers, right? The very thing that's driving insurance premiums up is that success. And I think, you know, we have to ask ourselves as practitioners in these areas those really hard questions: is what we're doing today taking all the right steps that we should, and do we need to change our picture? And I think that we're reminded by the successes that are being had out there that we actually do need to find some better ways to go about defending ourselves. And you know, I think defending together is going to be one of those elements.
I think as every organization, they are aiming to have a robust business continuity in place. And again, as mentioned, depends on their capability and culture, even resources. They will, if they manage to map the two things about the current controls and the probability of the incidents or the attacks, for example, or the cyber catastrophic incident in the future, then again using data analytics, then they will be in a better position, because they won't be spending money, for example, in some of the controls which are maybe the probability of that is really very low. Or if, for example, the parameter of that 9 out of 10, for example. So that there is no need to buy that control if it's not going to happen or never happened at your organization. I think as well before you mentioned the hurricanes in the USA and the banks and payments, and so that was a very good example. I mean, this is, if you know that's going to happen, and is often most likely going to happen, then you should be prepared for that. Yeah.
Well, that's true. I would just go back to some headlines, though, in the United States not long ago when the Colonial Pipeline was shut down for only a couple days. But the impact of that shutdown was sufficient to get the gas lines going in pretty much the entirety of the southeast United States. And I understand there might be a little experience with gas lines around here, by the way. But I think we as organizations rightfully should start with our own operational risk and make sure that, if we're the Colonial Pipeline or the bank equivalent of it, that our continuity of operations are such that we do get back online quickly. But I do think that we can't really stop there because it's the impact on our service area, impact on our customers when we are out for even a couple days that are important to consider as well. So I think both pieces have to be in the formula.
Thank you. There's another question here. How do CISOs and XCISOs develop a business case around the new CyberTech investment when risks are not quantifiable?
Well, so I'm usually the CFO that has to say, oh, what a great idea. Actually, I did challenge the group a little earlier today and the Chief Information Security Officers to essentially come to your CFOs, come to my equivalents, with those really thought out hard problem solutions. What we should not be saying yes to are the halfway solutions that actually are going to still leave the organization vulnerable. But when a really thought through, this will really address the problem for the company, kind of solution comes forward, that's where I need to, in my job, listen carefully and provide my support for approving those kinds of things.
And I think building on James' point, whilst the cyber risk may not be 100% quantifiable, if you're looking at it in business terms, if you're very clear about the assets that it's protecting, about the business processes that it's protecting and the way that it's working, then that will make a much more pertinent business case and really get it across. The challenge I think we have as CISOs and senior leaders is when we go in and say, the sky's falling, we need to buy X or Y. It's very it's poorly defined. There's no real tangible benefit to the CFO because we can't talk in the specifics that the CFOs are used to. And we need to be clearer, and that's where we need to work with the business. Cyber, information security, it doesn't exist in isolation. It should be supporting the business processes. It should be improving business processes, hopefully, by streamlining controls, making it easier for people to do their jobs. So we need to look at, when we're looking at a proposed solution, how does it make people's lives easier and enable them to do their jobs and support the business?
Brilliant, thank you. I mean, there's another question. How do you propose that the insurance industry copes with the nation-state sponsored cyber risk? Should this be covered? Any view on that?
Well, look, remember, an insurer is just insuring a loss. It's in the insurance business, there's this notion of a highly protected risk, right? When we're looking at property insurance, when we put sprinkler systems in, then we're going to get a lower insurance premium. So the same is the case in cyber. So though there really isn't this notion yet within the insurance industry of what a highly protected risk looks like, I think there should be, first of all. And you can see things like the Cyber Catalyst program and some other things really moving in that direction. But fundamentally, it's up to the companies to be avoiding the risk and having good controls to mitigate the risk. And when we have done our job there, then the insurance premiums will reward us.
Yeah, I think there's the cyber or the insurance companies or organizations themselves struggling to define that or to assess the amount of risk or the type of that risk and how they're going to insure it, as you mentioned.
Right, but remember, insurance is only coming into play when the damage has been done.
Yeah.
Right, and it's the same, we talked about law enforcement as well. When law enforcement is called in only once the damage is done, then here's the bad news, damage has been done. So, the task is really how do we rethink this problem so that the damage won't be done.
Okay, yeah. And building on James' point, just like to add two things. It's quite rare for any government to definitively state that an attack was via a nation state. So you've got that challenge from an insurance perspective. But the other thing, I think sometimes we talk about nation states and we work on the assumption that every attack that they do is incredibly sophisticated, that no one could prevent it. Most nation state attacks will use the easiest attack that they can find to get into a system. So if they've attacked you and they've taken you out, but they've gone through a phishing attempt, well, yes, it's a nation state actually carrying it out, but was it your lack of those fundamental security controls that prevented it? So that causes challenges in itself, and again, it comes down to, James, about the insurer will want to know that you've got a good level of base controls and that they're effective, they're well managed, no matter who the attacker is.
Yes, yeah, indeed. There's a last question, I think, yes. Does there need to be a change in mindset around the cybersecurity and move away from seeing it as a huge cost and towards seeing it as a saving on costs?
Well, cybersecurity is a cost center, whether we like it or not, right? But the fundamental question always comes down to, is that spend achieving an important outcome for the company? Some of those costs are commoditized costs, and they should be, kind of buy them at the least cost you can find. But there are other parts of your cyber spend that are strategic and essential to actually the continuity of your operations. And delineating between those two types, I think, is really important. And when you do, then you can focus on the latter as the type of spend that really makes the difference.
Agree completely. Cyber will always be a cost, but it's the way that we present that to our leadership, we present it, and we make sure that it actually improves matters. When we put in additional controls, sometimes they may actually be additional controls, but they still make it easier for the end user to log on. That could be multi-factor authentication that is done via your phone and everything. For the end user, suddenly things have become a little bit more streamlined, everything's a little bit easier. That could be a big cost, but you're actually getting a big business benefit from it as well. And when we pursue these things purely as a security control, historically security departments will be the department that likes to say no, then it will always be perceived as a major cost. If we can help people to do their jobs securely, then it'll still cost them money, but I think it'll be received much better among senior leadership.
Thank you very much. I think there is as well, I would like to ask this question myself, about the shortage in cyber skills and as well individuals or workforce in cybersecurity. And as well, I am aware that many organizations, they find it very difficult to recruit the right people, for example. But I came across, for example, some of the examples that most of the job description for the cybersecurity is written by an HR person. And sometimes, they just go and pick up maybe 100 types of skills needed, which prevent people from coming forward and apply to that job and so on. And this was as well discussed in one of the cybersecurity recruitment events. What is your thought on that? Just as it's outside of all that.
Well, it's just like your systems. You have to be picking those skills that you most essentially need, and then finding the ways to apply them as efficiently as possible. And this is, I think, where collective defense can mean that smaller organizations that can't afford entire, fully skilled teams, even if they were available, find ways to cover off their operational risk without breaking the bank on people.
I think sometimes we focus too much on requiring specific technical requirements from an individual rather than a certain mindset. Sometimes the best security professionals are those ones that are inquisitive, that look at something, will look at it from different ways. It's about diversity of thought, looking into this. So I think we as an industry need to be a little less prescriptive on our actual requirements for the job there and understand more. Because some of the technical skills, to be honest, aren't really that difficult to teach. They're quite straightforward. There's a lot of tool-based elements, but it's about the mindset. It's about getting someone that fits in, that understands the way to help support your business and to help it grow. So I think we should be a little bit broader in our mindset when it comes to hiring.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we are done here, and I really thank you very much, James and Ben. This was really impressive contribution and very, how to say, a good insight into what's going on in terms of cybersecurity, cyber loss with the organization. And thank for the audience for being good listeners. Thank you.
Thank you. Amir, Ben, Jamie, thank you very much indeed for that interesting panel discussion. It's certainly underlying the need to think differently about all aspects of cybersecurity when you're thinking about solutions. We're now going really deep in terms of our hybrid structure. What I mean by that is that we're going to now have a video within a physical event, within a hybrid event. I hope it's not too complicated. So it's my pleasure to welcome a video presentation from Mihaela Riska from Cloudflare, a leading cybersecurity organization that I'm sure you're all very familiar with, and a very topical and important subject, lessons learned in networking and security with financial services during and after COVID-19. So I'm not sure if the lights go down, but I think we'll now have a presentation on the video. Not quite sure how that works online, but I'm sure we'll arrange that everyone can see this. And if there's any popcorn, please do pass it around now. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mihaela Riska, Senior Product Marketing Manager with Cloudflare. This session is about lessons learned in networking and security for financial services. I'm going to go first through some of the trends in financial services, then what is Cloudflare, a few customer stories, and lessons learned. Let's start with the trends. I picked these three trends that I think are important. Extreme acceleration of digital transformation, rising volume and intensity of cyber attacks, increasing privacy and regulatory concerns. The pandemic has changed our daily lives, how we work, how we interact, how we learn, how we go for entertainment. It's no different in financial services. Branch closures have accelerated the implementation of digital self-service processes. As the need for social distancing grew, digital payments, which used to be nice to have, transformed into a daily necessity in many countries. Cloud migration has accelerated, driven by the rush to deploy solutions for a distributed workforce, but also driven by the need for agility in deploying new digital services. Prior to COVID-19, digital transformation was well underway in financial services, yet the pace was inconsistent across players, markets, and geographies. In a matter of weeks, COVID-19 has forced radical change in customer behavior, showing increased comfort and willingness to engage digitally. Mobile and online banking became more popular among customers. Smartphones, which are part of everything we do, are making it increasingly feasible for banks, brokers, and insurers to offer targeted services to customers. As the CEO of PNC Bank puts it very well, the bank's sales went from 25% digital to nearly 75% digital during COVID-19, condensing 10 years worth of changes into 2 months. In addition to accelerating digital adoption, the crisis has also served as a litmus test for financial institutions' digital infrastructure, especially security. Cybersecurity remains a persistent challenge for the financial services industry. Although much progress has been made, there are still many challenges as the volume and frequency of attacks continue to accelerate. Why is that? First, working from home presents unique security challenges in terms of managing the vast number of employees and contractors who need remote access. The legacy solution is a VPN. But VPNs provide an all or nothing access, which means that if credentials have been compromised, the attacker has free access to all corporate systems unless the company uses complex segmentations with switches and firewalls internally. With VPNs, stronger security can mean poorer productivity. And also VPNs are expensive to support and maintain. They need constant patching and updating. The second reason why is the reality of the attack surface being now wider. It exploded actually. An attack surface means network, software, and people. Applications and users can now be anywhere. and the neat castle and moat security model of the data center has become obsolete. Financial services have always been a target because they are rich in personal data, which is easy to monetize. Many financial institutions still rely on the same information security model that they have used for years, one that is perimeter oriented. Going forward, there is a need that financial institutions adopt an end-user-centric approach to security with automatic updates and shared threat intelligence. There is also a need to shift from building static capabilities in security to more proactive detection and dynamic mechanisms to mitigate threats. This is a report from ENISA, European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, that shows the top 15 cyber threats. The point of this is to see how varied these threats are. They could be phishing, malware, website-based attacks, DDoS, identity theft, insider threats, bot attacks, just to name a few. On our own network, Cloudflare has seen an increase in DDoS attacks in 2020. This is a month-by-month view. You can see I circled Q3 when the attacks were the highest. So one reason for the adoption of DDoS as an attack vector for ransomware, as opposed to using malware, is the ease with which such attacks can be carried out. Infecting an organization's systems with malware takes time and careful planning versus launching a DDoS attack, which has become relatively simple and has the added benefit for the attacker of being harder to trace back to its origin. From another report, this time from FS-ISAC, the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, we see that retail banking, exchanges, and payments have been the top segments hit by DDoS attacks in 2020. And an interesting fact is that more than 100 financial services firms were targets of a wave of DDoS extortion attacks conducted by the same threat actor. The criminals methodically moved across jurisdictions in Europe, North America, Latin America, and Asia Pacific, attacking dozens of institutions of all types within weeks, which brings me to the point of the importance of sharing threat intelligence worldwide. This slide is about bots. 40% of web traffic is generated by bots. There are good bots like search engine crawlers, like the Google one, and there are bad bots. How do you separate them? It's not a yes or no question. Cloudflare groups traffic into four categories: likely human, likely automated, definitely automated, and verified bot traffic. It uses machine learning on a curated subset of hundreds of billions of requests per day to create a reliable bot score for every request. It does fingerprinting from approximately 25 million internet properties to accurately classify bots. Our system does not generate or store device fingerprints, which is important because we want to preserve end user privacy. Our system uses behavioral analysis to detect anomalies and compares your internet property specific traffic to a baseline. You can see here the output of our bot analytics services for Europe as a whole, Italy, UK, and Portugal for the period January-August 2020. If you are interested in this topic, I recommend you read the blog by one of our engineers in Europe. I put the link on the slide for your reference, or just contact your local team. So the third trend I wanted to talk about is increasing concerns about privacy and regulation. At the same time as the increasing global business interactions via the internet, we see this increasing consumers and companies' concerns about data privacy. This is reflected in the recent updates in regulations. The EU has implemented GDPR back in 2018. In July 2020, the Court of Justice of the European Union declared that Privacy Shield, the EU-US personal data transfer mechanism, was no longer lawful This is known as the Schrems II decision. This decision has a significant impact on EU-US data transfers, and many organizations need to update their programs to rely on alternative transfer mechanisms. A second initiative, open banking, is a great initiative. The European Union and the UK have passed laws that explicitly require banks to create APIs and open them to third-party developers. But a 2019 survey by a marketing consulting firm showed a wide disparity between open banking's appeal to consumers and their suspicions of it. 44% of bank customers surveyed said that they would like the convenience and personalization that open banking brings, yet 75% said that they are unlikely or very unlikely to allow their banks to share the information with third parties. In payments, strong customer authentication and PSD2 have been two of the most discussed topics of 2020, considering the impact on merchants and online consumers. European Banking Authority has extended the deadline to implement SCA to December 31st, 2020, but different countries have different deadlines. So what is Cloudflare? Cloudflare is a global cloud edge network. It's one of the world's largest. We sit in front of 25 million, more than 25 million internet properties deployed in any configuration, on-prem, cloud-based, or hybrid. We have points of presence in more than 200 cities, in more than 100 countries. Our network and all our products are built with data protection in mind. We are a privacy-first company. We commit in our privacy policy that we will not sell personal data we process on your behalf or use it for any other purpose than to provide services to you. Throughout our history, we've never violated this promise. In fact, our privacy stance was defined long before governments started regulating privacy. Our business model is based on trust, not on ad revenue. Our mission is to make the internet better, more secure, faster, and more reliable. In Q4 of last year, our network blocked 57 billion cyber threats per day. Our network capacity is 59 terabits per second, which means we can sustain the largest distributed denial of service attacks. What differentiates us from our competitors is the scale of our network and the fact that every server in every Cloudflare city runs every service. This is important, especially for security services, because we don't need to hold traffic to a security scrubbing center in a central location. We detect and mitigate attacks right where they happen, at the edge. We then extract insights about the traffic patterns and share them with all the other nodes in the network. This shared intelligence makes our products better and faster, whether it's our firewall, smart routing, bot management, or DDoS mitigation. Continuous innovation is another thing that sets Cloudflare apart from its competitors. In 2018, at our IPO, we had application services. In 2020, we added Cloudflare One, which is made up of zero trust services and network services. We expand these services with many new features every year. For example, we just had one of our innovation weeks at the end of March dedicated to security. We announced a series of new features and solutions such as data loss prevention, leaked credential check, API shield, magic WAN, magic firewall, browser isolation, page shield, and others. For more details, please read our technical blogs and reach out to your local teams. Let's look at a few stories from our financial services customers. First one is about LendingTree. Over 15 million users use LendingTree to monitor their credit, shop for loans, and manage their finances. They also have over 400 financial institutions as partners. Before implementing Cloudflare, whenever they ran a new TV spot or a new social media campaign, requests would spike beyond the arbitrary limit that the previous vendor specified. That was a static limit, which meant the vendor would interpret the spike as a DDoS attack and block legitimate traffic. Not only did they lose the potential customers, but they also lost the money they spent on the marketing campaign. On top of that, the vendor would bill them for the DDoS protection. The APIs used to do business with their partners were also abused by bots. To improve their security posture, they bought our DDoS solution, rate limiting, WAF, and bot management. Within 48 hours of enabling our bot management solution, they noticed a drop by 70% in attacks against a particular API endpoint without affecting legit traffic. They were able to save $250,000 over 5 months by stopping API abuse. This is a customer story that shows how our security solution can operate at scale cost effectively. NCR trusts Cloudflare to provide the security and protection for their digital banking platform that enables credit unions and regional banks to offer online banking services to their customers across web and mobile platforms. Many of the banks that use NCR were receiving complaints from their customers that they were not able to access their account records online. NCR discovered that many of these sites were being targeted by bad actors with brute force and credential stuffing attacks. NCR needed to find a solution that would provide broad-scale protection against many of the common attacks that would target their customer sites, and to be able to offer these services without adding any unnecessary financial burdens for their customers. They bought our web application firewall, DDoS, rate limiting, and bot management. This Forbes 500 financial services organization was under a DDoS attack when they contacted Cloudflare. Their network infrastructure, hosted with a public cloud provider, went offline for over 30 minutes due to the attack. This was a network layer DDoS attack used for extortion. The attackers warned that another attack is pending if a ransom was not paid. So they implemented Cloudflare's Magic Transit, which is our layer 3 DDoS solution. And that was immediately able to offer protection and restore user experience at normal levels. Our solution uses shared intelligence from our large-scale network based on machine learning and behavioral analysis. So it works as soon as it gets installed. It does not need a couple of weeks to get trained like other solutions. Also, in contrast to other services, it does not introduce latency because it works at the edge and it does not send the traffic to a scrubbing center. This story is about a global payment processor that has been a customer of ours since 2018. As their growth and expansion began to accelerate, they needed a more modern, secure edge architecture, and they adopted Cloudflare. Another pain point was they had a dependency on professional services from their previous vendor that became a little bit too expensive and delayed the onboarding of some of their domains. Security was a key factor in their evaluation of a new vendor. Cloudflare offered a fully encrypted end-to-end solution that not only met their security requirements, but offered a high degree of self-service ability and scalability that was unmatched. Since onboarding to Cloudflare, they are now supporting over 300 unique website domain addresses. The onboarding process for one domain with Cloudflare takes under 13 minutes compared to up to 14 days with the other vendor, and the cost went way down. If I had to distill the lessons learned from these customer stories, I would pick these three. Number one, implement an intelligent threat mitigation solution, be it DDoS or bots, that continuously learns, is updated automatically, and is always on. Number two, you do not need to make a compromise between security and performance for your digital customers. Our integrated architecture inspects traffic inline at the edge. Then our smart routing and other performance products like mobile content optimization kick in seamlessly. Number three, our customers find that with Cloudflare, they can dramatically improve their operational efficiencies by consolidating vendors and reducing professional services expenses. Our integrated user-friendly management UI helps reduce complexity, And we know that complexity is the enemy of security and also increases the productivity of your staff. But the savings keep piling up from avoiding mismanaging bots, as you saw from the lending tree story. Before I close, I would like to leave you with some next steps. We have a lot of resources that can help you learn more about our solutions. Please check them out, and don't hesitate to ask your friendly local Cloudflare teams for a meeting. Thank you for attending this session.
Right, well, lots of very interesting information in that presentation. I'd like to thank Cloudflare for making that available as a way of overcoming travel restrictions. Obviously, we can't do a live Q&A, but many of Michaela's colleagues are here. I think they have a booth, and certainly online, you'll be able to connect with them. We'll make that presentation available to anyone and all who are interested. So thank you again for doing that. And thank you all for being here now for our next session, panel discussion on the insider threat and working from home challenges. Again, very timely. And I'd like to welcome, as a chair, Ollie Bone, who is a venture investor with Evolution Equity Partners, who invest in startups in cyber, AI, and analytics. And I also understand that Ollie has obviously been advising C-suite professionals on which technologies they should adopt. So who better than Ollie to chair this panel? Ollie, please introduce yourself and welcome your panelists. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, very pleased to be here. As mentioned, I'm a software investor, specifically focusing on cybersecurity. Particularly excited to talk to Vince and Vladimir today, as Bank of England, known as a fantastic institution, Revolut as kind of the modern day behemoth in the financial world. So two very contrasting institutions, but also both guys, when I spoke to them last week, shared a lot of very common thoughts that aren't just on the tools that you use, but in terms of the culture and the people aspect of the challenges when it comes to insider threat and working from home. So yeah, without further ado, Vince from Bank of England, great to have you up here, and I suppose hand over to you to do a quick intro.
Good afternoon, my name is Vince King from the Bank of England. I always start my introduction by saying I'm a reformed developer. So I always find myself as a problem solver, and it's the likes of me that I find difficult to control in this modern world. As a developer, I would always try and find a way around some of the controls and restrictions I've been put in. So in the best sense, I'm trying to say that I was an insider threat at the time. I always prefix that I'm reformed, so I'm all good. And now I'm, what's the phrase? I'm poacher turned gamekeeper. So I work for cybersecurity division, working vulnerability management. I also do incident response, and we are doing a lot in the data space to also understand what our vulnerabilities are, where they're coming from, and communicate those more widely with those people that give us the money to do what we do.
Excellent, thank you, Vince. And Vladimir, thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Vladimir. I'm leading the threat intelligence at Revolut Bank. It's been an exciting journey over the past years as the company grows. And obviously, I think the interesting point compared to us in comparison to Bank of England is that initially we were kind of a startup, cloud-ready company. And as we scaled, we almost had to adopt the remote culture due to COVID and due to the global expansion. So really happy to be here.
Great, thank you very much, guys. So yeah, starting off with our first question for today. Why are employees still one of the biggest threats to a business is security? Vince, do you want to go?
So that's the old adage, people are our greatest resource, but they also present the greatest risk. Our responsibility is education and making people understand why, if we say no, why we're saying no. And I think that's a huge barrier that I always faced when engaging with cyber. I was just told no without any context. So bringing them along on the cyber journey is hugely important, because at the end of the day, without them, there's very little we can do as an institution, as companies, as organizations.
Excellent, thank you. And Vladimir, any comments to add?
Well, yeah, I'd say that human beings, they have a very unpredictable nature. I mean, you can predict them, but it's something that you cannot fully control compared to tech. So it's something that always going to possess risk, no matter what we do. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I know, Vince, that you mentioned that a lot of your role has also been around the education piece, but there's only so much education you can be and so much hand-holding. Eventually, the employee is going to be left by themselves. And I suppose, how does that present a challenge to you? How are you thinking about that problem?
So I've seen in a lot of organizations that once you get in the door, there's a lot of training, a lot of induction, a lot of effort puts into you as a new employee, as a new member of staff. But too often I see that tails off very quickly. And once you're educated and that's done. Continued education and awareness training is hugely important. We regularly within the bank run awareness training sessions. We have a whole month of awareness training coming up in October. And one of the interesting things about the pandemic is how we've had to face into that, because we can't get people into the room anymore. But on the flip side of that, attendance has actually been up, because it's easier to flick from one virtual meeting to another rather than actually having to go and sit into a room as these nice people are here listening to people talk at you.
Excellent, thank you. Before we move on to our second question, I also forgot to mention at the beginning that you can go to your Beretta app to ask any questions that we'll get to after our session. So to do that, just go to your Beretta app, go to the bottom toolbar, click the three dots, and then click Q&A. So yeah, we'd love to hear your questions both from anyone here and online. So on to our second question. What cybersecurity vulnerabilities are raised due to the increasing number of remote workers? Vince, do you want to go again first?
Yeah, so what have we faced? We have moved from, like many organizations in the very first few weeks or months, moving from sustainability of remote workers to survival. Just the sheer volume of people working remotely, it was a challenge that a lot of my colleagues in technology stood up and made it a success. One of the things that we then came to realize is with vulnerabilities coming out, we've seen the weaponization of these vulnerabilities actually happen a lot quicker. And that forced us then to rethink our patching schedule. So normally patch Tuesday, exploit Wednesday, if anyone's technical enough to be in that realm. That has to be done quicker, that turnaround, that releasing of patching. But doing that to 6,000 workers who are all remote caused a technical challenge. And then similarly with the pandemic, I think has made a lot of organizations want to move to the cloud at speed. And that alone is causing its own challenges. And these are things as cybersecurity. I always go back to cybersecurity as a business enabler. We have to stop saying no, and we have to say yes, but with these guardrails.
Mm-hmm. Makes complete sense. And we've got a question actually, but before we do, Vladimir, do you want to add some points to that?
Yeah, I think as the world switches to the remote working, obviously they use the employee behavior switches as well, the apps that they eventually tend to use. We've seen some, some of the famous video conferencing being targeted, like Zoom. So you can expect calendars being targeted as probably as when you work remotely, you have to structure your time daily. Literally you put more information online, which is bad. So we can just wait and see them being targeted and probably successfully exploited. So I'd say we as a company, we're fully remote right now. We still have those kind of hot desking labs, but we're trying to educate our own employees to emphasize that, right now the cybersecurity becomes much more personal as they work from home, because now their home is their workplace. obviously we're trying to find the balance here, not to cross, not to cross the lines, like doing the on-site checks or whatever. But nevertheless, it's still happening, and they have to map those company risks to their own personal environment and to their home environment. So what type of router they use? Are they using their laptop solely for work, or now you can do something else there, like, I don't know, browsing news sites and so on. All of that still needs to be taken into account. So with the user, with the employee behavior change, that comes the new space for the threat actors to exploit, these changes. And that's what potentially might happen next.
Great, thank you. And I suppose, kind of following on that, I think, Vince, you mentioned the likes of, say, a Patch Tuesday, and I was just thinking in terms of days of the week, we often know that Friday is a great day to be launching a cybersecurity attack. And I was wondering if that's factoring into your guys' thinking in terms of, everyone's now, especially in this hybrid world, working remotely, using their own devices. Is that itself throw up a challenge of maybe people using their own devices on the weekend, or just in general, how are you thinking about that kind of BYOD issue at the moment?
So as Vladimir said, we've gone from a situation of working at home to living at work. So that barrier between work and home life has blurred slightly. So work devices are possibly getting used a little more often because they're on all the time. They're sitting on a desk or on your knee, however you're able to work. So bringing your own devices provides its own set of challenges and the controls that are needed around that. But I think the devices are actually getting bigger now because laptops are being used at home. For any parents among us, for any of us who have kids, were they getting used for homework when they were being done at home because there was a lack of connectivity or a lack of resources? Very likely. And these do cause challenges and worries for cyber divisions.
So moving on to our next question, which is around how companies can adapt their cybersecurity to the new hybrid working environment of an office and remote working. I suppose Revolut have a bit more of an advantage here in terms of it's probably the way the company was kind of set up from the beginning, was to have that flexibility. So interested to know if that felt you had an advantage, kind of going into the pandemic, but kind of as we are now. What are you guys doing to adapt and prepare?
Yeah, so we've been facing these challenges from start. We had a bit more time to trying to find the right solution here. I can see that there is no perfect solution. As a good example, a good example is the messenger culture. So we don't tend to use email much. We use mostly the messenger. And obviously the messengers, people tend to use on their own devices. So we have bring your own device policy. And just general as a company's culture is, get it done, always online. So it's kind of more of a work life. So you need to be constantly accessible. And obviously people use their own devices. And how you would prevent the data leakage there? Okay, you can enforce the work profile. You can do whatever you want, but person can still just make screenshots of the screen. Or he can just write it down, or he can make photos. He can just scan the laptop screen if he wants, unless you're going to require him to switch on the camera all the time. So probably the only way to successfully trying to secure this hybrid or fully remote model is by enforcing the culture. Because if there is an insider and he wants to leak data, he will leak data. Unless, we're speaking about the remote working, not about some isolated environments. So enforcing the culture, making sure that everyone feels a part of this, part of the company. Also making sure that there is a first point of contact in the company. If something strange starts to happen, or if your colleague, he starts to being more isolative and so on. It can be a well-being problem as well, but nevertheless can be a security problem. But generally enforcing this culture and maybe in some way increasing the transparency for the security department, that's important as well. Obviously not worth mentioning logging. So if most of the employees are working remotely, you need to log everything. Because it's not even about watching what people do, but it's all about doing the right steps after the incident happens. The worst that can ever happen is when something happened and you have no idea how it happened. So eventually it creates this known unknown in your company, which grows into even a bigger problem, and it can disrupt all the operations. If you think that there is someone, you don't know whom, yeah, it can stop all the operations then. So logging is important. Probably in every company, it's inevitable that someday a leak will happen. But you need to ensure that you have all the controls to find out how it happened, why it happened, and obviously implement some measures so it never happens again.
Excellent. I suppose we know there's a plethora of tools out there that you can use. But I think one of the phrases that stuck in my head when we spoke last week was that you don't want to play cat and mouse with your employees.
Yeah.
So it's not just about what you can do physically, but essentially having still that trust you have with your employees. So how do you think about that, just having that right balance in terms of like what security measures you can have in place, but making sure that you're not disrupting the culture?
Yeah, I think, I remember our chat, it's kind of an interesting issue. So the more security controls you put around the employee, and the more you get to the point when the employee starts feel like he's being controlled, like there is a wall, and eventually you might push him to the idea to play this cat and mouse game. So, you know, what if they control this and that, then unintentionally your brain gonna start thinking, okay, so probably they don't control this stuff, or there is this browser with this VPN I can enable, and probably this stuff is not controlled. So building this, this trustful culture and not making people feel like they're being watched all the time, but meanwhile kind of softly controlling them on the back end. That's a really good way of doing it. At the same time, I know that there is some contra research about the slippery slope. So if you want to prevent the bigger crime, you want to make sure that the small crimes are being reacted to and being escalated. So I think there are two contradictory ways to handle it. Obviously, as we're still a startup, we're a bank, we're in the private sector, probably building this trust is a better way for us. Though for some other companies, I can easily imagine that preventing the slippery slope is the best way to go.
Excellent, thank you. And I suppose, yeah, Vince, over to you. I think, obviously, Bank of England being a fantastic institution, but considering I've seen the Roman murals inside the bank, quite a different culture in terms of what you guys had to adapt to when the pandemic hit. What was that like in terms of you scaling up your response and the way you dealt with everything? Great to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I think like many other organizations, we had a very steep curve to climb in the first few weeks to make sure that we were doing everything we could to do remote working as safely and securely as possible. Out of the pandemic itself, as I mentioned previously, we hold an awareness month within the bank where we try and raise just cyber awareness both within the bank and at home with our employees. And that at home bit we're focusing more and more on that because we're spending more time at home. But we're also finding, as I mentioned also, that we were forced to have it virtually last year. It has actually turned into a successful effort, and we're going to be hosting it virtually this year as well. Because if you read the surveys, nationwide, 9 out of 10 employees want to continue working from home. Whether they'll be allowed to going forward, that's a different discussion, but as technology, as cyber specialists, we have to reckon that is going to happen, and we have to keep every one of those safe.
Excellent, thank you. So yeah, on to our next question, which is how can organizations prevent individuals in the business leaking data? Vladimir, I don't know if you want to start on this one again.
Yeah, I think it touches the previous answers that I provided. So again, logging is really important. You need to know what person looked at this screen this same moment, and that's really important. From my experience in Revolut as well, that's something that that's a must. And also the security culture. There are several types of the insider leakers, of the whistleblowers. There are different motivations, and you need to take into account all of them. Because one of the things that I've seen is the unintentional leaking, due to the culture difference. Because we're based in UK, we're kind of very much UK driven in terms of values and so on. But as we expand all around the world, we expand to some other countries, developing markets, and the work culture there can be completely different. And for example, if for someone to show his friends something is normal there, it's not normal just generally corporately speaking. So to make sure that everyone culturally stays on the same line, and that during the onboarding process, the people are getting proper, they're getting proper explanation of what's possible, what's not possible, why it's not possible, what are our company values. What happens if someone leaks data? What happens if you suspect someone leaking data? Whom you should approach to? That's really important, trying to create this unified culture. And it's a big challenge for us, as I mentioned, where we're expanding to new markets, where we're purely global. And yes, that's a really big challenge that we're facing and we're working on.
Excellent, thank you. And obviously, yeah, as you kind of mentioned, a lot of it comes down to education, training, awareness. Vince, I think with the Bank of England, you mentioned, it's obviously that education piece is big, but also you're thinking around actually what is sensitive data as well. So you've made some progress there, haven't you?
Yeah, so we are going through the introduction of a new classification scheme. Historically, we had created our own. We had a single classification called unclassified. And in retrospect, that caused people to overclassify because they didn't think unclassified was free to share, it wasn't public information, so everything was bank confidential. We're moving to a traffic light system that is more internationally used, and again, the education piece around that. But one of the biggest things that we found, and through my work with collecting a lot of data over the pandemic from our cybersecurity tools, was printing. Printing was just dropped off a cliff. We were printing thousands of pages a day, and printing for cybersecurity experts causes an issue because it's crossing a trust boundary. You can have all the tools, and I'm a huge fan of logs, log everything, watch everything, just because I'm nosy particularly, but we can control it when it's on someone's screen. But as soon as they print that and walk out the door, we have no idea. It helped the fact that no one was traveling. We lost so few devices over the last 18 months, no laptops, no mobile phones, no RSA tokens, but we will start to see that climb back up as people come back in. But even things like printing, when people come back in, we have to embrace that. We have to grab that opportunity to go, well, you lived for 18 months without printing something. Do you really need to print it now? Because immediately you're closing off the potential for data loss.
Wise words. So on to our next question, which is, which safeguards should be implemented to protect financial information? Vince, you okay if I go straight back to you?
Yeah, sure. Not to steal Vladimir's thunder, but all the controls should be put in all the time. People, as I say, are just generally our biggest risk. But if you look at the information that's out there, it's not applications particularly are getting attacked or making the headline. It's all about misconfiguration. So again, we're moving to cloud at speed. We're running before we can actually walk some organizations, and putting up the guardrails to just make sure that people are enabled, because it goes back to my earlier point that we should be a business enabler, but they're enabled in the right way. They're enabled with safeguards, with when you go bowling and you have those little rails at either side. That's what I want to put in place.
Excellent, thank you. And Vladimir, I suppose the maybe more challenging employees can be the ones who are a bit more technically gifted. How do you think about that, particularly with your kind of developers potentially at Revolut?
Oh yeah, obviously in terms of awareness and general policy enforcement, you'd have to keep in mind to which department you're speaking about. So for example, in terms of developers, one of the risks that you might consider is being ransomed, right? Someone just launching malicious code, because there is no working, as far as I know, ransomware sample for the cloud things. But also there are some POCs and there are ways to replicate yourself of someone just launching those ransom code in the cloud, one of your own people, and then just I don't know, asking for ransom or flying away, or the many scenarios that can happen. So yeah, obviously when you implement these controls, you the controls and awareness you have to enforce is very different for your legal department and, say, for your back-end engineers. So you have to adopt, so your security awareness and generally, I'd say, security enforcement programs should be relatively flexible on the higher level and getting more tailored and more specialized once you implement more low-tier controls.
Great, thank you guys. So on to the next question, which is a favorite of mine, around phishing scams and how to prevent them. I've worked with a few CISOs in the past, none of which have been happy with their current kind of setup. So yeah, I suppose the question is for you guys, is training just the answer to combat phishing, or how else are you guys thinking about this challenge? Vince?
So we run regular phishing campaigns internally. We also have the capability for someone to report and send a suspicious email through to be investigated further, because some of them are actual genuine emails and those need to, they may save a business purpose. But the phishing campaigns are hugely important. Over the pandemic, phishing scams rose by 600%, typically around some COVID cure or some new policy that was coming in, a lot of travel information. So these were triggering people to click a lot more and getting people the information they need to help them spot these phishing emails was incredibly important, but not just at one level, at all levels. Spear phishing is hugely important to combat because the higher you go, the bigger the target you have on your back. Now, some people will say, you can't send the governor of the Bank of England a phishing email. Does he receive them? Yes. Will he be a target? Yes. So you have to have the support of the management and the executives to be able to say, we are running this in as real life situation as possible.
Yeah, and I think something I've heard often is organizations really trying to celebrate anyone who has any doubt over an email, kind of bringing that up to security teams. And I suppose, yeah, with Revolut, Vladimir, how do you guys think about that? How do you go about the training, creating the right culture around preventing attacks?
Yeah, also we run self-phishing campaigns as well. We try to, I won't say we try to gamify it, but try to make it a bit more lively and interactive. I know praising those who accomplish it, who don't click the links, and also re-educating those who click the links. Also, two other points could be worth to mentioning is that we have a dedicated point of contact in our company that if someone received a phishing email on his work mail or on his personal mail, or he receives any suspicious message, no matter if it's work-related or not work-related, they can always go there, can ask questions, and they're going to get our expertise. And it's literally almost not 24/7, but like 14 hours a day. So we have this point of contact dedicated, and it provides some really good results. As you know, the more you educate your employees, eventually some of them pick this up and start educating their colleagues. So it was really good practice. Another thing that we implemented is our executive awareness program. As Vincent correctly mentioned, frequently the execs getting spearphished and specifically targeted by the threat actors. And in this sense, it's important to run the program which is going to be interesting to them, because many of them have very short attention span. So what we do, we're trying to map those cyber risks which they face on their day-to-day routine to the personal environment as well. So literally doing almost like a consulting session for those key employees with a high access or who get targeted. So after he gets a phishing email, then we book a 2-hour slot and just go through all his routine. What's the best practice? What's the worst practice? Where you might be leaking data? What's your exposure by chance? If you have exposure, then where did they find your email? They find your email here. Okay, well we can do something around it. And by educating them, we building the bridge between the security department and the executives, which also plays a really good role. Because when people are speaking about security awareness, they only normally know that they only normally mean the low tier and medium tier employees. they never think about the C level or E level. While those people, logically, they're the ones who might get targeted if there can be some, high profile attack. So running this program, I think it gave some really good results, and also helped us to properly, to get the proper conversation and proper traction at this level in security.
Excellent. And I suppose zooming out a little bit to kind of the broader challenges of just, I suppose, employees working from home. What are the other things that a company can do to ensure that your cybersecurity controls are effective?
So it's, again, the cyber controls are put in place to hopefully very light touch protect people from attackers, but also from themselves. One of the campaigns that we're trying to do is increase people's awareness of their own cyber risk. So giving them access to protective tools that they can use at home. We all say that passwords should be strong, they should be different for every account you have, because if one gets pwned, then potentially you're going to have others. But even as a cybersecurity expert, I can confidently say we have the same password for a lot of our social networks, for a lot of our email accounts. Giving employees a tool as simple as a password vault that they can use at home, and it's an enterprise level, and it's fully paid for, there's no ads, that is improving their behavior at home. It's then educating the other people in that household, and all in all, it's making them and us as an institution a safer place.
Excellent, thank you. So next question is, what is the best way for organizations to safeguard its data from accidental malicious data leaks? Vince, perhaps go straight back to you.
Again, not one to steal Vladimir's thunder, but tooling. And the tooling can be put in place, but the most important thing is to have the processes to use that information. So if it is happening, why is it happening? How often is it happening? One of the most important processes that we have in place is the ability to report a data loss incident. If you don't know that there's been a data loss, then there's nothing you can do about it. So all the controls about encryption at rest and in transit, fewer things are being lost, is all great, but you have to know about the incidents themselves. So getting the confidence and not making it a punishable offense to report that something's gone on.
Mm-hmm. And how do you enforce that kind of culture process of reporting?
Again, all awareness and education, and giving examples of things that could happen, not necessarily that have happened, and having a very clear and defined process that's shared across the whole institution of, if it happens, call this number, click on this link on the intranet and report it. Don't sit on it for a long time, and just report it, because we need to know.
Yeah, and I think, Vladimir, a kind of similar story at Revolut. Please share it.
Yeah, I think to make this, I would say, a comfortable reporting culture. So actually, getting back to our Friday chat, if the person loses his laptop or the phone, he shouldn't be feeling like, he shouldn't be afraid to report it. So if you lost it, it's fine. It happens to everyone. If you lost it, just report it straight ahead. If it's even 3 a.m., report it, we'll lock it. And also having some endpoint controls like SSO and and some other ones which allows you to auto block, and basically which makes someone losing his credentials not a worthwhile risk. It's still a risk, but it's not a big thing. In terms of leaking that data, third-party risk, that's really important. And by third-party risk, I don't mean the critical vendors to your company, but those small vendors like browser plugins. As it might not necessarily be someone breaching the plugin or finding vulnerability in it. It can be just ownership change. Or like some third party bought this browser plugin, got access to all the source code, push the update, and then here you go, information is leaked. So third party risk, I can talk about the fourth party risk, but we can go very far with it. But third-party risk is really important in this sense. And many companies, they have in the scope those critical big vendors, but they completely miss those small companies, or the small comfortable add-ons used by your developers, something like to search tabs or, I don't know, manage your time. They really miss it. Well, those small things can have the big access to all the data. So it's important to have the combined approach here in terms of monitoring, whitelisting, blocklist awareness.
Great. I feel like we've already covered a lot of it already. Thanks for your great points. But to add, is there anything you guys would comment on in terms of particularly stopping malicious data leaks? Any other, I suppose, internal policies or controls you guys have in place there?
So, as I say, I'm a big fan of classification. You have to know what is sensitive data, what is critical data for your organization. But as Vladimir said earlier, if someone really wants to leak that data, whether it's a screenshot on their phone or taking a photocopy of their screen, anything like that, you can only protect people so far, and then you have to have all the tooling, the people, and the process all in place to do the best you can.
Mm-hmm. And Vladimir, anything to add?
I think in order to stop the insider leak problem at its roots, you need to invest some time in the recruitment process and take into account the culture of the person, what's his social attributes, not just, okay, he knows all these languages, he coded this, and then it's fine. So you need to have a more integrated approach when in your recruitment. And even in this case, it demands some collaboration between the security department in the company, between the HR, and so that HR is aware about the certain risks, about the certain cases. So investing a bit more time from start might save you a fortune later.
Excellent. And any comments as well in terms of the tools, like having the right SIEM, SOAR, etc. I mean, I suppose all of the above that you guys would have, or any kind of tips in terms of, what you guys look out for in terms of, having the right alert thresholds and all these sort of things. How are you guys thinking about that?
So one of the issues that is affecting the whole industry, and it was mentioned in one of the earlier panels, was about recruitment and the people that you get in. All the tooling in the world is wonderful and effective, but having someone who could triage that so you're not overwhelmed, and again, as Vladimir was saying earlier, more logging is always a good thing, but you can become overwhelmed if you haven't got the right people in place to say, that's fine, we don't need to worry about that, and this is an actual issue that we have to investigate. So again, not just education on a high level, but investing in staff, and especially those almost first responders for cyber incidents, is hugely, hugely important.
Yeah, I think logging is really important, but also what I like about Revolut, we have this build yourself culture. So I suggest companies not to be afraid of trying to build their own internal solutions for that, instead of just looking at the market. As the market, there are some solutions available, but none of them is ideal, honestly. I won't do any kind of product placement or product shaming, but nevertheless, it's still sometimes it's easier to make something tailored to your own needs in-house, either fully develop yourself or maybe integrate with all the solutions, and it might help a lot. In terms of logging, besides just the forensic benefit of the logging, there is also the fact that you keep collecting the soft data, and once you collect enough data, it can help you to identify the patterns. Well, it helps you to identify the patterns, and you can just apply some simple machine learning model on top and automate it, which is the end goal in this case, probably security automation. So logging from early start, from your first day as you founded the company, just collect logs, collect information, because then it might play a really good role when you have to automate things and be more efficient.
Great. We're down to our last question, and we've already got some great audience questions. So any more, please do add, and we'll get to them. Final question is, how is the increased amount of unstructured data being created and shared impacting the likelihood of internal error?
As I mentioned before, the big breaches that we hear, they're not necessarily a persistent threat. It is someone has got a bit of data and they have be given the ability to put it into a shared area without any encryption or protection. And again, we go back. I always go back to the guardrails. Giving people the ability to do what they need to do, but in a safe manner. So those guardrails will prevent 90% of these breaches.
Yeah, misconfigured servers, unintentional leaks, forgotten, I don't know, a password reuse. As a classic thing, so I fully support the Vincent's point. And I think it's worth mentioning, if someone ever decides to breach into your company, they will breach. I mean, there is no such thing as perfect security. It will happen one day. It just depended who will do this from the business point of view. So the most you can do is trying to implement some controls, trying to enforce this culture. Worth mentioning, NCSE has some brilliant guidance for like new companies, and generally, really, the material is really, really good. They're doing a great job. But obviously, it's you cannot do magic, and there is no universal some sort of universal setup you can have.
Great, thank you guys. Well, yeah, I think we'll move on to Q&A now for the final few minutes. First question we have is, how do you reduce the risk of data leakage for customer services when people are working from home? Either of you take that.
Well, that's a good question. Obviously, it depends which customer services you're talking about, because some, normally a part of it companies tend to outsource, some of them have internally. So in terms of internal ones, getting back to my point, when you implement some controls and when you're trying to enforce some sort of a culture or policies, you need to take into account whom you're speaking to. So once we get to, once we, in terms of customer support, you need to take into account the background and the culture that exists in this office. What we are doing is that we set up a very good pipeline. So literally the customer support, they tend to deal with some of the phishing cases related to our customers. And all these phishing cases, about 25 to 30 a day, it all goes to us eventually. So we do the post-escalation. For example, during past months, we blocked about 300 numbers belonging to this fake HMRC scam. And eventually this, it takes our time, and it needs, it makes you work not 24/7, but quite long hours. But at the same time, it builds this trust between the security and the customer support. And in the customer support, it builds a security mindset. And eventually, after a year and a half, you start seeing those kind of local security champions organically emerging in the customer support department and just spreading this knowledge and feeling that and spreading this vibe that they're doing the right thing, that they're helping the customers to fight the crime, they're helping to educate this and that. So I would say providing some sort of a correct guidelines for the customer support, that's really important. And obviously doing your best to understand the threats around your customers. That's also very important for us as a company, and it gives us some great lessons, and also helps us to escape our professional cage. When you think that everyone knows it, but in fact it's just people who work in your area, they know this. So I'd say stronger collaboration and looking at customer support not like as a crowd that you're trying to manage and trying to control, but because the customer support department has your customers, so they also have to take care about someone. So, and playing it the right way, then it can give you some good results. In our case, it did.
Great, thank you. So yeah, on to the next question, which is reminding me of the case of Waymo with poached employees and taking over company secrets. But the question is, how big is the risk that sensitive company data is being left on an employee's personal device once that person has left the company? I suppose it's quite high, but would you guys want to?
Yeah, so technical hygiene, we're always very good at turning things on, but very poor at turning things off, and finding someone responsible, accountable, and willing to say, yes, we don't need that device anymore. How long you keep it for? Yeah, that's just sanitizing the the equipment. But again, I go back to an earlier point where you can sanitize an equipment, but you can't erase a printed piece of paper. And that trust boundary that you're crossing causes huge difficulty. So don't print anything.
I'd say being based in cloud partially solves this problem. So if someone downloads something, then it can be logged and we can escalate it. But generally, if the person left, then he no longer has access to the cloud. And yes, also it's obviously enforcing work profiles, so you can wipe out the device, you can make sure. But generally, cloud in this sense, cloud technologies, they play quite a positive role.
You still need the access management control.
Yeah, I am.
So if you stay in a company long enough, you will get this privilege creep where the first job you had a certain set of responsibilities, and you move within that organization and you find out that you are part of a number of authorized users for things that you haven't touched or cared about for many, many years.
Yeah, I think IAM is definitely a hard area in every fast-growing company with loads of employees. And from what I've seen, every company, from big tech to finance, so they all manage it a bit differently. So yeah, that's tough question. Leavers, joiners, so on. But at the same time, I'd say it's one of those areas which are being looked very in depth by the regulators and so on. So it's one of the most controlled areas in some way, which sometimes is a bit strange comparison to other areas. And yeah, it's really important.
Great, thank you. Next question is a very interesting one, which is a move to a reliance on instant messengers, which I think we all know isn't something that's going to come back out the box. How is this kind of? How do you guys think about this in terms of it causing future issues for DPO because of GDPR and data subject access requests?
It is interesting. Keeping conversations and instant messenger, you have to have the policies around that to say we only keep them for a set period of time. We're creating a huge amount of data, and we have to think about the cost of storing all of that data forever. And we just have to follow the policies and the guidelines to keep what we need, and anything that we do keep, make sure it's got a sticky label on saying how sensitive it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're having the same issue, and I'd say it's important to when the data is being requested by, say, law enforcement, it's one thing, and it's always better to create the proper stakeholder management and relationships which allow you to act immediately when something happens, other than someone email you in 4 months and saying, oh, hey, this happened, do you have any data? But I think every company which accumulates large amounts of data, especially, and which with the cloud-based companies, they all have this issue.
Great, thank you. And yeah, specific question for Revolut, which is how do you guys deal with alert fatigue?
With what?
Alert fatigue.
Alerts?
Alert fatigue.
Well, I say with remote working is a really good way to find a balance here. And I remember when our company was switching to the remote working, one of the main concerns was that, well, what about the performance and so on? But once we switched, it actually appeared that people tend to work more, and they tend to balance their time better. And for some, this 2-hour jogging in the afternoon might give him power to work until like 7 or 8 if needed. So they're becoming more accessible and more efficient. We also recently, our company implemented the well-being program, which is fairly nice. Obviously, it's hard to maintain something proper with the remote culture, as if you switch your company to full remote working, the general culture suffers, right? It's inevitable. So you have to make it interactive and so on. But yeah, in terms of fatigue, remote working comes in as well. Just generally, well, sports, healthy eating. Remote working, again, influences those habits positively. You no longer have to get sandwich. You can, do something proper. So it kind of all combines here. Obviously, in our case, if you need to take a day off, if you feel overworked, stressed, you can just take a day off. So that's not a problem.
Excellent, thank you very much. Well, I'm very sorry to the person also, I don't know who said this. We've got one question left, but we're out of time. So whoever had that question, I suggest you reach out to these two guys on LinkedIn, or if you're here, ask in person. But yeah, we've come to an end. Hope everyone who's listening at home or here enjoyed it. I'd like to say thank you very much to Vladimir and Vince for joining me on stage, and thank you very much to the CyberTech Forum for having us. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ollie, Vince, Vladimir. Obviously, working from home challenges haven't been addressed properly by lots of organisations, and they're clearly here to stay for some time. So a very timely and a relevant topic to discuss. So thank you for that. We now have a break. We're running a little bit over. You've got 20 minutes. And then we do have our finale. It's well worth tuning in for and coming back to, when we'll have a panel discussion on regulatory requirements, challenges and opportunities with some more fantastic panelists to end the day. So please do grab yourself a coffee, some cake or whatever, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. pleasure to welcome you back. I know there's some people still getting their caffeine shots because, people forget how to work a full day in the real world. So hopefully that's working well. Delighted you've come back. Well worthwhile. We have a highlight panel now, and we have more people joining us online, I'm pleased to say, particularly for this session. And this session is entitled Regulatory Requirements, Challenges and Opportunities. Absolutely key to, I think, everything else that we've discussed today. And it's my pleasure to welcome a very esteemed panel of experts, which will be chaired by Dr. Richard Alexander, who is a senior lecturer in financial law and the director of the Department of Learning and Training, I understand, at the School of Finance and Management at SOAS, University of London, the School of Oriental and African Studies. I hope I've got all that correct. Richard, it's a pleasure to welcome you. Please do come to the stage, give your intro and welcome your co-panelists.
Thank you, Richard. Just one correction. I'm not the director of the Department of Learning and Teaching. Each of our academic departments has its own director of learning and teaching, and I'm the one for the School of Finance and Management. Okay, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Ryan Swan from Think Money. And Ryan looks at things very much from a legal and regulatory point of view. Once we have everyone on the stage, I'll be asking each of the panelists to give a short introduction of themselves as well. Next, Vinita Rumtree, from HSBC Kinetic. And last but absolutely not least, Ibrahim Gatungu, a fellow banker from Standard Chartered. And Vinita comes to us very much from a regulatory compliance point of view. Ibrahim has more of a technical background. But before we get into the meat of the session, if I could ask each of the panelists in turn to talk briefly about what you do within your organization, and specifically what it's been like for you coming out of the lockdown and getting back into some semblance of, quote, normal work. So, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Ryan Swan. So I'm Chief Legal and Risk Officer at Think Money. So we're a fintech organisation providing digital current accounts to retail customers. So I suppose what I'm going to bring to the table hopefully today is a perspective of a more broader kind of risk and oversight kind of role in an organisation that supports consumers, but also from a proportionality point of view, we're not a huge organisation. We sort of have 100,000 customers, probably around 200 staff. So I think some things we're going to talk about today is the proportionality regulatory requirements and my kind of take on how I think that supports those kind of organisations. In terms of COVID, this is the first outing I've sort of been allowed out from home to come and see real people. So it's good to be here and talk to you guys. I think in terms of how we found things working remotely, I think we've adapted really well to that. We've kind of enjoyed it. We've looked at new technologies that support all our organisation, whether that's our people, our culture, or our customers. So I think timely kind of subjects in terms of some of the technology requirements and how they can support organisations. Excited to talk to you about it.
Okay, and Ibrahim?
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. So, Dr. Richard, name is Ibrahim Gadungu. So I'm the head of Information Cybersecurity Policy within Standard Chartered Group. So at the moment, sort of my role is around looking at how we align our internal frameworks, policy standards, also at a technical level, compliance to regulatory requirements across our 60 markets. So our business sort of context is we are an investment bank, but a lot of sort of retail licenses that operate within emerging markets. So what I bring to the table today is just that broader view from a cybersecurity perspective, given all the deep dives that we do around attestation and preparing the bank just around BAU to make sure that we align with some of those requirements. So maybe back to your last question.
Yeah, I was going to say, because obviously you have more of a technical background.
Yeah.
And of course, banks were famously essential work institutions. So did you go into lockdown at all?
Yeah, so I think for us, we had quite a number of people maybe around some of the more regulated processes on records management or the front line, let's say, what's called banking services not really working from home because they have to provide some of those services to our customers. So for myself, being in risk management, because I'm in the second line of defense, I worked 100% from home. So this is actually the first conference, and I'm attending face-to-face with a lot of people. Quite glad to meet everyone, and sort of, yeah, we'll be looking to interact with all of you and exchange ideas. Yeah.
Great. How about you, Vinita?
So I work with HSBC Kinetic, and I'm slightly different to both my colleagues here, both my panelists here, but essentially, we were chatting about it earlier. You're both from second line of defense, and I'm from first line. So I come in not so much from a cyber specialism, but I look after risk and governance overall. So risk and governance oversight, but working with first line. So the way I would look at it is almost some organizations have that 1.5 concept. But if you think about saying HSBC Kinetic is about creating a digital experience and having seamless, straight-through journeys for customers, how then do you ensure that you're creating something that's slick and modern, but also part of a legacy bank? So it's about finding that optimum balance and doing things right and still staying aligned. So I support there, and also more recently, besides my role here, I'm also looking from, since we're talking about compliance and everything, also about how can we leverage sort of reg requirements like open banking to then look into using that to make it more along the lines of open finance and matching up with some of the fintech thinking and say, what is it that we could do with the power of APIs and how should we be thinking about them? So there's a broad sort of things that I'm looking at, but it's fantastic. In terms of your question about the lockdown, I have, as I always say, I love lockdown, and I loved it more because I love writing. So I finished the whole novel in the lockdown, and I'm looking now to refine it. But that was one part. But I also love being back, and I'm going to the office pretty much every single day. So I was telling my friends, I kick my kids out to school in the morning, and then I'm back in Canary Wharf every single day. I love it.
It's great. It's great to hear that you love writing. We don't have time to talk about the novel now, but I may well be emailing you asking for journal articles in a little while. But that's for later on. But to start with the agenda of this session, I'd like to start off with a general question to all three panelists. You all three have different perspectives. What would you say are the key governance and compliance challenges for financial institutions going forward? And sure, talk from the perspective of your own institution, but it would also be good to hear your views on the sector as a whole. So, Vinita.
I think the key challenge is, the way I'd look at it is looking at the entire ecosystem. So there's two parts, right? When you look inward, when you look into your organization, just the complexity. So for a bank like ours, as I was saying, Kinetic is one part where we've got 16,000 customers within Kinetic, but we're a part of a larger organization. So from a reg and compliance perspective, we've got to see how do we stay aligned. Because if you were looking at the regulator or requirements, then the requirements are not specific to one part. And you don't want to be creating duplication in the processes and, different units trying to solve for the same challenge. So it's about staying aligned. Like, even if I take a simple requirement, right, saying open banking or cyber reporting requirements, you've got to figure out, when you look internally, that's the primary challenge. When you look externally, because you've got to stay part of the ecosystem. So when you look externally, I would say the key thing is really how do you then stay competitive in that external market as well. So you've got, sorry, my mic gone down? Is that okay now? Better? I'll hold it. Yeah, thank you. So, and when you look externally, it's about how do you stay competitive. So you've got to stay compliant. But at the same time, if you get too focused on the compliance and meeting the standards, but you're not competitive, then where are the customers going to be? So you've got to have that really good customer value proposition, but also then stay right from a reg requirements perspective.
Yeah, I think I agree on that side. I think it's that, for me, it's that risk kind of balanced approach. So for us, the compliance challenges, or for sort of organisations our side, you know, the regulatory requirements, our team is sort of a team of 5, team of 6 in terms of tracking kind of all of that is kind of quite challenging, and making sure we don't drop the ball there. I think from sort of a cyber fraud sort of security perspective as well, that third party supplier kind of risk in terms of how we know where our data is, how we know what they're doing with it, how reliant we are on those suppliers. And I think from financial institutions' point of view, the regulator as well is in terms of, you know, putting more pressure on understanding what that means. So I think that balance for me, as you kind of say, is, we'll come on to it, I think is using, you know, the resource you've got in the best kind of way to manage the risk that's relevant to you. And I think you can get too caught up in all the regulatory requirements, as in rule-based approach, versus actually looking at what are we trying to achieve, how are we trying to achieve it, how are we protecting our security requirements, how are we managing and delivering a great experience for our customer, but having that sort of risk balance kind of side. So I think there's that angle. I think there's also the angle around the people side. So in terms of the culture and how you're managing that throughout the kind of business from a regulatory challenge, I think people are more aware to that through kind of COVID and understanding different behaviours. But I think there's a longer term play there around people, whether it's how they want to work, whether it's how they interact, whether career development opportunities. I think it's the softer kind of side of regulation that's still really important that businesses often forget. We're lucky in terms of a smaller workforce to be able to get around that. I think for larger organisations, being able to maintain that culture and that one voice, all for the same kind of purpose, and demonstrating that will be a challenge in the next few years.
And Ibrahim, how does it look from Standard Chartered?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, I really like what Ryan just mentioned there, just moving away from rule-based compliance and really looking at it from a principal perspective, because some regulators are now sort of focusing on operation resilience and the ability of organizations being very quick to recover services in case of a cyber attack, because we've seen quite a lot of that. Remember what happened with the SolarWinds attack, for example. And I guess from that perspective is really educating, I guess, the board members, the senior management on what the bank really needs to do in those cases, what investments they need to make. But I think also reconciling that with some of the expectations across our different markets, because we have different sort of priorities for different markets based on the services that we offer there. So I think from my perspective, when we are looking at sort of those policies and how to uplift that next level maturity, is how do we reconcile that with things like innovation and how fast the business has to present some of those services.
Absolutely, which brings us into the whole area of, as products evolve, as new products come into the market, as more technical products come into the market, to what extent are they regulated, to what extent are they not? I loved the description that a past chair of the Financial Conduct Authority gave of the regulatory perimeter. He said, it's a bit like the coast of Norway. If you, from a distance, if you take a quick look at it, it looks like a straight line. But when you look closely, actually, it's in and out, and it's 10 times longer than you thought it was, and a lot more complex. Which brings them to a question that I'd like to ask you, Ryan, from a legal perspective. How do you think regulators and the banks could work better together than they do at present? Certainly, and feel free to answer this from a sectoral perspective.
Yeah.
I know, talking to other colleagues in the sector, for a while I was a research assistant at one of the major city law firms. They still exist, so I won't say which one. And I learnt there that whatever the regulators say, certainly in the UK, there's not a whole lot of trust between financial institutions and the regulators. I think of not that long ago, one of my PhD students was doing research on AML compliance in banks, and she was looking at the UK, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, and sent around an anonymous questionnaire on what the issues were, how well did they think they were doing. And not a single, by the time we'd finished, she'd written to every bank in the UK. Not a single UK bank replied. Number of Nigerian banks replied. Sierra Leone was really good because the culture in West Africa was, okay, we're developing countries. We know you have limited resources. If we're satisfied that you are not taking the mick, that you're doing the best that you can with limited resources, then that's fine. Whereas the perception, fairly or unfairly in London, was that the Financial Services Authority, now the FCA, are out to catch people because they think it makes them look tough. Now, I'm not asking if that's the view of your institutions. I will tell you that is the view of a lot of institutions that I've spoken to.
I think in terms of the question in terms of how they can work best together, I think for me it's about education, it's about communication. So I think it's about businesses educating the regulator on some of these technologies and how these products kind of work a lot better so that they understand it. I think it's then businesses collaborating with the regulator and being more proactive in terms of how they work together through sort of regulatory reporting. I think for me, the FCA, you guys are probably aware in terms of the sandbox regime, in terms of that innovation. I think they've just opened that up. I think they're pretty. I find them pretty forward thinking in terms of how they think about that regulation. I think the data piece centres together in terms of the pain points that businesses have through regulatory reporting. It's bringing that to the table so that we can, as a community, both regulators and financial institutions, to say, okay, what is that kind of common goal? How do we strip that kind of back? I think the regulator recently FCA published a speech where they're talking about, yes, we're a financial regulator, we're also actually now a data regulator because we get it. We understand that data centres around everything, whether that is in terms of how that business makes decisions, to your point, sort of Richard, how you stand behind that data and that decision-making process to say this is why we did X and why we didn't do Y, resources or whatnot. But it's getting them involved. I think, in my experience across my career, I've seen organisations that are pro-regulator and ones that actually will only tell the regulator if they come knocking. 100% without fail, the businesses that are proactive have a better relationship and have better products and better interaction. I think it falls down to those two ones personally.
I'd agree. I mean, in my experience as well, in my previous firm or even my current firm, the approach we've got is very, very proactive. So, and I find it very reasonable to kind of go out, and I find them very reasonable to be able to have like a dialogue to say, okay, here's where we stand and this is what we're coming with. So with Kinetic personally, we just launched in October last year. Earlier than that, we were in alpha, we went into beta, but throughout every single stage, we've stayed constantly in touch to say, here's what we're doing, here's where we stand, we'll be back, we'll tell you where we're going. So we were in very close partnership and, with several regulators just to say, okay, this is where the line of sight is, which also then gives everyone the opportunity to ask questions, to explore, to say, here is something I don't understand, or what could you do? And then even with during the COVID time, I mean, we used the app to have to provide to our customers like bounce back loans, access to accounts so that they could get bounce back loans. So I think it's a very collaborative thing to say what is it that we could do and how can we come together to do the right thing for people.
Okay. I didn't have time before the session to go into too much detail over background, but certainly both HSBC and Standard Chartered are global banks.
Yeah.
And wearing my SOAS hat, I'd like to try and get out of London for a moment. And in your experience, or in the experience of the colleagues that you've spoken to what extent do you think banks in London can learn and regulate, and the FCA can learn from experiences of other financial centres? To what extent do you think they can learn from us in this area?
I think, frankly, if I take my out of London hat on as well, so for my previous role where I was heading up conduct in Barclays as an example, or doing different roles, and I've also spoken in Sydney just because the regulators there were looking to benchmark the FCA on how they've handled conduct and non-financial risk management. So there's a lot where I would say the FCA is actually quite respected to say, or the UK overall, to say how we've taken on conduct, how we've embedded that thinking and just how we're embracing sort of or embedding non-financial risk management across the organization. So I would generally think that we're doing fairly okay. But of course, we were discussing in the room before, like globally the appreciation of what is good versus what is bad is different because there are cultural nuances to what is acceptable in a certain area. But that aside, overall from a banking culture perspective and regulatory relations, I think UK is quite good in that space.
And
I think
I
tend to agree.
To put a slight nuance on it, in the experience of Standard Chartered, having to work with many different regulators around the world, what perspective does that give you on how financial institutions can work better with the regulator or vice versa?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that I really agree with what Vinita said, that within the UK, the regulator is quite well respected, but our bank is really large within the Asia's market. And we have things like, the group CISO and the CISRO within our second line is actually the chairman of one of the committees within the regulatory body there. Within associate bankers of Singapore, for example, or even with an advisory board within the MAS, Monitoring Association of Singapore. And that sort of partnership allows us to also contribute to the best practice that is being rolled out to the industry. And the regulators, they are quite receptive for that kind of relationship. I think Asians are always open to that kind of sort of contribution from the industry. But I think if I look at environments like Africa, where a lot of that is still emerging and they are sort of getting a bit more mature from a supervisory perspective, they get a lot of their leading regulations from the East and also from the West. So I think the regulators are less receptive to that kind of partnership. However, they acknowledge that there is a need for the industries to still work together, exchange ideas, whether it's tools and techniques that attackers use, and just sort of at a very generic level, being able to share amongst banks what is happening at that level, so that another bank can avoid going into a fraud because of a similar technique being used by organized criminals. Then that's something that I think we are seeing more of at the moment.
I think we saw that as an example. Just to add to that, I don't know, how much exposure you had into the effective customer warning sort of scenario, where again, you're trying to save customers from fraud scenarios, but again, partnering various banks, sharing, saying here's the kinds of threat models that we look at, or saying here's the kinds of scenarios to happen, and here's the kinds of interventions you can put in place to warn customers.
Yeah, I think the other part of that is, in terms of we're talking about the relationships between firms and regulators, is people in terms of the regtech industry. So in terms of we're all trying to support our kind of customers in minimising fraud and minimising cybersecurity. The regulator wants the same goal, to make markets work and support consumers. And I guess the guys in terms of offering those services through technology and regtech, I'd be kind of keen in terms of, I suppose, for people who might be involved in those firms, how much airtime do they get with the regulator? Because I think it's important that we have that collaboration between all three kind of parties. I know in AML and financial crime, there's been a lot of kind of movement there, and the regulators involved a little bit more. But I wonder, going forward, that would be something that I'd personally like to see, so that we've got all parties around the table in terms of how that's connected up.
Yeah, well, I think there are we were talking before the session about possible fora for those kind of discussions. But one thing, if Africa has been, as you put it, playing catch up in terms of regulation, one area in which Africa's been out in front, particularly East Africa, has been fintech.
Yes.
You ask, certainly if you go outside the experts in the financial services sector, if you ask a typical Brit on the street what they understand by mobile banking, they would say, well, basically accessing my bank account on my smartphone. Yeah. That's not the answer you would get in large parts of Africa. So I wonder, to what extent can we learn from Africa, and generally, how do you think CyberTech solutions can help organizations?
Yeah, it's quite interesting that you've picked East Africa, because I come from Kenya myself, and one of the largest sort of product that is out there on payments is called M-Pesa, which just means mobile money. And this is a solution that a lot of the unreached sort of banking typical customers use on a day-to-day basis. My grandmother, for example, will go to the shop and buy groceries using that application. It doesn't really rely on internet, so it's a SIM-based application, and which is quite rudimentary, but if you think about it, it delivers that service sort of real-time to any person that requires it. And the regulator there actually has put some requirements just around security for the providers for that, because I think they call it Silicon Savannah. All the technology, sort of the development that is around that, but just to make sure that these secure coding practices also being followed along the way, because as long as you have innovation and you're innovating into sort of areas which have not been tapped into or that they've not been reached by more mature frameworks, then there's bound to be an attacker somewhere who's learning some of those techniques and going a few steps ahead of you. So things like identity theft are quite prevalent, unfortunately, but some of those providers are actually addressing that. Standard Chartered, for example, we actually partner with those telecom companies to provide those kinds of services over and above mobile banking.
So if you have an organization like M-Pesa that operates you entirely, I was going to say online, except it's not quite online either. It works through the phone network. So how do you think CyberTech Solutions can help a company like M-Pesa, can help the more traditional financial institutions in London, Sydney, New York, wherever? How do you think they can help them enhance their cybercrime compliance solutions? How do you think technological solutions can help them combat cybercrime?
Yeah, I think I'm quite happy to see some of the providers that do things around machine learning within the audience here, because those are some of the techniques that they can use, because this is big data you're talking about, where you have billions of transactions, billions of records a day that you have to go through just to identify where the fraud patterns are. And the only way you can do that is through machine learning and artificial intelligence. So I think for ourselves within Standard Chartered, we're exploring that, but from a compliance perspective, just looking at how sort of that sort of customer data flows and user behavioral analysis for sort of our front-end services within some of those markets. But from a back-end sort of compliance perspective is also looking at how we can replay the similar messages that we are communicating to other regulators within the wider group, and making sure that we have that consistent message. So it gets back to M-Pesa specifically. I think it's just being, those providers at the moment are really at that forefront of putting in solutions that can enable them to look at that demography and some of the patterns that are quite peculiar. I think the CEO of that company used to say that that product has created very peculiar habits within the society, because it's something that is still maturing, and people are taking it. I think it's almost 80% of the population now that have that kind of service, versus about 25% penetration of banking accounts within the populace.
I think just on that, I totally agree. I think on that side, in terms of those technologies that can use AI and become forward-looking and preventative, but in our organisation, something that we're constantly trying to strive to do is in terms of actually be, risk and compliance traditionally in terms of it was what happened last month, what happened last quarter, and actually what we want to say is we want to be sat at the table predicting this is what we think is going to happen next quarter, because we've got the intelligence behind it and the data. So I think that there's two elements. I think there's the sort of the back office second line function, where an organisation of our side, we can have this ecosystem of technology tools and people that we best use in that resource to say actually we're monitoring the horizon, we're scanning the systems of the infrastructure of preventing that with a team of 2 or 3, because we've got these sort of discrete technology tools that are working as well. I think on the front end of it, with the consumer side, it's building those solutions that integrate into the product. So actually we're using data that we're already capturing as part of that product journey. We're not then having to say to be apply for our bank account in terms of you now got to answer 14 questions and sat at your app for half an hour. It's not going to work. So we need to have that integration where the data points that we have now and the machine learning in the background gives us that intelligence and confidence to say actually we know this is a good customer, we know this is a bad customer, we know this is a fraud rate, and support customers in terms of alerting them to your kind of point around actually this is going to happen, and we're preventing and giving their financial wellness a real strong kind of benefit, because it's, at the end of the day, you know, we will lose out as banks and financial providers in terms of the fraud costs, but actually the distress and pain that customers feel because they've been through that exercise, I think, you know, that's a really important part, that we prevent that as well.
I would ask Vinita for your view on this, but I'm mindful of the clock. So if I could ask you instead, as you described yourself as the first line of defense, in your view, we've seen that data protection regulations have got stricter over time, GDPR being a high-profile one, but by no means the only one. You know, we've seen banks being heavily fined for data screw-ups. So, in your view, how have these stricter regulations, have they increased the need of cyber insurance to help compensate victims and retrieve lost data?
I think there would be in terms of the cyber insurance aspect, but I would probably go one step before, because the idea is to keep shifting left, right, to prevent rather than, of course, to insure and to stay safe. But the idea is to totally understand and educate, I would say, the population across to understand what is the classification, what's personal data, what's not, where does the data sit, you know, how is the data protected, all of that, and ensuring, again, going back to the governance, saying, you know, you've got all your data approvals in place. So whether it's your data protection officer and your requirements are kind of met from a governance standpoint. Because if you go back to where you're saying, you know, we could be fined, you know, the 4% turnover, you know, GDPR requirement, but it's also not just one that the data needs to be protected, but also saying how are you able to demonstrate all of that. So the demonstration of it is equally important, as I would say, not just protecting the data. The other part then comes is the global aspect. So when you're managing your data, or whether you're managing it on-prem, or you've got the cloud aspects to say where your data actually sits and what you're required to have where. So there's so many angles to it, I would say, that we need to constantly think of and proactively keep working on. Other things such as, you know, making sure data is destroyed in time, you know, if clients request for their information, you know, subject access requests are met. So just there is so many aspects and attributes, masking, encryption, you know, the various bits that needs to be thought through right from day one as the journeys are being designed. I think that's really important. So yes, the insurance bit, clearly yes, but that is just that last step in that road, I would say.
How does a bank the size of HSBC deal with a data access, a subject access request? If it's Aunt Agatha with her single account in the St Mary Mead branch, assuming HSBC still has a branch in St Mary Mead, but that's another matter. That's fairly simple, but if you have a major corporate client who could have several accounts in 5 different jurisdictions, how do you deal with the subject access?
I think which is where I was talking about earlier. It's about the efficiencies and the models, right? How do you set it up for a complex bank? So as you were saying, you know, there's from the customer's viewpoint, it's still one bank. From the customer's viewpoint, it's still one request, and it needs to be met, and which is why you need to have certain units to say, okay, this is my niche and this is my expertise. And how you would deal with it is literally if someone came here and said, I need something from 5 different rooms, then someone needs to be able to go collect it from the 5 different rooms and get it to the customer as one unit, right? So that is that back-end complexity where we've got to meet the reg requirements, but still be able to meet that in an efficient manner. Do you see? Because you don't get away with it just by saying, oh, it's complex, it's going to take us more time.
Well, no.
You can't get away with that, right?
Exactly.
So it still needs to be.
That's why I asked, saying, well, it's very difficult isn't an option, you've got to do it. So
Yeah.
that's why I was getting at, how do you do it?
It's how do you do it is you have the back-end processes in place. So how do you do it is when you're, let's say, launching a new product or a proposition like Kinetic as well, I have to consider saying, okay, I want to launch a separate product, or a separate kind of proposition to the market, but it still needs to fall within that same request. So how do I integrate my back-end process with the rest of the bank's process so that everything can be done in one shot? So like we could say, okay, we're trying to create something agile and fast, but do you see what I mean? So in the back-end, the engineering still has to be plugged in, because if I am the regulator and I say you are a part of the same brand, legal, it's the same request, it's the same requirement needs to be met.
And that's where technology, I think on the data subject access request, that's where technology massively help. Would you want, why would we have 100 people processing these when we can have technology can do it? I think what kind of, GDPR and these kind of data security regulations and getting that increase up the board table on the agenda is because in terms of the level of investment, that was always there, that data subject access request, but actually the investment case for it was kind of, would rather spend our money on something else. Now it's got, in terms of, we can see that's increased in terms of the ESAR perspective. I think the other part, just touched on data security, is the reputational risk. From a consumer brand perspective, consumers, we know now in terms of before purchasing the product, they'll do their research, they'll look at reviews, they'll look across everything. And if there's been a data breach, if there's been something around data security, actually they won't entrust you with that data and they'll move on to your competitor. So I think having that there in terms of the GDPR fine risk is kind of there, but I think it's more in terms of reputational risk, which the board carry, the CEO carries. And actually, do you want to be the one at your organisation has been hacked or been caused a data leak?
Absolutely.
That's a key metric we had in a previous organization, is the net trust score, right?
Yeah.
Because you can fix your systems. What are you going to do about trust?
Correct. Yeah.
Can't force someone to start trusting you again.
Yeah. Linked to all of this, how do you think the data protection regulations have changed the priority list? Well, I would say that's a leading question. I would ask, do you think they have?
Of course, yes.
And in what way?
In what way? It's the seriousness, right? It's the seriousness of the matter, because suddenly when when you see the fines, you see the impact of it, then it's not just saying, okay, this is a nice to have, this is really important, because when things go wrong, they can go horribly wrong. Then you see where they do go wrong in other organizations, and then you have the next level of seriousness to say, can we do a read across? Right? So this is what happened in X organization or Y, and I don't want to name anyone, but so this is what happened. Are we sure? We don't have that. There's no skeletons in the cupboard. Can we have a look at that? So that seriousness comes from seeing where the attention is across, I would say, globally. Frankly, if you're a global bank, you need to think of it globally, right? And if you're saying how else it has changed, it's in terms of budgeting or project prioritizations and things like that, right? It becomes more serious to say, okay, if I want to land this, however agile I want to be, these are must-haves that are not for negotiation.
Yeah. I think from my perspective, it's caused a lot of organizations to structure their risk management differently, because now that it's mandatory, the supply chain management have to think about personal data, data quality, risk management from a technology perspective have to think about personal data. Think about it also from a legal perspective on the rights that are shared, I guess, between the processor entities, which are your third parties, and the controller, which is the actual bank. Some of those nuances now have come to the forefront of decision making around risk management and risk reduction as well. Because before, maybe where personal data might have been rated a little bit low, maybe medium or low, but now it has to really come up at the forefront of critical assets. And that drives prioritizations of any investments that are required to protect that kind of data. So just a slightly different slant from what was shared by Vinita. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it's a timing kind of perspective, because I think the GDPR and regulations and the increases for large organisations and the fines have come at a time as well, at the same time as consumers becoming more vocal in terms of what they want from a product and what they expect from a business, as well as then businesses realising and enterprise value being affected by the quality and level of data that you have in terms of whether that's on consumers, whether that's on how you perform, whether that's in your analytics. I think that sort of perfect storm in a way of all the different elements has just obviously raised it up the agenda.
I think I'd like to add to that point, absolutely, is that, so besides the organization and the impact, but customers are so aware now, right? Yeah. And also they're willing to trade their data for a better service. So they're, Alexa's listening to us all the time, right? And we're okay with that, right? Because we know that this is what we get in return. So it's about saying, okay, what's my data? Where is my data being consumed? I mean, we're practically sharing everything of our lives on social media, but people are doing so knowing consciously because there's something that they want in return, right? Yeah. So it's about informed choice, really.
Okay, we've touched a few times on the fact that there are different sectors, there are different jurisdictions out there. Do you think we've reached the point where we need standardized regulations on cybersecurity? Either in terms of general products, but also something we were discussing in the pre-meeting yesterday. We were talking about the growth of crypto assets. Certain financial institutions don't accept crypto assets. Many do. We see from the Financial Conduct Authority, they say most crypto assets aren't regulated. If you invest in them, then there's a serious risk you lose your money. Other jurisdictions, at the other end, you have Japan and saying, well, we consider Bitcoin to be legal tender, and you have a whole spectrum in between. Yeah. Do you think we've reached the point where we need standardized regulations? Again, the last point from me before I use up the rest of the time is we've seen FATF and regulators say, well, we need standardized AML regulations on crypto, but the rest is up to you. Do you think there needs to be standardization?
I think it's a dream, to be honest, because I don't think it will happen soon, just because of the political nuances that you have across the different countries where some of these regulations are issued. Places like China where they really want cryptocurrency to continue, but they're quite hard-lined. They don't want it. Or if you look at the US, where they had a very tough start at the beginning, where they were against cryptocurrency, then eventually they started to warm up to it, and they actually put
against it. They simply said their securities.
Yeah, there were security issues. I guess because of cybercrime. I think it was seen as a vehicle of liquidity for cyber criminals. So the DFS, for example, now are a bit more coming to the space where they're setting up some requirements which will facilitate banks to innovate. Because they recognize, especially after COVID, that we need to move into a cashless society, and crypto is and the bigger technology, blockchain, is a product and a technology environment that allows us to do that. But if you look at the UK, for example, FCA put out some requirements at the beginning of the year, stating that they prohibit retail, let's say, customers from being sold for any crypto trading assets and so on, without any risk management and training being done by some of their providers, because they recognize that there were quite a lot of people who lost money. So moving into the cybersecurity side, then we're almost recipients of all that noise that is going around some of those regulatory conversations, because if you look at the technology itself, it's quite secure, right? It uses certificates, it's cryptography based. That's the whole point of why it's so popular today, is that people are really looking to capitalize and monetize that into e-commerce. So when we see the e-commerce sort of monetization come in, then I think there will be standardized cybersecurity requirements now coming at the forefront. But before that time, where, for example, Amazon can allow you to buy any product with cryptocurrency, I don't think we'll get to that point.
If I can stop you there, just for reasons of time, James, what's your take on this?
I think be careful what you wish for, I suppose, is one angle for me. I think I'm a big believer in principle-based regulation, and I think in terms of us having the ability to make our own decisions, promote accountability through kind of risk-based approach, what's right for our kind of organisation. And I think if we're talking about sort of global consistency on a principle of what's kind of right, I agree. I think if we go down a kind of global framework one, I agree. I don't think it'll be achieved anyway. But even at a UK level, I think we risk the approach of kind of box ticking compliance as opposed to it being actually what's the right kind of thing to do. So principle based, yeah, I think we all want to understand and agree what's right, and we can agree sort of the number of things on that. Going too granular, I think, is a bit kind of dangerous.
Benita?
I'd agree. I think it's utopian, kind of saying, okay, we're going to all go consistent, because some of us are getting really encouraged. But you see with China, they're actually having to close accounts and off-board customers. So when you really think about as a bank or as an institution, do you want to do that? Do you want to land yourself in a situation where you've got to now start closing accounts and sorting all of that? So I would just say that it's a very hot space to see, and also different people are getting it. Like when we're talking about the high street retail customers, I mean, you saw these adverts in London Underground that had to be removed because they were misleading. So I saw them all over the place. Suddenly they all cropped up, and I don't want to name the firm or the brand, but suddenly they all vanished because the risk warnings were not clear.
And most of the audience take the underground anyway, so they'll work it out.
So I mean, I'm just like from a financial institution perspective, you've got to be really clear on the warning and the messages, but also the implications of what you're going into, because you might find yourself then, you know, with massive remediation sitting at the back end.
Okay, well, thank you. Our time sadly is up. There's plenty more we could talk about on all of these questions and more, but time sadly has run out. So it remains to me to thank all three of our panelists, to thank Vanita, Ibrahim, and Ryan for your perspectives. Thank all of you for coming to this session. I think we all recognize this was a challenging session in terms of time. So thank you for your attention. I have been monitoring the iPad and no questions have come in. So just leaves it to me to thank you once again and thank our three panelists in the normal way.
Thank you. It was an excellent panel, an excellent way to end the day. I was fascinated by what all of you said. Vanita, I was particularly inspired by you writing a lockdown novel and going back to work full time. That shows creativity and leadership, and you're an example to us all. So all I want to say now is a huge thank you to everyone, to all of our sponsors that helped make this happen, to all of our fantastic speakers and panelists. All of the physical attendees, well done. Doesn't it feel good? Hope you should be pleased with yourself. I know it feels tiring, but let's make this the start of a road back to normality. Thank you to all our online attendees and to the FinTech Global team that helped put all this together. It was a lot of hard work. I must confess there were a lot of hurdles to overcome this time. We have run literally hundreds of events, from webinars to 1,000+ conferences. I have to say this is possibly one of the more important, because I think it's very much a turning point. Because we need to get back to business, to the real world business. And I'd like to thank you for being part of that revolution. I know it's not climate change. I know it's not lining up on the M25 and that sort of stuff, but it's important, and you're playing your part. And we're going to continue to push to make that happen. And we're looking forward to working with leaders in the industry to make that happen. We've got lots more lined up in all aspects of fintech and cybersecurity. So we look forward to seeing you all, hopefully in real physical space, but also online for those events that we'll be doing, those initiatives that we'll be undertaking. I look forward to sharing that with you. But thank you again. Please do join us now for a drink to end the day. And for those of you online, thank you for joining us, and go and have a digital drink. And we'll see you all again very soon, I hope. Thank you. Goodbye.